delightful and beautiful wife, Rachel. And also with my horrible cat, Trouble. Horrible, but extremely well loved. Oh, yeah, the good kitty. Well, she's such a good kitty, I didn't even notice her. Here's the good kitty. Oh, sure. She gives me a headache or two now and again as well. But she definitely, nevertheless, qualifies as the good kitty. All right, so it's time to go into the kitchen and do a little joie de vivre.
What does that mean?
Joy of life.
So you're gonna go in the kitchen to do a little way of life?
The joy of life. But I
Oh.
actually meant to say je ne sais quoi,
Oh.
which means I don't know what.
Oh.
But I used the wrong French expression. Joy of life works just as well for what I'm doing, actually.
Sure it does.
All right. So, as you know, it's a Tuesday. And that's all the reason I need to eat a bunch of mushrooms. Some people say Tuesday is the best day of the week. Not many people say that, but some people do say that. I'm not trying to hate on Tuesdays. I'm just saying maybe it's time to bring Tuesday into the same category as Friday and Saturday. You know, a time when you party. That would seem to be probably enough mushrooms to eat. But I want to make sure I get good in mushroom. It's probably sufficient. Let's cook Skittles and Starbursts in olive oil. No, we're not doing that. Rachel, have you decided what you want me to cook for you?
Oh, I feel bad that it'll just be cooking for me.
That's fine. I'm just gonna eat these mushrooms and might as well cook you something as I'll just be waiting for the drugs to kick in.
Are you sure?
Of course, yeah. What do you want? You want mac and cheese?
You know what I do want since you mentioned it?
What? I don't know.
Chili and...
Oh, chili and rice. Sure, I can make that. No problem. That's easy. That's easy squeezy like lemon peasy. Alright, before I get sidetracked in cooking, let me get these mushrooms in. So, she's about to get reels? Yeah. I went to get these, I had to go pick up my Connect at one house and take it to another house. But because I did that, it gave me some extra mushrooms for free. Well, that's nice of you. That's why he won the Swell Fellow of the Year award. Well, this is certainly a lot of mushrooms for me to eat. Maybe, did he have enough?
We were tussling a bit. I did stir the pot.
Yeah, well, I did something like that this morning. You know, often when he wants me to come watch him eat, he'll do this like slow get up on the chair thing. And then if I pet him as he's doing that, he'll give me kind of this look. Normally that means I I don't put my hand. I go, okay, fine, stop. This morning I was like, you know what? Fuck you, bro. And I put my hand like towards his face to see what he would do. Sure enough, he swiped at me.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine. He didn't actually
Life
get
shouldn't
me.
have to be like that.
He didn't get me. It's just like, no, bro. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you are so insistent that I be here to watch you eat,
seriously,
then you're just gonna have to put up a little bit. If you don't want to put up with that, then eat by yourself.
If you're so, this is my world and you're living in it. Let me have some free will.
Yeah. Fair.
So I'm gonna pet you as much as I want because I show love through pets.
Yeah. He seems to enjoy your pets, actually, generally.
Yeah, generally, he has come a long way. A long way.
He's got a bit of a hot and cold relationship with pets in general.
Yeah, he does. Because I don't think he had, like, a mom for very long. They say, you told me that they like being pet like that on their head because the moms lick them.
Yeah, maybe that's why. I'm not sure. Did I tell you that? Oh, that might be the case.
Yeah, I don't know.
I could have just been speculating. Okay. Paper towel right here. Don't worry, everybody. Yes, we did get new paper towels at the store today. If you were afraid that we were about to run out, don't worry, I'm way ahead of you. Turn this around, get it all wet. A large amount of mushrooms. Alright, I'm gonna get these down. I'm gonna cook these bad boys down. Okay, that's wet enough. Now, the horrible part. Hi, Winston's mom.
She's a claw clip.
You use this on my nose, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
It's not quite big
Doesn't
enough.
fit, sorry.
That's okay, I like your idea though. I think what I'll do instead is my normal paper towel up the nose solution.
Where the heck is that baby bird coming from?
Right up here.
He's not a baby, he's just a love bird.
He's a live bird plus a frog.
Oh.
The two in combination may have sounded
Maybe
unusual.
talking to each other.
Maybe. Oh God. That's a big spoonful of mushrooms. Here we go.
Oh my gosh.
There. I did it.
You
Now
did it.
it's time to make some rice.
Is that a baby scorpion?
Or
Or what is that?
it might be exactly what you said, but I'm not really sure. Let me get my glasses and also a solution. Oh, it's a spider.
Okay.
That's not a scorpion. So this is a spider. I'll just get it with this.
my hero.
You're welcome. All right, now let's start the rice. We need the cup, the measuring cup. Get the rice out from here. And we will scoop the rice out of here. One cup of rice. Put the rice back. And we get 2 cups of water. Uno. Dos. Okay. Now we're going to do the jostling. Make sure that the rice is evenly spread about. And put this on the fire. Put this on for 8 minutes. We'll get this bowl for the chili.
You made it so easy for the cowboys.
Yeah, they did. I'm a big fan of these pull top
Me too.
pans. Unfortunately, I have this spreader right there. This is perfect thing for making things come out of a can. Okay. Push that down. We're going to put that in the microwave. Put a little saran wrap over it so it doesn't splatter all over the place. Oh! Eric.
At least you didn't cut yourself.
Yeah, I didn't cut myself. That's bad than when I spilled coffee in the living room earlier.
That was less bad than when you spilled bomb water.
Yeah.
Things happen.
In some ways, it's kind of more bad because when I spill bomb water, I have no choice but to fully clean it up, or else I'd be dealing with the stench forever.
Yeah.
With the coffee, it's kind of like, okay, I guess that's good enough.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm gonna pet you so much. They say that petting cats like helps with anxiety, man. Help me out.
Not that cat.
But Capille, she wants her pet when she wants her pets.
That's
There's nothing
true.
wrong with that. It's great because I do get pets from her. But if I go over to her right now, I'm gonna get a meow.
Yeah, well. How long do you think I put chili in to heat it up for? A minute? Minute and a half?
Okay,
2 minutes?
so let's work this math out. 4 minutes to boil water.
That's not informative at all, right?
Okay,
Because
so
water takes a lot longer to heat up than solids do.
Okay, so like when it's
Is that a mushroom bird?
isn't there? It says on the can.
Does it?
Yeah.
Maybe it does.
Yeah,
Let's
because
see.
I can't guess. Right?
I don't think so.
Stove
Oh, there it is.
microwave, yeah. 2 or 3 minutes.
All right.
Cause like honestly, I
Split
would.
the difference.
As a
2.5
person who
minutes.
can't guesstimate, like I go by directions all the time.
I would have never guessed that they'd have cooking times on a can of chili.
Well, isn't that helpful?
It is helpful. Now I know. They do have cooking times on a can of chili. All right. Well, we've accomplished everything anybody can hope to accomplish in a given evening. We went to the store.
Mm-hmm.
We went to pick up JoJo.
Yep.
We got mushrooms. We came back here. We cooked dinner. What more can anybody expect of themselves than all of that stuff? All right, let's bring up the chat on the big screen. And we will split tab it with the baseball game.
Yes, you have a happy face on. You have happy face on because I pet you so much.
You're a guest master, a guesstimator, whereas Ruben's an instructionser. What kind of ice cream did you get, Rachel? Some kind of fruit.
Marionberry, but it's Marionberry pie. And if I had known that, I don't think I would have gotten it.
Marionberry pie, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was just Marionberry, like how the mulberry, ice cream at the place in town.
Oh, wasn't that mulberry?
Boysenberry?
Boysenberry? Huckleberry?
Huckleberry. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like that, but instead it's like ribbons of Marionberry pie filling and pie crust chunks in vanilla ice cream, and my favorite part of it is the vanilla ice cream. I never would think that.
Here's the thing, zombie, E3 zombie. He said he would debate me about cognitive functions. Next, tell me that there's a 5-year-old girl who said she played me at basketball. There's no point in debate. There's no debate to be had, right? He's wildly wrong, and the only thing that would possibly benefit him is remediation, like remedial instruction. Or he could ask me questions that could help him be less wrong. But debates occur when there are two balanced sides to an argument. Like, a resolution can't skew too much in favor of one side or the other, or it's an unfair resolution. Similarly, you've got different weight classes, so to speak, in debate. Varsity, JV, or rookie/freshman. He would not even qualify as rookie/freshman. It's not like we're debating something that can be debated between somebody who's wrong and somebody who's correct, such as evolution. Evolution can be debated between somebody who's wrong and me, because even though they're wrong, they're not so wildly wrong that they don't know what a genome is, they don't know what a mutation is, they don't know what reproduction is, or certain things like that. That's what's going on with this scenario though is when I don't want to debate about cardinal functions ever because the person I'm talking to doesn't have an exclusive position of mine that they are advocating something. They're just insanely, wildly, irreconcilably wrong. They're so wrong that they don't even have any idea what I mean when I say genome mutation. Except instead of that, it's cardinal function stuff. They think they do. They think they have some notion, but they don't, right? They don't even know that intuition, inferred intuition, is a knowledge function. The point is, Conti does not want to engage in discursive exchange for the purpose of being left wrong. To the extent that he would debate me about it, he'd just be like showing up to establish that, hey, we're equals and we're in disagreement, but we're both professionals in the same field. It's not like that. He's wholly, wildly, entirely incompetent at what he's doing. So, people love to play around ideationally in this arena, but no one benefits from indulging them and pretending as though they're playing around as anything other than an assault on correctness. And Winston's mom is right. I don't like hurting someone's feelings. In fact, I also can be like, oh, gee, you're right. I mean, the thing is, that's why I didn't say, I'm more productive than he is. I didn't say I've written more books than he has, nor any other irrelevancy, because obviously it doesn't matter how many books you write if what you're saying is bullshit. And gee, I do a lot more than just get stoned on a string. All right?
Yeah, really.
Like,
that's what I do.
For example, today I put a lot of work into making this sound a lot better. There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Get your butt out the car and go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. Thank you. I must say, I did an excellent, wonderful job of mixing.
You did do an excellent, wonderful whole job of mixing it.
Debating him shows his following he is clueless and brings them over to you to divide and conquer. Well, that's not a bad way of looking at it. Like, there would be benefits to me debating him to other people, and that could potentially motivate me to do that. But the thing is, it would be me being altruistic because it's likely to be either an infuriating exchange with the guy, or I'm going to feel bad because I'm having to pound home the fact that he doesn't actually know what he's doing. The stream is worth it, Cassia. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You've confused me with your wild words. Alright, time to pull a few bowls. I gotta prove G right and get stoned on stream. The problem, G, is you're not right, because I barely even get stoned on stream. I smoke a lot of weed on stream, but getting stoned is a big undertaking for me. It's not that easy for me to get stoned. What? He's classically Jungian, G, and you are classically full of shit. Full of shit, smelling strongly, but actually informative, not at all. Lord only knows about the Lord, show media. You're lying about the Lord. Because we'll never be royals. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Right. Zombie, you make a good point. It's like being a classical Jungian. It's kind of like being a classical expanding earth person. Well, I'm of the mindset that the reason the continents move apart is because the earth is blowing up like a balloon. Why would you be of that perspective? Because that's what the OG guy thought. Right. Thanks. I am an OG guy, but I'm not the OG guy who said the world was expanding like a balloon.
No, you are. I like the song about your spoon, and I wish that we remember.
I'd like to find that song.
Yeah.
Sure, tell me a Bible story you find really confusing. You talking about the one where somebody sent Moses down the river in a basket? And you're like,
he made it.
Why was that a successful means to transport him? Wouldn't that basket, just made out of weeds, sink to the bottom? Oh, the Samson and Delilah story. Well, I can make that clear for you, no problem. You see, Samson was super strong in his muscles, but it wasn't really from his muscles. It was from his hair. So then Delilah's like, fuck this guy, and cut off his hair. And he's all like, weak. And then everybody killed him. Now are you clear on it?
That's good.
Yeah, he was a lot like Rapunzel.
That is like, is he a lot like Rapunzel?
Yeah, Samson is very much like Rapunzel. Well, because when Delilah wanted to climb up into his castle, she had him let down his hair.
Really?
Yeah, and then she walked up the stairs. She was just making him do it to make him do it. She's a bit of a bully.
Sure. I can't tell. I don't know the Bible.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, what do I look like? Some kind of Bible expert?
I definitely am not.
Earlier, like a year or two ago, when I wrote the new Bible, uh, I put down in it that it was Jesus who went down the river in the basket. I had other people inform me that no, actually, that wasn't Jesus.
Oh, really? That you thought it was Jesus went down the river basket? That's, an understandable one to make. Yeah, it was Moses. But I don't know how he floated all the way down the Nile, right? Because he got to.
Oh, was it the Nile they floated around? They put a baby in a basket in the Nile? I always envisioned it being some little stream, you know.
I don't know. I don't know. But I think he was found in Egypt.
Um. Okay. Let me address this. And other times, they have elected to not hire me for whatever reason. I suspect the owner thought when I went in there and trained that she thought I looked too old. I did a I could not have done a better job.
I'm sure you did.
So I don't have any regrets. I feel kind of treated shabbily. Like, why are you hiring me, training me, and then just ghosting me?
Yeah, for real.
But whatever. I'm over it. Because I kind of realized that probably for the best that I not have such a backbreaking job, you know? Yeah, just be honest.
Yeah.
Except the thing is, if I'm right, then she couldn't be honest without opening herself up to litigation. Because if her actual reason is she thinks I'm too old for the job, then that's age discrimination, and in theory, a person could sue. I wouldn't, but the person could, you know. Yeah, they paid me for the training. I have a check in the car right now that I at some point will deposit for $60-some. Right. She didn't need to give me any reason, but obviously I would have asked, like, well, is this due to some fault of mine? Did I do something wrong or poorly? The thing is, it's just not conceivable that could have been the case. Right, but the thing is, she didn't tell me and not give me a reason. She didn't tell me, right? So, you see what I'm saying? I did follow up with a follow-up text saying, hey, I'm again following up about the schedule you said you were going to send, and also to indicate to you, so you know, in case something last minute comes up, I'm available on short notice too. And she replied, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, that's infuriating. Oh my God.
So it's not, the problem is not that I didn't ask, right? I did ask about it. I asked enough questions that she should have given me. Yeah, she responded with, thank you so much.
Oh my God.
Which is just an enigmatic non-answer to anything, you know. She never was ghosting. She always replied. She just didn't follow up with any scheduled hours like she said she was going to, and has yet to follow up with anything. So I followed up after that, after like 5 or 6 days. You want to do a stream with me? You can do it right now if you want. I could end this one and start one that was probably not a great time to do a stream with me right now.
I know.
I just ate a bunch of mushrooms, so
always.
it may not be the best time to do it, but
always happens.
Yeah, she's never not replied. It's just, you know, after the first day training, I said, okay, well, when do you want me back next? And she said, come back again tomorrow for another day of training. I said, okay. Came back. After that, I said, okay, well, when would you like me to come in next? Like, what hours would you like me to work? She said, I'll get back to you with a schedule. And then she never did. So then I followed up,
So you waited
I
5
followed
days.
up, and then she said, in reply to my question about the schedule, she said, "Thank you so much." Like, okay, lady, this is a little annoying. I gotta tell you, it's a little bit annoying.
Like, I'm so sorry. Because that is so fucked up.
It's
Like,
fine. It's like,
if you're gonna be a manager, like, do you think you have to be like upfront sometimes?
I mean, I hired and fired people for a number of years with kudos and with autonomy,
Oh.
and so I just don't understand what that is at all, because I never did anything like that at all.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Jeez, I'm so sorry. That's so like.
But if you do want to stream right now, I could end this stream and start a new one with a stream together thing. I've never tried it before. No, I did try it one time with Ruben before, and I wasn't able to make it work. But it was Ruben's end that wouldn't work. So no, I fully believe it is, because somebody communicated with him and asked him if he wanted to debate Eric or whatever. And I was explaining before he got here that there's no point in me debating anybody about cognitive functions. I will debate anybody, anytime, anywhere, no matter what, about evolution. No problem. Because with evolution, other people understand what a mutation is, they understand what a genome is. They maybe have the wrong position on it. They think evolution explains things, which it does not. But they understand what the basics of genetics. They mean the same things when they use the words that I do. But when he says introvert intuition, he doesn't think, oh, this is a knowing function. It's distinct from determination function for the following reasons and the following ways. And so accordingly, he's like somebody who's discovered a bag full of numbers and has put them together in random things and thinks they are doing math, right? That's not math. And there's no way to debate like two mathematicians, because only one of us is doing math. And the other one is doing metaphor and nonsense. And it adds a disservice to typology. How would you know it's a day old? Oh, that account is a day old. Maybe it's not him then. Yeah, probably it is roll. You're right. But somebody communicated with him directly about talking to me and whether he wanted to. And he said, well, if Eric reaches out to me, I'd be fine to do that. And then I told that person, I said, I think it was Zombie. I said, I said, I could be convinced to do that, but the reason I would be convinced would be because I understand that it would be good for other people in some sense to see that phenomenon play out, namely to see wrongness dismantled and to see the difference between somebody who knows how to make cases and somebody who's just playing around with ideation. But I also have my own concerns to concern myself about. Like, I really don't like hurting people's feelings, and nor do I want to embarrass anybody or anything. And also, I will find it incredibly frustrating, because before we can even talk about the subject, we have to talk about what we need to do groundwork-wise in order to talk about the subject. When I say like, okay, you don't have to use my definitions, but provide operational definitions of your own, he won't know what that means. He won't have any idea how to make an operationalized definition, nor why it's necessary. So it's like, I got to go back years and teach basic shit in order to have that conversation. Like, you can, in fact, test ideas by argumentational clash. It's the only great way to do that, in fact, right? But that assumes both people have a certain level of competency regarding what it means to establish an assertion, to sustain it, what an impact is, what a claim, warrant are, Otherwise, before that person can successfully test ideas in that beautiful format of idea testing, they need to learn the basics of how to engage intellectually with ideas. People who don't have formal debate training are at a massive disadvantage. Not, I'm forget about debating, right? I mean, in terms of doing intellectual work, because there's nothing else that provides you the tools necessary to do that. Like Renault, or is it Ren? That's right. He calls himself Ren. Okay, so Ren, like when he sets out to write a book, he doesn't say like, here's what I'm going to attempt to do. Here's how you'll know if I've done it. And here's why the way I'm attempting to do that thing is the way that it is because that's the only way to do that thing correctly. It's like he built a house and it looks like a building and stuff, but there's not any foundation. The logs aren't nailed together or anything. It's just a house theater, right? Because like even
Rice is beeping.
what? Oh, can you turn it off, please?
Yeah.
Because it's like there are different kinds of intellectual exercises. You could talk about, say, common things that are important to people, like sex, power, money, fame, validation of some other kind. Or you could talk about those kind of things, or you could talk more like psycho terms like validation, security, yeah. And none of those things are exclusively right or wrong. They're just various ways that we can like cut up a pie and say, look, my pie, I've cut it into rectangles with one little weird shaped piece in the middle. And anybody can cut it however they want. It doesn't matter. It's just they're just doing like taxonomical work, categorizing stuff by similarities, ignoring certain other factors, and etc. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Typology is not that kind of thing, though. And obviously, you shouldn't take a thoroughbred racehorse and insist that it behave like a pig. Or that's a terrible analogy. Terrible analogy. Let me explain this better. You shouldn't take like, for example, it's not a good idea to use that huge TV in there as a paperweight. Yes, it would work as a paperweight, but the reason it's not a good idea is because that would be an incredibly expensive paperweight, but most of all because it's capable of vastly more than a paperweight. The reason we use meow as a paperweight is because it can't do anything else. All it can do is be a paperweight. Cognitive functions is not a paperweight, all right? In other words, it's not that kind of taxonomical thing. It's not astrology. It's not enneagram. It's not, um, spirit animals or other vagaries. It's not metaphor town, right? Cognitive functions is the actual singular metaframe, the only metaframe there could conceivably ever be. And, this is, I discovered cognitive functions years after I concluded there was no metaframe. Cognitive functions is robust and powerful provided you understand it correctly. Namely, you've done the rigorous kind of intellectual work necessary to meaningfully engage the subject, which is to say, you understand that when you make a distinction, it needs to be operationalized in some way, which is to say, I need to provide a criterion, sometimes a definition, for by which something qualifies as such or is excluded from that category. Now you'll note that that's not how it is with vagaries like, I don't know, Big Five or like, what color is your parachute? Other nonsense. Like, it's powerful and incredibly informative to observe that people pay attention in different ways. They know and they determine. But that's only powerful and informative if you have an operation that you can execute to make the distinction as to whether something qualifies as meow or meow. Otherwise, the distinction you're making is some kind of other kind of distinction that isn't useful because it belongs to stuff of less noble stature. Like you can make a distinction between black person and white person somewhere along a color gradient, but you couldn't possibly tell me what the operationalized definition is, in the sense that you can't say, here's the criterion I used, and you can use it too, and it'll produce proper results for you as well, because there are no even proper results to that question. It's ridiculous, right? People nevertheless believe there are different races of people, but it's not the case because, in fact, if the category were a meaningful category that mattered at all, then you'd be able to operationalize a criterion by which one qualifies as entrant into that category. Or at least some kind of criterion to exclude things from the category. What qualifies to get into a category is a lot harder of a criterion to craft than what qualifies as excluding something from the category. For obvious reasons, but in case they're not obvious to you, I'll explain it. So if I want to know whether something qualifies as a bouncy ball, well, I can say anything that's square or cube, it does not qualify. That's not a bouncy ball because squares are not optimally designed to bounce. But that does not help me at all as to what gets into the category, right? Like, Okay, so no squares. So everything's not a square? Obviously not. So it's also the case that not all things that are round and balls and bounce are bouncy balls. Bouncy balls refers to a specific kind of thing that's like you're supposed to, it's made to be super bouncy, right? So it's not the case that everything that's a ball and that bounces is a bouncy ball. And this is illustrative of why it's more difficult to make a criterion for admission into a category than it is to make a criterion for exclusion from the category.
How long does the rice rest?
Oh, it's good to go. You can eat it right now, and you just gotta get the chili out of the microwave.
Oh,
Oh, I think I already did that for you. In fact,
really?
yeah, I don't remember where I put it though. Well, anti-dominants are not consciously aware of the mechanics of how their intuition works. They're aware of the process of taking in information. Well, nobody can be conscious of how the process of a knowing function works because it's instantaneous. So that's just how you distinguish it from a deliberation function. If you think about remembering something, you remember it instantaneously. You can't have a conscious awareness of the mechanics of the process because there are no mechanics to the process. Or whatever mechanics there are occur before you know the thing and in ways that you can't possibly be aware of. Intuition is the same way. And the reason it's the same way is for the same reason. It's instantaneous. It doesn't take time to do. And we can know it's a different kind of function than deliberation because with deliberation, it does take time to process. We can all agree that knowledge and deliberation are different on that criterion as well with the following example. If I ask you, what year did Columbus sail the ocean blue? And you say 1492, that's knowledge. It doesn't take any time at all. If I ask you what's 1492 divided by 13 times 42, well, then you're going to have to take some time to figure that out because that is a answer that you determine, and thus it can be said to be not just true, but also you can validate it by checking the legitimacy of the mechanics of it, right? Knowledge doesn't work like that because of the time frame difference. Isn't that informative? Yeah. It's incredibly powerful. Cognitive functions are incredibly powerful and incredibly clarifying when you grasp the core concepts correctly, right? When you don't, you will be continually confused and in this morass of, I'm not sure if this or that or the other thing, because you failed to make that core distinction that is observationally definitely the case, right? No, nobody can dispute that knowledge and determination are different based on the criterion I established, not on something else. Now, intuition and sensing kinds of knowing are very different from each other in practically every other way, but they have that in common. That's because they're both knowing functions. That's what makes a knowing function a knowing function. The other thing that makes a knowing function a knowing function is that it's optimized, in other words, designed, for lack of a better word. It's designed to work in conjunction with that kind of action function, namely an interface function. So, like for me, my TI is designed to work in conjunction with this kind of action function, which is to say, the kind of action I'm taking now, I can read your thing and I can reply to it and make a bunch of other points, right? And I don't have to worry about whether something's changed in the interim that's going to impact the efficacy of my action and or the correctness of my words in my case. So then when I go back in, I'll look at it again and I'll see what you said in reply, right? It's kind of this turn-based static kind of action, right? For other kinds of actions, though, they require you to be more interfacey. Like, for example, I can go into a room with a lecture topic and explain a bunch of stuff to people, and I can start and finish that whole thing and then take questions, and that works fine. But if my goal instead of teaching some topic like that is to um, make friends and get to know people, well, that's not going to work, is it? In that case, I can't go in with a preset game plan of what I'm going to say, how I'm going to talk to people, in which order, and stuff like that, because that's trying to project a frame of reference in which you are projecting a static action frame onto dynamic action reality, right? So you could call the kind of action I'm taking static action. Obviously, no action is static. The best term for it actually is turn-based. I don't know why I'm not using it. But the other one, the other kind of action, if I go into the room and want to meet people and make friends and, be a part of the community, then lecturing everybody for an hour is a very, very bad way to do that. Because, but most importantly, that's not relevant. Most importantly, I can't go in with a game plan because I have to be responsive to what people are actually, to the real time information people are giving me with their facial expressions, their words, or what have you. So, whatever my game plan is, I can't game plan for every conceivable potentiality so well that, um, good. I have a game plan, FE wise, for if it just so happened that some lady's cat has recently died. That's not how reality works, right? So, I think the guy in this chat is fake. I mean, if he is fake, he's not. He's doing a good job of talking like what he would talk like, and not doing other things. It's certainly possible. Oh, this Western Capital. I didn't see that. I mean, I might not. I might have thought that was possible too, but obviously, society does like what's the word? Validate, I guess, affirm, or just value certain competencies more than others. For whatever reason. I mean, it's a lot easier to value extrovert competencies to begin with because they're the only competencies that are necessarily out there for everyone to see, right? Like it's going to be hard for a society to value, I guess, having good self-love slash being good at sitting with your feelings because it doesn't have any link to other people at all, really. Okay, so that guy's not the real guy. Okay, good to know.
Trouble, I'm like pretty sure you would want this.
Regardless, society valuing.
Can you watch my bowl as I go to the bathroom?
Sure. I was just about to go to the bathroom myself. Okay,
Oh,
you go
really?
first. You go first. Um, what does he think about Kierkegaard? I'm curious. Drugs make sitting with feelings easy. I mean, I've never had that experience at all. Like whenever I've ever been in my feels, like feeling sad or feeling anxious or whatever, it made me not want to do any drugs. I never used any intoxicants even alcohol as a analgesic to emotional pain because they never worked. It just magnified the problem. I never even was inclined to try it. Like when my wife, the first wife cheated on me, I found out, I immediately quit drinking all substances and was that way for like a full year because I couldn't handle being loaded and engaging with the emotional stuff. It wasn't like I purposely quit everything forever or something like that. It just I just didn't want anything to do with them. Let's see what he says about Kierkegaard. Will you shut the fuck up? Seriously.
Like for real.
Kierkegaard is his affluence and justifications to understanding FE as an FI dom. What? That is not a position on Kierkegaard at all. That's not an opinion about Kierkegaard, as far as I can tell at all, right? Like, a position about Kierkegaard would be something like, when Kierkegaard says, we are thrown into life unawares, he is wrong because, or he is right because. Oh, there's no reason to ever say he's right, right? Like, probably if he's right, he does a better job of explaining what he's right than I am going to do. Like, what? Why would anybody have an opinion about Kierkegaard that's not that, right? Like, you either have an opinion about him being right about something or wrong about something. What other opinion is there to have about about a philosopher, right? Like, well, I am of the opinion that he was a handsome fellow. I mean, are you serious? That's not a position on Kierkegaard, obviously. That's just your feelings. Your feelings is not a position on Kierkegaard. I'm sorry. I gotta go now. What's interesting is that, like, it could be the real Renault Conti or an imposter, and the conversation would go exactly the same way. I'd have to start by explaining why we make distinctions in certain kinds of ways, how there are different kinds of distinctions. Some of them are fine for lesser tasks, but not for this one. Why, etc. That amusing reality struck me in the bathroom. It would go exactly the same with the real guy, because he's no more knowledgeable about cognitive functions than that random imposter. Or than anybody else in the world who doesn't know anything about cognitive functions. These people who don't know anything at all about cognitive functions haven't filled 3 books full of wrongness about it. So they're doing a better job than he is. I mean, the thing is, it was never my intent to go, when I type with somebody, to go like ruin their life or whatever, obviously. But at the same time, you can't try to do business in the area of providing reliable information to people, whatever kind of information it is, and not care at all about whether you're right. You know?
What are you doing?
Oh, good night, Doyle. Sleep well. Or do whatever you're gonna do well. I'm not saying you should go to sleep right now, okay? If you want to go to sleep right now, go ahead. But if you want to do something else before you go to sleep, you go ahead and do that too. I did not mean to try to tell you it was your bedtime. What's interesting about this imposter is he didn't really seem to be trying to like be provocative or like make the guy look bad or something. But I don't know. I don't know what that guy's motivation would be. Why not just come in as the actual name? Or just some random anonymous whatever name, you know? Because again, if some random person came in and put those things there, I would give exactly the same response. You know, I'm not going to be motivated at all or swayed at all, obviously, by whoever it is that says things. I'm going to be addressing the words that are said and responsive to that alone. So it does nobody any good to say words under the false name of somebody else, because it's exactly the same response no matter who it is wrong. Uh-oh. Here come the yawns. Is it heater on or off?
I don't know. I haven't touched it or looked at it in a while.
It may be that I'm not just having the yawns, I may also be having the colds. The mushroom colds. I'm not that cold at the moment. I should be okay for a little while longer. Oh, I'm about an hour in. That was quick. Oh, that's nice when the bad part just flies by. You don't even notice it.
Mm.
That's how it is these days when I eat mushrooms. I typically eat them and then often just forget that I've eaten them even. Like, hey, okay, I eat those mushrooms and I'll pay attention to something else while I wait for them to kick in. I'm not really waiting for them to kick in. I'm just like, well, no reason to pay attention to that anymore. Let's pay attention to what we're doing. So I want to know if this person is has actually replied to the accusation that it's not them, because I don't care if the account was made a day ago. That does not is not necessarily indicative that it's not him. If has he said either way, like has he either said yes it is me or no it's not me?
No, no, no.
So I'm still very much open to the possibility that it is him. Uh, as I said, it doesn't matter if it is or not, because my answers are always the same. We're going to be the same no matter who it is. Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
I'm 45. I'm a water dog. Well, good for you. I think it's him.
Eric is gonna be 55? No, 54. No, 55. How old are you gonna be?
55. That was a satisfying yawn right there. That's kind of yawn, just like, oh, good. Finally, I got that yawn itch. Got it good.
That's good.
So, if it is you, Ren, or even if it's not you, it doesn't matter. Keep in mind, everybody, that I am on mushrooms tonight. And I can be a little bit. I mean, mushrooms can sometimes, well, not sometimes, it always takes away the the uh, the amount of care and nuance I take in how I say things. Like sometimes when I'm just saying what I what's correct, I usually talk very fast. When I'm dealing with some other person and I'm talking to them about stuff, I can talk a lot more slowly because all of a sudden I'm trying to factor in FE stuff that normally I wouldn't factor in, right? So, when I'm on mushrooms, well, that's not a problem. I talk just as fast as always. And the reason is because I have less, I guess, empathy. Less empathy on mushrooms. Less empathy, but more fun. I don't know. I think I sometimes could be a little bit mean on mushrooms, and it's not like me at all to be mean. And it's also strange because mushrooms is such a wonderful drug. You know, like it's so wonderful. I have nothing but wonderful experiences on mushrooms. It's the only drug I don't have any kind of like, you know, it's a balancing act, some good you can't go be careful, blah 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 blah. I don't have any qualifications at all about mushrooms. Like, it's entirely good for me in every single conceivable way to do mushrooms. Every time I do them, as long as I'm doing them with Adderall, then I should mention that. But it's also the case that part of the reason why it's so good for me is because it frees me up from the third slot functions, you know, nannying of me. Because my third slot, everybody's third slot function, it works like uh, a scorecard function. It tells you when you're doing well, and also is a hard no. Like, well, no matter what else is going on, if people are going to dislike you because of this, then he's not going to say that or blah 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 blah. Well, that's it's a bit like being a dog who's always on a leash and wants to get up and run around.
I don't know. I've had like ups and downs with mushrooms, and I get nauseous. So
Well, no, I mean, it, they don't definitely don't turn my third slot on in the sense that, like, you know, normally I'm extremely responsive to the chat, what life's gonna be all about, me reading and responding to the chat. When I'm tripping hard enough, I don't read the chat at all. Maybe like once every 45 minutes, I peek at it and see another thing that's wrong, and then I just meow, 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 meow for like an hour. um, and it's so liberating because it's freeing me from my third slots, nannying. And of course, it's also, the other thing it does is it cripples my sixth slot function. So my TE, which is not fantastic normally, but is serviceable when needed, I become completely unable to figure out how to do anything. Like, I was making music one time. Yeah, I started, it was one of those things where I was making music, decided I was going to eat some mushrooms. I ate the mushrooms, went back to making music, wait for the mushrooms to kick in, right? And and then it's like I didn't really know. Then all of a sudden I was like tripping, and I had this problem that I've had many times before. I don't blame myself for not remembering the exact steps of the solution because why would I remember all of that, right? I can always just figure it out again. It's easy enough to figure out. I'm not when you're on mushrooms, let me tell you. Not when you are on mushrooms. I could not figure out how to solve this problem for the life of me. I could not figure it out. And then, the next day when I'm not on mushrooms, I go, how retarded could I possibly have been? This could not be easier to figure out. But, I'll turn off the second slot. Well, well, just have to see about that. I One thing I can assure you is that whatever drugs I'm on, it does not impact at all my ability to explain why someone's wrong. I would be able to explain why you're wrong, drunk on every drug imaginable, and asleep. Yeah, that's not how drugs work. it can't mess too much with your dominant or tool function because it's literally reality itself, you know. It's really remarkable, in fact, how robust personality is. How I'm the same no matter what drugs I'm on. And the things that are different are like amusing differences, like, oh, I don't read the chat when I'm on mushrooms, and I can't figure out that music thing on mushrooms. Which are things distant from who I am, right? It's like that for everybody. Things they might impact things distant from who they are, but they're gonna be the same fucking person no matter what drugs are on. Okay, well, maybe guilt. You already sucked at it. Thought about that? I'm pretty sure that weed can make you bad at playing music, right? Like, but that doesn't matter anyway. Playing music, like, yeah, like I can't. Sometimes if I actually get real stoned, I can't remember like the chord progression to things. Like, wait, how does it go again? What? How does it go? That'll happen. But the thing is, as with everything else about you, person, right? Drugs can only impact things that are distant from you, who you are. And if you can say, like, make you fundamentally change. And the thing is, music's so impossibly hard. It's like, hey, I sucked at it again today. Wonder why. I'm talking about me now, right? Like, could it be there were too many frogs outside? Could it be I smoked weed? No, it's because music's fucking super hard. If you think that like the only thing keeping you from being good at music is smoking weed, you have a laughably incorrect understanding of how hard it is to be good at music. It's like it is literally the hardest thing in the universe. It's almost completely impossible to make something good. And when it happens, good enough to good enough to be happy with anyway. If it were to ever happen, I'll let you know. There is no differing degrees, right? It's like there's acceptably transcendent genius and everything else. Do you go around the trash and say this trash is less stinky than that trash? You shouldn't be spending your time smelling trash to see which trash is less stinky than the other trash. You know, what made you think that was a good idea?
Well, like sometimes, like I'm taking like ChatGPT's suggestions, and sometimes I'm reaching and there's trash. And
what he's saying is, I don't like the way that smoking weed makes me make slightly more smelly trash. Okay. First of all, to distinguish between
Oh,
that,
no.
you've got to be out there smelling this trash a lot.
yeah,
Second of all, you may have smoked weed and it may have produced today's worse trash than yesterday's. But those two things are not causally related.
I don't
And,
think they are either.
and to try to pretend that
It's funny.
it's like
Here's actually like the Beatles became more experimental with their music after they tried.
well, yeah, everybody can do better on drugs.
Well,
That's
not
possible.
specifically.
You can take enough speed, you're gonna definitely do a better job than if you don't have any speed.
It has to be the right amount though, right? Because you can go when you're tweaking out.
Right? Yeah, oh yeah.
Is like...
Oh, for sure. It's gotta be the right amount of it, for sure.
Yeah.
But the point I'm saying is that music is so hard. That to pretend as though some irrelevancy has anything to do with one's failure or that it matters, like, well, you know, when I take the trash out with a ham bone stuck into my shoulder, it's less bad than when I take the trash out with an axe in my head. Therefore, you know, the axe one happened when I was smoking weed, so maybe that's has something to do with it. It's like you don't need any reason to fail, okay? You don't need any. It'll happen all by itself without any other helpers.
So sure though.
Hey, Alex.
Oh, that's so
Am I speedy? Well, I'm on a reasonable amount of amphetamines. This bottle of amphetamines, you know, you might say, look, Eric, get it up. You're never going to do that thing you keep talking about where you're going to try to take it as prescribed. I have done a pretty fucking good job of it this month. Not perfect. I took 3 today. I took 3 yesterday. But compared to previous bottles, it's like, what is this amazing reality that I'm living in? Instead of, like, oh, I better fucking try to get as jacked as possible because the crash is coming soon. I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe we could sustain this all the time. I could always be on speed. Wouldn't that be nice? But see, this is one of those things that makes me have thoughts about mushrooms. Like, I'm tripping hard for sure, but why am I reading the chat? Is it because I'm not tripping that hard? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. But the other question I'm having is it because I just ate some on Friday? Probably. That's my guess. So I only have kind of a lower ceiling than I might otherwise. Which is at the bottom 20th of the screen. Oh, well, you know what? We're not big on paying attention to what the camera is showing, okay? The whole point of this stream can be gained with your ears. You don't even need to look at anything. And that's how all of life should be. Should require no looking at all. Because what is the point of looking at things anyway? I don't understand it. I never have. Like, who cares what something looks like? That's not, there's never any content in that, right? All content is not that. It's always words or some kind of action you're watching, or a combination of the two things. Who cares what things look like? If you're watching action, and I get it, obviously, the camera has to show the action. But like, in this instance, obviously, all the important, everything that matters at all, not even just the important stuff, like, it's not like there's some important, unimportant, but still has some significant stuff that happens in the visual field. Nothing happens there, except my gesticulating, maybe. It's not a place where information happens. Not the kind of information anybody should care about anyway. Nobody should care about that information. Okay, yes, fine. There is information to be gleaned for the visual field. You could, but I mean, I could also, read tea leaves and say, oh, these mean something too. Okay. Information in the visual fields is a little bit more informative than tea leaves. I'm going to have to concede that as well. But what I'm trying to get at is that nobody should care about that information. Because for information worth caring about, it wouldn't just be something you look at. I mean, that's not a good way to get information at all. Or look at something. That's not useful to me at all. Right? Well, tell me, what do you think about blah, blah, blah? Well, look at this apple. that's not, you can't do anything with looking at things. I guess I get it. You might look at things and say, hey, I have information now. Like, I see that the apple's red, or I don't know, other irrelevant visual data that doesn't even matter at all. Oh, look at this information I got with my eyes. I have been able to determine that that thing is a tree. Well, yes, you can see things, but my point is that that's not where you should be. If you're maximally designed to get the right kinds of information, then you're not going to be paying a lot of attention to what you're looking at, right? That's why when I'm talking, I don't look at things. I look down, or when other people are talking, I also don't look at them because I'm listening to them. Obviously, you can't properly listen to somebody if you're distracted by visual data that's irrelevant. Yeah, if like we imagine a universe where I didn't know, like they call it veil of ignorance test, and or what do you think is considered polite? To look at people when they're talking, or to not look at them? I would conclude, obviously, not look at them, because how could you listen properly if you're looking at them? So, obviously, somebody's going to think listening properly is polite, and not listening properly is impolite. In reality, it's the opposite way around. Like right now, how much was of the value or worth of everything that I said, how much of that was impacted by this camera thing? Zero amount of it. Had nothing to do with it at all. And somebody's like, well, but I don't want to look at that stuff. Well, then obviously you're not doing a good job of listening. If you're thinking about what you want to look at, then you're not doing a good job of listening. That's the point I'm trying to make. And shame on you for caring what happens to your eyes. I don't want to look at that. Why are you looking at anything? You'd be on your phone with it turned to, like no picture or anything. I'm assuming you've got YouTube Premium. Otherwise, you can't play things in the background like that. This is the number one reason to have YouTube Premium, so you can listen to stuff without having to look at anything. Also, not to have any commercials, of course, is very important too. But sometimes videos are fine. Like, think about music videos now. Other times, like, the Tessa Violet video made me cry a lot in a way that the song never would have made me cry without the video accompanying it. In that case, it was fraud. It was artistic fraud. Okay? Don't make me cry with your songs. Your song is good enough to make me cry. Making me cry with your video. Why did I look at this thing in the first place? I should have known better than to look at music. Hey, you want to look at music? Said nobody ever. Hey, guys, we're going to look at the music. You guys want to come over? Wait, you're going to do what? You're not going to look at music. We're going to watch music videos with the sound turned all the way down. I think it's the best way to rock out, I just like to. This is why I keep my ears free for doing other things, It's like, finally, I figured out a way to enjoy music the way everything should be enjoyed, with your eyes. Blah, 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 all these noise makers, right? If they were doing legitimate work in any field, I'd be able to see it, obviously. artistic fraud. Making me cry with a video when you don't have a song that makes me cry on its own merit. That is absolute artistic fraud. Like, oh, a good video can elevate your song. No. Your music video has absolutely nothing to do with the song. I don't care how good your music video is or how terrible it is. That has zero impact whatsoever on the quality of the song. There are some great songs that also have great music videos, but I would have had exactly the same response to the songs without the music video. Then I've been like, holy shit, this is fucking genius. I also thought the video was genius too. I'm thinking about that one song, like, baby, I can't wait to know. What do you think about things? Believe me, I will always be there so you can come in anything. I'll listen. Boom, boom, boom. It's got a fucking. It's like the best music video I can think of. I've ever seen. I think. I don't think I've ever seen a better music video than that. It does not matter at all. The music video is genius. Just absolutely transcendently genius, as is the little dance they do. But guess what I never do? I don't listen to those things. But I do listen to the song all the time. Well, not all the time. I should listen to it more often. It's on Chappie Tracks. I don't know why it never comes on. Yeah, okay, I usually have it on shuffle. As if I'm in charge of the radio, which often Rachel's handling those duties. It makes more sense for her to do it as passenger, and she can have the kind of DJ control that a passenger isn't able to have that I'm not able to have. You know? So she doesn't have to go with shuffle. She could go, I'm going to select things more. I'm going to curate things more, you know. Yeah, when I'm in fully peak form, I'm like watching the screen 0.25% of the time. That's probably true.
The Test of Violet video made me feel bad because like it was all these cats and pets who like were cuddling with their owner, and I want that.
You were literally just doing that. This idea that somehow only you would ever portray your relationship with the cats the way that you portray it, right? The cats love you, you love them, you have all the normal pet owner experiences with them. And watching that video didn't make you think, oh, the beautiful fragility of pets and the fact that they will die. It made you think, they're judging me on my inadequate pet ownership.
Yeah, because like I also have like negative feelings towards trouble sometimes.
Well, who cares what your feelings to the cats are? Obviously, it's like, you know, sometimes cats make me furious.
I know, but it's true, that's true. They make me feel all things. Like, I just like...
That's why love is not about feelings, right? Because in certain moments, I might feel negatively, I might feel positively, but it's about a sense of appreciation of the value of them and Sure, there are good moments that make up part of that equation, but you know,
I do wish I could pick them up and like stroke them in my hand, like be more
well,
tactile with
they're
them.
not dogs. Dogs are more like that.
I didn't know that.
I mean, well, dogs are.
I had a dog that wasn't like that because he was skittish.
Oh,
I've never had a pet that like let me like.
yeah. Well, tell you, sometimes if you see like bad relationships, be it human animal or human human in media, then it very much disturbs you. If you see good relationships, then it makes you feel critiqued. Or you wonder if you qualify as such or something. It's kind of no win. I could tell you that, that is just is obviously not the ideal way to watch that video about pets. But I can also tell you that the only source of your pain about this stuff is this completely artificial criteria you're setting up, but I'm sure that wouldn't be helpful at all. And I don't know what to tell you. It's like you have a wonderful relationship with the pets, and it's not good to be constantly looking at how it might be inadequate. You know, but you do you. I'm not trying to criticize you. When I see the videos of people loving their pets, I just think pets are such a emotional trap, because they die and it hurts so much. That's what I think when I see that video.
I don't like. I don't.
Hey, like your response to it is totally valid. I'm not trying to say that you should feel differently than you feel. Your feelings are totally valid. I don't like to see you suffer, you know, and but the fact that I can see the cause of suffering does not mean that I can provide a solution to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you do have a PhD in psychology, well, that gives you exactly the same amount of capacity to be right or wrong as everybody else. Rightness and wrongness are things established by merit, not by heuristics like credentials or other nonsense, right? That's why when I hired, I never cared at all about credentials or other heuristics because I could assess the actual competency directly. Credentials and stuff are only meaningful if you can't assess the actual competency directly. So if you're saying the reason my wrongness is flavored like meow is because of my academic background, okay, well, I don't know why you're so concerned with why your wrongness is flavored the way it is. After all, if you were addressing what mattered, you'd be focused on what I'm saying and the fact that you're wrong. I guess they give a PhD out to anybody these days. If I were giving out PhDs, I'd say the number one first minimum requirement is you have to be able to discern something on merit and to, as a default, not care at all about irrelevancies like credentialing and other heuristics. That would be a prerequisite to even entering a PhD program, would be that, at least that basic level of intellectual competency. But I've hired PhDs before, and so I already know that no such level of competency is expected by PhD programs. This PhD lady said I hired director of kudos. I was just like, are you serious? This is how you write, and you have a PhD in anthropology. I mean, doctor, heal thyself, you know. Obviously, the problem with PhDs is the only people who think it matters are already wrong, right? Like, so this whole department of bullshit directed towards legitimizing somebody's expertise, but it's all built on a huge pile of bullshit. So obviously, those kinds of things don't matter, right? Like, we live in a world where people can say what they mean and have it critiqued on its merits. So obviously, stupid shit like that doesn't matter at all. It just gets in the way of doing exactly what I said. People saying what they mean and having it critiqued on its merits. You know, not very many people qualify as competent enough to do this kind of work. That's why we're having this conversation. You do not qualify as competent enough to do this kind of work. And yet, you've written 3 books about it. But it is painfully obvious, should be to you now as well, that you are not qualified to do this kind of work. Because to be qualified to do this kind of work means to understand how to use language correctly. Most of all, how to make distinctions, what that means. You know, the basic shit I've talked about all fucking evening. You don't know any of the prerequisites that you must know in order to possibly be successful in that thing. But I also know you didn't intend to do badly, right? You didn't set out to be wrong and deceive people and confuse people. That was never your goal. I get that. I don't know what to tell you, man. The world did you a disservice by trying to convince you that something other than being right mattered, you know? Like, argumentation and discourse are, in fact, the ways we discern what is correct, and they're the most powerful, wonderful tools humanity's ever been given. So it's understandable that I get frustrated when I see people use these incredible tools like a whore. Like, you've written multiple books on the subject, but have never asked yourself questions like, what do definitions do? Why do we use them? What distinguishes a mechanical distinction that I'm making from, say, a observational correlation that may look like something but is not indicative of a mechanical difference? You never even ask yourself those kinds of questions. Forget about typology, right? You don't know what it means to make distinctions, different kinds of distinctions. You don't know how to validate a claim. You don't know how to affirm something. You don't know how to negate something. Because, obviously, the institutions that you're engaged in, giving you this PhD and stuff, they have a vested interest to not do that. They don't want you to have the actual solutions and answers. It's like doctors, right? Rachel was kept as a cash cow for 10 years because she had a mental illness. The only reason I keep her like that was by not successfully solving the problem. As soon as I paid out of pocket for a psychiatrist, it was solved like that. Same thing with the university, right? It's in their interest, but also the only people who can ever be successful at such a retarded institution like that are people who don't get the fact that questions are risen to be answered. Things in dispute are to be resolved in one way or the other by a specific mechanism that's not exclusive to any kind of institution, right? It's the most democratic, universal, free, and just principle of all, namely that you can determine what's correct by subjecting it to argumentational scrutiny, but you cannot test ideas via class if you don't even know what that is, right? And so you've written these books about your ideas about things without any idea that the only way you could meaningfully have established that these ideas are worth writing about is if tested via that kind of clash and argumentational scrutiny. But you're a product of an environment that's full of idiots. No smart person would ever go into a university and be like a professional in the university because it's insane, right? It's not a good way for anybody to teach anything or learn anything. It's also not correct to pretend as though things that because people disagree about something that the thing is still in dispute, Like, we determine whether something's in dispute or not, or whether it's still unresolved based on the actual intellectual work, not based on what idiots think. So it's obvious that you're going to have these incredible blind spots coming out of university, and it's not your fault. But as a matter of fact, nobody should ever write a book about an explanation of something until the ideas have been subjected to that kind of scrutiny and withstood it. You can't possibly be right in part because you don't have the processes of being right? Like, you're not continually evaluating everything for wrongness all the time. You're not constantly looking for counterexamples that might falsify what you're saying years before you ever said it. You're not doing that. And accordingly, you can't possibly be right. And it's not your fault that you didn't know this. And it's not your fault that you thought you were doing a good thing by writing these 3 books of just packed full of nothing but misinformation. You're a victim too. But also, I can't stand for that shit, This is actual serious business for adults to do who know what the fuck they're doing. You may be an adult, but you clearly don't know what the fuck you're doing. It reminds me of when I was in Santa Cruz and I took the house longboard out. I'd taken it out plenty of times before, and the 1-2 foot wave. Like, it's a big day of steamers. It's a big day of steamers are fucking big waves, 10-foot waves, 12-foot waves, or whatever. They had no business at all anywhere close to those waves. As soon as I jumped off the rocks into the water, actual surfers came to me like, "What the fuck are you doing out here?" And I had just like paddled like 3 paddles. It was so obvious to everybody else, right? Well, what happened? I tried to get on a wave, immediately got fucking slammed, broke the longboard in half, and I had to make the swim of shame with both halves of the broken longboard all the way around the point. Why? Because I thought that surfing was this thing you do where you take your board out into the water. I didn't get that it was actually a skill. A skill that I definitely did not have. So, I've got a lot of conflicted perspectives on this whole thing. I feel bad for you because you've written multiple books and you should have not even dreamed of writing one. But I also feel mad at you. Like, it's like those surfers were mad at me. Like, how disrespectful of you to think that this thing that we're good at because of years of practice and natural ability, you could just jump in here and successfully ride these big waves. You're gonna get your false fucking killed, you idiot. They're both mad at my disrespect, concerned for me, feel bad for me. It's a mix of different feelings, right? It's appropriate for them to be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But it's also inconsistent with caring about how I feel, right? But it does represent caring about what's good for me. So it's very equivalent to that. I don't know how to feel about this whole thing. Like, I don't like to be the one who goes around and tells people, "Sorry, your life's work is complete fucking garbage." But, I mean, somebody's got to do it. Otherwise, you just keep piling up garbage and thinking it's worth something.
I feel like I hope you really mean that my feelings are valid, because I feel like they are.
Your feelings are totally valid. They're important as well, which is why I'd like you to have a more positive experience of loving the cats. But that's what I want, not what you want.
I wish. I don't get my needs totally fulfilled from having cats. I don't know.
Alright, well, I don't know how to deal with this stuff. Like, I don't know what,
It's fine.
I don't know what to say, and
It's okay, I've learned that.
now, Ren, this is an area where you might actually be informed about stuff. Like, I'm at bipolar, Rachel's experiencing legitimate feelings about things, and I'm not necessarily responding well. I never know how I'm supposed to respond, You could be informed about this because it's particularist human experience that also is representative of some problem that's sort of universal, right? Like other people will have some version of this encounter as well. So your knowledge could be informed about that. But no, I don't need to read your books to tell you that they're not worth anything. Because for them to potentially be worth something, you'd have you'd have to have demonstrated first an understanding of like what's the difference between I did a successful job at writing a book and I did not a successful job. um, you have no criterion by which to evaluate your own book, right? You don't know whether you did a successful job of writing your book or not because you don't know what you're trying to do and you also don't know how to do it. No, I believe it's him. I told.
Why is he only asking you? Like, why does he care so much about the book?
Well, like it's his life's work, and I'm telling you, it's complete garbage, you know.
Yeah.
And he's saying, "But you haven't even read it. I don't need to read it any more than I need to try a primitive tribesman's computer to know that it's garbage, right? They've demonstrated none of the requisite skills necessary to explain anything correctly, or in that analogy, to make a computer. But it's like, just like with the big wave surfers, no, I don't need to watch you screw around on little teeny waves to know you're a shitty surfer. It was obvious as soon as you jumped in the water. And no, I don't need to watch hours of video of you surfing to further determine that. No, I don't want a free copy of Wrongness. It's like Alex Holdfast the other day. He came in. First, he was talking about his wonderful UK free healthcare, right? And then he told a story later on about how a doctor diagnosed him as a paranoid schizophrenic, and then 6 months later said, "You're probably not that actually." And the point is, well, what wonderful free healthcare! I mean, have you seen my video about the free restaurant? So I go into a free restaurant. I'm like, oh, free, huh? Yeah, it's paid for with your tax dollars. Sit down. What is this on the menu? We have bugs today to eat. We found them outside earlier. You can have them plain or with lemon. I don't want either of those things, but it's free. Well, I don't want those things because they're bad. Well, would you like some sticks to eat instead? No, but they're free. I know they're free, and I still don't want to eat them because they're not food. Same thing with your book. Even if you paid me money to take the book, I have no interest in reading it because, again, doesn't matter the economics of something. It's not a good idea to eat things that aren't food. And your book is like I said, you think you speak Italian, right? But really, you just speak with an Italian accent. You're like, no, I speak like this, and that is actually speaking Italian. You got what? How do you know I'm not speaking Italian? You haven't read my book. It's titled, I'm a speak Italian. I know you're not speaking Italian because I'm not an idiot, right? Accordingly, it doesn't matter what you title your book or how many fancy words you use in your book. It's never going to somehow escape my notice that it's complete bullshit. I mean, there's no way that I can be less convinced by reading more of your garbage, right? Obviously, the more and more I learn about what you say about cognitive functions, I'm more and more convinced of your complete inadequacy to even attempt the field. So, reading another book of yours, if I read the whole book, for want people to put out a arrest warrant for you. It's like, okay, well, I turned in the first 5 pages of my book, and the person said every single word was absolutely terrible. So what I think is he needs to read more of my book. No, what you should think is your book is terrible. It's true that I haven't gone through all of your bullshit and identified it all as offensive bullshit on its merits because that offensive bullshit is offensive for that reason, because I'm not a garbage distinguisher. Okay? It's like, does it really matter? Like, oh, well, that sentence over here wasn't garbage. The point is, you shouldn't be working in the field if you can't tell what is and what isn't. Wow, but it's like Chill Media was saying earlier to me. He sent me a fucking text earlier about Renaud Conti saying, well, what do you think about what he has to say about how to distinguish between ENFJs and INFJs in this video? First of all, Chill Media, you already know how to distinguish between those 2 types. It's one of the easier distinctions to make because INFJs are TE polar. You don't want to be an ENFJ, and you don't like the fact that you are, and so you're trying to find some other reason why you're actually an INFJ even though you're not TE polar. Well, I'm sorry, but your fucking subjective preference is not an excuse for being wrong. Anyway, what I told him earlier is, look, dude, I'm not a garbage distinguisher. Like, yeah, hey, here's a pile of garbage, but I think this part of the garbage is maybe worth something. Why are you looking through garbage for something worth something? Like, it's true that like complete garbage may have a few correct statements somewhere in the mix, but the point is, obviously, if you're sifting through garbage for something of value, you could spend your time watching something that's not garbage or listening to an explanation that's not garbage and where you don't have to do any sifting at all. Nobody has to sift through my content for things that are correct and amongst a pile of bullshit. And the whole idea that this is a good thing to do, to find things that wrong people say that might be correct, is completely insane, right? Right? How would anybody go through life operating like that? Oh, it's, instead of going to the business that always has the thing in stock, I'm going to go to the business that never does. And because every once in a while they do. Well, it's like rather than go to the business that has it and just getting it and going home, I like to go to this business that almost never has it over and over again and hope that this will be the time when they do have it. I mean, who? It's complete insanity, right? Like, well, I know this guy is in the business of handing us all heaping plates of garbage, but I think I found something that's not garbage. Okay. In order to think you found something that's not garbage, you had to be spending a lot of time sifting through garbage for some reason. It's insane, right? It's completely insane to think that it's a good idea to watch people who are generally wrong because sometimes they say good things. That doesn't make any sense at all. It's, when you're talking about explanations, right? Like, when I mean the word explanation, I'm talking about the kinds of things that can be explained and should be explained and are explained by me. To qualify as an explanation, something has to do certain things, right? Like, it needs to have a mechanics that can be, that means something specific, right? Like, for example, the reason the idea of a cognitive function, like extroverted intuition, matters at all is because the attention is distinct mechanically in fundamental qualitative ways from alternative ways of paying attention. And accordingly, the only meaningful way to engage the idea at all is mechanically, because that's the only reason why it matters. And to try to pretend that you can engage the idea from some metaphor land of vagaries and not mechanics is just incomprehensibly wrong. Like, extroverted intuition isn't understood as different from introverted sensing because extroverted intuition is about sight, endless sight, and extroverted sensing is about blah, blah, blah. No, extroverted intuition and extroverted sensing are distinct from other functions because they put information onto external fields or sometimes internal fields. Like, I can put extroverted intuition information in my head without saying it out loud. But the point is that it's a putting function. It's putting information. It's generative, and it accordingly is distinct from things that are something else. So receive functions are not generative; they're receiving, and those distinctions are actually mean something, right? Because you're both pointing out something that's observationally true and indisputable, but you're also establishing something that matters because it's an actual distinction of a mechanical difference rather than some fucking stupid vagary. I know you spent however many years in college being taught to be vague, but they were doing you a grand disservice, I can assure you. There's one thing college cannot survive in, the soft science, everything left of fucking hard sciences anyway. The one thing that no university's liberal arts program can survive is actually competent, rigorous scrutiny and the kind of argumentational scrutiny that everything worth anything has withstood, right? There are no ideas that haven't undergone the proper testing and the proper approach to thinking and stuff that are worth anything, obviously. It's like saying, hey, I know this house is going to be great. Well, why? Well, because I built it and nobody's knocked it over yet. That's not a good reason to think your house is worth anything at all. In fact, nobody should believe your house has any structural integrity until that's been tested adequately. And the reason anybody should believe it has structural integrity is because it's passed those tests, because it was made in the first place by somebody who understands what it means to build to the specifications of being subjected to actual testing, right? Like, if you know the car you're building, that they're going to slam the door 50,000 times, well, then you design your car door differently than if you think it's just you're designing to the actual needs of the average consumer, right? Now you realize, oh, I gotta actually do a good job and be robust in over engineering and redundancies and all that kind of stuff. Equivalent stuff here, okay? It's not about what you say. It's about the absence of the right process. So, yes, anybody can make words, and everybody does. Almost nobody demonstrates the actual process integrity required to explain things correctly. Because remember, being correct is not a destination. It's a life-consuming occupation that you have to sacrifice everything else that matters for it to be correct. Like, the reason I can be correct is because I never prioritize my own interests, because I never consider things like vagaries as mattering, even though in most every aspect of life they do matter, right? That's like, in all the things that matter in life, I am absolutely fucking terrible at them. From knowing what's important to me to everything else that matters. I'm absolutely catastrophically terrible at it. That's the cost of being correct. The idea that you could be correct as a regular person who has some other interest in life other than being correct, well, that's laughably absurd. Obviously, this is the most demanding, taxing, rigorous of things. You don't happen to end up correct somehow. It takes absolutely everything. You have to sacrifice absolutely everything else to be correct. And you've got to relentlessly practice a doctrine of trying to always excise anything that you can't 1,000,000,000% defend. It's insane. Nobody should live their life like that. But that's what I do, right? I've lived my life that way my entire life. I've never been attached to my wrongnesses. As soon as I find them, I excise them and replace them with correctnesses, And Nothing qualifies as adequate for me intellectually unless it meets incredibly high standards. You don't have any standards at all. In other words, my incredibly high standard is very simple. Things have to actually be correct. And that is a very exacting, to qualify as such, you have to pass a huge litany of tests, It's not like, well, it feels right to me. Like well, I intuit these fantasy things and good for you and your intuition. That's not cause to write a book pretending as though you're informing people about something. Well, actually, just filling their heads with the variety of nonsense and misinformation and just like vagaries and metaphors, and you have no idea what the fuck you're doing at all. You're just like, you're like a little kid who's pretending to do this thing that you've seen grown-ups do. The idea that, this is what I was trying to say to people, the idea that I should debate him is insane. Obviously, the man does not, debate is something that happens between peers, or at least people who are on two sides of a not horribly skewed debate topic, right? What you need is remediation and instruction. You do not need to, you're 1,000 miles from ready to debate me about anything. It's like, I wish that somebody competent in debate had said to you, debate me now, tens of years ago, right? Then you had a wake-up call soon enough, right? Oh, somebody's actually competent at explaining things and arguing just revealed to me in no uncertain terms how woefully incompetent I am at it. As is happening right now. Unfortunately, this is happening after you've already written 3 books. But, unless you're an ESFP, which I know you're not, the correctness, the obviousness of what I'm saying, what I just described is happening to you right now. You're like, oh shit, this is what actual competency looks like. This is what actual competency sounds like. This is what somebody who actually knows what they're doing, this is how they talk, right? And oh shit, I actually don't know what I'm doing at all. That's happening to you right now. If it's not, you're in denial. Because there is not any kind of like, well, he has his theory, I have my theory. What's abundantly obvious to anybody watching and you and everybody in the world is that this is an actual skill that you actually don't have. Not just an ideational playground where everybody can be equally wrong and right and doesn't. No, it's not that kind of thing, man. It just ain't that kind of thing. You have been misled to great injury to you by idiots who taught you things that are wrong. Like, that things other than these processes matter. Like, Instead of teaching you how to be correct, I'm going to teach you things that I think are correct. I mean, like, first of all, why should I validate any of the things you're teaching me? Because you don't even care about the process by which something is determined whether it's correct or not. So it's like, oh, an idiot says this is correct. Fantastic. I should take that on faith. Obviously, they're not correctly determining whether something's correct. So why should they be telling me what's correct? They're not equipped to even conceivably know or determine that at all. So why are they trying to teach what is correct when they couldn't possibly know? Because they're idiots, that's why. And they don't know. They don't even know what they're doing. Like, they don't have any conception at all that they're doing anything other than noble education work. They don't realize at all that they're dooming Ren to this fate, right? Because instead of teaching him what actually matters, they've taught him that what actually matters doesn't matter. And they believed wholeheartedly the whole time that they were doing him a wonderful service. That's the cost of idiocy. That's the cost of institutions rewarding something other than merit, right? That's what the cost of it is. You know, oh, well, I'm rewarding Susan with a degree because you look at all the work she's put in. She's written so many theses and stuff. I mean, obviously, that's a good reason not to award her anything, or she wouldn't have done all this garbage. He's not hiding. He has, severed with me. So that's his prerogative, and if anybody's to blame for it, it's me. So I can't really critique him at all. Okay, well, show media. Isaiah Rude is not my student, okay? He's a guy who's less wrong than other people because he agrees with me more than other people, maybe. But the idea that we should evaluate your type on something other than actual things that determine type is the problem here, not anything else. That's the entire problem. Your idea that we should determine your type on something other than what actually determines type. That's the problem. I don't care how much you prefer some non-determinate metric be used. It doesn't change the fact that it's not the right metric to use. And that's never going to change. No matter how many times you speculate about the topic, reality is not going to change. That's not how to type people. Okay? It is not determining of somebody's type at all. Those other irrelevancies are not determining those things. So you wanting those irrelevancies and non-determinate things to matter is the problem. And that's the entirety of the problem. It's like, well, look, I know that the test says that I have hepatitis B, but I've got some alternate ways I'd like to evaluate this question. You could pile up a billion alternate ways to evaluate the question, none of them matter at all because the actual test says you do have hepatitis B. So obviously, the problem is your continual, for months, years even, wanting something other than the actual test to be considered as informative in some way. That is the problem. That is the start of the problem, the end of the problem. The sides, both sides of the problem, the entirety of the problem. That is the problem. For you, your thought is, no, the problem is I can't decide if I'm ENFJ or INFJ. That's the problem, right? That's not how to determine things. That's not how to be correct. That's how to be not correct. So that's the problem. You're trying to be wrong. There's no other description of any problem, no other description of the situation at all, except as you are trying to be wrong. And so you're entitled to try to be wrong as you want, but stop wasting my time with your attempts to be wrong. You're so insane that you texted me that I should look through garbage for something that might be somehow informative of the fact that you're not what you don't want to be. That's how insane you are. Obviously, if the reason you're not an ENFJ is because of this sliver of thing you found in the trash, well, that would be a pretty flimsy reason for you to not be that, right? Oh, I know all the good tests say I'm yeah, but I found a witch doctor who could tell me that actually maybe these sharp shooting pains are a good thing. No, dumbass, no. I'm sorry, but you're not just, I'm done being nice. You need to stop being you need to stop trying willfully to be wrong. No good ever comes from somebody successfully being wrong to their own God knows what satisfaction. Nothing good ever happens when somebody's like, I know reality is this way, but I don't like it, so I'm going to pretend that it's something else. Or that maybe it's not determinate. Maybe other things actually are informative. Like, well, actually, show media, you test negative for spina bifida. So, whatever else you might be representing, but sometimes I have back problems. Again, this is something that we don't need your casual self-reporting to diagnose. You don't have spina bifida. I'm sorry. But sometimes people who have spina bifida don't have spina bifida. Sometimes maybe, huh? Nope. It is the case that everybody with spina bifida does have spina bifida. And that those other people who might have things that somebody else might mistake for spina bifida, no matter how many other evidence you provide me, and vagaries and garbage, obviously is not informative at all. Because I'm sorry, bro, you don't fucking have spina bifida. Get over it. But, this lady who says she's a psychic, she told me. Again, that's the problem. You're trying to be wrong. So you want a solution to the problem. The solution is not you knowing your type. The solution is you stop trying to be wrong. There is no any other attempt by you to even raise the subject at all. It's just gaslighting, right? Pretending like it's in dispute in some fashion whether you're TE polar. You're not TE polar, and bet is determinate, and other vagaries that are not determinate don't matter. Doesn't matter how many other ways makes you feel more like a man. It fucking is. That's just That's just how the problem is, right? Like that's just the color and the smell of the problem. That has nothing to do with anything that matters, right? The actual substance of the problem is you are trying to be wrong, and the only solution to any typological questions you have or feeling this or blah, 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 is you need to stop trying to be wrong. And also, you need to stop wasting my time and gaslighting everybody by pretending it's an open question. I don't know what type you are, but I can tell you you're definitely not an INFJ because you are definitely not T polar. In other words, you don't have spina bifida, you fucking tard. Ren, are you serious? Are you still operating in a universe where you think you have whatever you have to say about typology, someone's type or whatever, has any value at all that is different from randomly said words? Are you still under the impression that that's the case? Because if so, this has not been the adequate wake-up call it needed to have been, right? What I've done here the entire time is demonstrate what competency looks like. And I've articulated the skills necessary to do a competent job in this field. It's abundantly obvious to everybody, including you, I'm sure, that you do not have the requisite skills. So the idea that you could, whatever you have to say about type matters at all, like you should be retreating to your home going, oh shit, what am I going to do now that I'm aware that everything I thought was correct is complete fucking bullshit? It's just a castle made of sand, and the only reason it got so big is because it just happened to be no waves come around. That's what, that is the only acceptable, sane response to what's going on here. The idea that, well, Eric's done what he said, but I still somehow retain value anyway in the field, that is, then you have missed the fucking point. No, don't go to that doctor because he is just a voodoo witch doctor. He has no idea what he's doing. So it doesn't matter if this time the patient did well or whatever, you're not responsible for that because you don't know what you're doing. This is an actual skill, right? Like in order to have meaningful commentary about the subject at all, you have to understand what drawing distinction, all the things we've already gone over. You don't know how to do anything like that. Anything that matters to be correct, right? You don't have any of the skills nor the inclination. So at this point, it's a tough night, right? You gotta have to have this come to Jesus moment and go like, oh shit, I've been engaged in this insane fool's errand. The only reason I thought it had any validity is because nothing happened to come around and push it over. Not because it actually has any validity. Things that have validity, I could push on them all fucking night and they don't fall over. Explanations that have any merit at all are explanations that I can push on that don't fall over. I can't even push on yours because as soon as I get close to them, even remotely, the whole thing just collapses on itself and then runs away in terror. So it's like, obviously, at this point you go, oh shit, I've not made actually a house to code here. it's gonna, for when the city inspectors come in, they're not gonna say, oh, this is fine. They're gonna be like, oh, this is a ramshackle death trap. you know, at some point, in this process, you stop giving advice about how to build houses, which is essentially, if you think your opinion about typology matters, you're positioning yourself as somebody who does know how to build houses, and you obviously don't. And it's like I don't envy your position where now I could never even could never conceivably be in that position, but like it's hard for me to put myself in your shoes because I have the opposite process. I don't think that because things that I pile up stay in a pile that it's because of some structural integrity. I think that I do the opposite thing. If this thing doesn't stay in a pile, despite every effort I have to knock it over, then it doesn't qualify as a pile. So obviously, your approach to building is at this point, you should realize, oh shit, I've not actually been doing anything. I've just been pretending to do things. That actually doing things with words entails skills, rigor, correctness. What I've been doing is masturbating onto pages. You know, the thing is, at no point did you determine whether the thing you're doing qualified or was going to be intellectual work or not. If you just wanted it to be daydream meanderings, then you succeeded. But that's unfortunately not how you're positioning it. you know, intellectual work isn't just a term. You get to do it by putting on the intellectual work label. It's an actual thing. It requires you actually accomplish things intellectually. The reason we do things precisely and well is because we want to actually be able to do something with language instead of it just going nowhere, amounting to nothing, and just making more confusion with its nonsense and vagaries. That's not what language should do. It should not make things more confusing or not. It's like when I watch you and you say something, I think I have no idea what you could possibly mean by that. because I think of meanings as a specific thing. Like, what what is he making the distinction to do? Like, how am I going to use this distinction in some kind of operation to draw distinctions myself and understand things? It's like, you say, well, this is that and this is the other thing. Well, I mean, but if I want to tell what's this and what's the other thing, you actually need to provide some kind of operation by which I can make the distinction. So if you just want you to be the only one who can make these distinctions, well, that's why what you're doing is complete fucking garbage. That's what I mean by, like, the problem here has nothing to do with typology, right? It's a foundational assumption of something that persisted because it was never adequately demonstrated to you nor explained to you that this is an actual skill and that you can distinguish between stuff that does actual intellectual work and garbage. So it isn't a problem with typology, right? It's a problem with a way basicer frame of reference than that. It's like you never somehow had any kind of thing that made you wake up and go, "Oh, wait, this, this, they're wrong. What they've been telling me is wrong." It's not the case that their fucking garbage talk, words and vagaries and reification fallacies and whatever, is the same at all as actual work. You never had that come to Jesus moment. And, I don't know what to attribute that to, a whole slew of things. Welcome to the human race, right? You're among the 99.999% of people who don't get that. Who don't get that, in fact, those big word, fancy sounding words over there are just garbage, and these ones over here actually have merit and represent skill. Of course, having been first a debater and then a debate coach, I understand inherently, and it seems very obvious to me, that that if any idea is good, then it'll sustain. If an app is worthy of affirming, it's worthy of affirming because it's withstood. It's still standing after all the battle. Otherwise, it's not worth affirming because obviously, if you're affirming something that says, let's pretend it's a policy matter, right? Like, if you're affirming to change the status quo, well, I think the U.S. should pass a new law to do, yeah. The only way it's conceivably a good idea for us to do that is if it's won all the arguments. Like, if you imagine some reality in which, and the reason this is the case is because any other reality is one in which you say, we should do this, and it loses the argument. So it's, if you're going to say we should do this, it's going to be for reasons, right? And accordingly, like if I say we should go to Grenada because because it's going to be beneficial to us in some big way, right? Well, and then I say, well, why do you think it's going to be beneficial? Like, well, uh, well, we'll get the nice Grenada weather. I go, oh, well, yeah, actually, this time of year, it's, insanely hot, and there's just huge swarms of mosquitoes. You go, yeah, well, we should still go to Grenada. But why, though? What's your reason? Because if your reason is like good weather and no bugs, well, you didn't know, but I hereby inform you that in fact it's bad weather and a lot of bugs. So now I guess you don't want to go to Grenada anymore, right? No, I still want to go to Grenada. Well, but why though? The thing is, the reason why it's that is never, we should never affirm something that hasn't withstood scrutiny, is because it's the same thing as saying we should affirm something that won't tell us why. The same thing as saying we should do what they say we should do, even though they won't tell us why we should do it. And that's what's happening with Rain's books, right? He is basically saying, you should agree with me, but I won't tell you why. It's not explicitly what's happening, but functionally that's what's happening. Because he's saying, what I say gets to matter, even though it refuses to answer those kinds of questions. Like, well, why should we do this? Or why? And he's like, well, I have my reasons. Okay, but those reasons are bullshit. So now why? I'm not going to answer that question. So obviously, it's not the case that anybody should imagine themselves in so insane a world that what they have to say about something matters when they won't tell us why and have it make sense, right? And remember, not going through the right process is the same thing as insisting that we should do what you say we should do, and also you have no reasons at all why. It's exactly the same thing mechanically. So, like, if it were possible for you to be right, for example, then you would know this. And you would deal with things appropriately. You would say, it's possible I'm right because I have done my very fucking best to establish all the ways in which I'm wrong. Excise all those things, etc., right? And that I know the way, I know how to do that. And you don't know how to do that. You were even unaware that it was a thing you could conceivably do. Because they never teach you that at all in school, right? They never tell you at all that before you should assert something, affirm something, claim something, that before you make the claim, it should have already, in your own privacy, have undergone extreme scrutiny, because the worst possible thing is that you tell something to other people and it be wrong. Because they might be thinking, you know what you're talking about, right? And they might be obviously other people can't do my job at all. And it's unreasonable of me to expect them to do my job. So it's very reasonable of me to expect them to defer the actual processes of being correct to their faith that I know what I'm doing. And I'm just gonna go, okay, well, Eric's right about things. This must be correct. That's very to be expected. So for me, if I'm ever gonna say anything publicly about stuff, you can be very sure that well before I say anything out loud, I have worked through every conceivable way that somebody else could say I'm wrong and why that doesn't succeed argumentationally. Or if it does, then I'd never say the thing. And that's, obviously, that's the appropriate amount of rigor when you know that other people are going to be deferring that impossible process for them to somebody like me, right? Who actually can do it. That's an incredibly significant responsibility, When I do say things that are wrong and mislead people in some way, I'm horrified at it, Like I told people this thing and now they think with this, well, I wonder about blah, blah, blah. And they're confused and they're in a state of epistemological, distress because I was wrong and I misled them accordingly. And it doesn't matter that I didn't try to mislead them, right? I have an absolute responsibility, not that has nothing to do with intent, right? And I understand the scope of the responsibility, and accordingly, the thing is, I can understand the scope of the responsibility because I actually have the skills to be correct, and so I can hold myself accountable, right? You have no way of holding yourself accountable for anything. Like, you don't know, you don't have any mechanism at all to evaluate your own work and determine if you've accidentally misled people or not. You have no means to determine that at all. Like, how do you go and look at your work and determine, like, oh, I guess I was wrong about this. I need to inform people that I made a mistake, I was wrong. How do you do that? You don't. You don't. Because that process is a skill. It doesn't just happen. Meanwhile, I'm, this is hugely important on a grand scale of much greater significance than anything going on with my personal life, but I'm a little worried about Rachel. Seems to be going through a bit of a rough time emotionally right now. And I totally know what that's like. I've been through it, and it's really like, it doesn't matter what reality is or what the words are or anything like that. You feel how you feel, and it's painful to go through. And, the only challenge for us is that, she describes her emotional pain as like some sort of deficit, like I don't have a good enough relationship with the cats, or I don't have, or whatever. And because she says, the reality is she's in emotional pain, and that's what matters. It's the only thing that matters. And but when she says those words, I want to be like, that's incorrect. That's not what the problem is. So obviously, I'm just making it worse when I say things like that. And I don't know how, I don't have any of the necessary skills to deal with this stuff well. So I it's it's concerning to me because it's not like it's not like a mental health episode, like a mental illness. This is something I totally much more relatable to me. Like, you know, you don't get to dictate what your emotions are, and sometimes they're horrible. And I don't know how to make it better for her, or like my only even engagement with the thing at all is to try to solve the problem. I I don't know at all how to engage with it in other ways, and that's just my this is my deficits, my shortcomings. I'm not trying to uh, make excuses or anything. I'm just I feel so well. Unlike Ren, I know what I'm ill-equipped to do. So obviously, it's usually nothing more important to me than making sure Rachel's okay and that I'm responding to this as best as I possibly can. And obviously, I feel lost because I don't have any way of determining whether, in fact, this is the correct thing to do, because it's not that kind of problem, right? Like, Ren, I'm great at the kind of stuff that is that kind of problem, right? And I'm possibly, inconceivably terrible at the kind of stuff that's not that kind of problem. And this thing here, like, there is no correct answer and incorrect answer and things that are determined by definitions and where words are trying to accomplish work with specific meanings or anything. It is not that kind of thing at all. So I don't know what to do about it. Yes, darling? Hey, you want me to stop streaming or
No,
not?
no, no, no. You can keep on streaming. I just maybe put on mute or whatever.
Yeah, sure. No.
That's okay. I love you, and I don't.
I love you too. And yeah, all I want is to do it right, whatever it is.
You just did it great.
You know,
You just did it great. You just did it great. I love
thanks,
you.
darling. I love you too. So, you know, well, what matters to the world is what I'm saying about Ren. What matters to me is what I'm saying about Rachel. So it's like, what matters, what actually is important to us is not determinable at all by any of the skills that I have. So, but I'm still able to, but those skills do allow me to recognize where I don't have any skills and also how I can still love somebody, right? And that's what matters. It doesn't, like, you'll never hear me in general, like, if Rachel says something that's not supportable or defensible, I don't ever say, like, oh, well, tarot is not defensible, you shouldn't be doing that kind of thing, right? Like, I get that she's into all kinds of shit that's not defensible. But the difference between her and Ren is she's not a PhD who's publicly making videos explaining things.
No. Are we sure that this Ren?
Oh, yeah, I'm 1,000,000,000% convinced at this point that this is the actual
Are you
guy.
sure?
Oh yeah, I'm 100% convinced. And even if it weren't him, the person who's pretending to be him could not have done a better job of representing his interests and stuff. Like, in other words, there's nothing conceivably he said that could possibly be interpreted as defamatory of the guy. And
No.
and also, from my perspective, shockingly detached about the whole thing. Like, but of course, I can't really put myself in his shoes. I don't know what it would be like to have that happen because that's an occurrence that happens when you have the opposite process of mind. So I don't know. I don't know what the emotional impact that would be. Oh, but this has been a great mushroom trip.
Has it?
Absolutely. This engagement with Ren is the kind of engagement I just absolutely love.
Okay.
Versus, say, a fight with Kay where she's just trying to gaslight me, right? Or say one of our big fights, which is not so great. Or, but that was my fault, not yours. Okay, but there was a series of fights that were absolutely had nothing to do with me at all, and it happened on a succession of mushroom trips incidentally. It was just kind of one of those reality statistics like sample sizes and stuff. Like I was musing the other day about the caterpillars on the house, how informative that is about sample size, and how informative it is about how what appears to be patterns, clumped and stuff, are very likely to be intuitive red herrings. But that's the kind of musing that somebody who's right does in their spare time. Because, it's like, you wanted to count the number of caterpillars on this house. There is no good way to do it in some sort of estimations way. You just have to go around and count all the caterpillars. No matter what conceivable approach of estimation you might use, you will always be wrong about the number of caterpillars. I've thought about this a considerable amount. And that just goes to show you that Sometimes what we think is a nice trick for efficiency intellectually is actually the universe playing a hilarious joke on us for being stupid. You got me, God. You got me. I forgot that my efficiency heuristic thing that I'm using is not actually a measurement of something. I forgot. That's why I thought there were 6 million caterpillars on this house. Because in the little square that I measured, it was packed full of caterpillars. It was crazy how many caterpillars there were. So when I extrapolated from my sample how many caterpillars there are in this house, I concluded that there are over 6 million caterpillars on this house. And I'm perfectly reasonable conclusion to draw, you know. I did the right thing. I did a sample, I randomly sampled a given thing on the house, and I just assumed that every other thing is the same. Yeah, so this is a cautionary tale about how to count caterpillars. If your math has produced a final figure of 6 million caterpillars, you can assume that something went wrong in the process below that. Because I can assure you, and I think everybody would agree, just by looking at the place, that there are not 6 million caterpillars on the house. Right now, I see like 2 right now, right there, just standing right here. I can see 2 of them. But even if I were to make just this little thing our sample size, I don't think I'd come up with 6 million. Regardless, this is a cautionary tale about methodologies. Okay, methodologies are great. You know, little. Oh, here's a way to be more efficient at counting caterpillars. Wonderful. Everyone wants to be more efficient at doing things like that. But be warned, you may end up, say, with a conclusion that's well over 5 million, 5 million individuals wrong. Like, well, the correct answer was, I don't know, like 240. But the answer I got was 6 million. Well, look, I still believe in the approach. It just this time it wasn't that close. But there's no reason to just toss the whole idea in the trash or anything. I was only off by what? Like 5,999,000? You know, that's within the margin of error, I'd say. No, it's definitely not in the margin of error. And I think you should just trash this whole idea you had that this would be a good way to count caterpillars. It's not. You need to work out a few bugs here. You just need to buckle down and go around the house and actually count all the caterpillars. The amount of effort you put into not doing that, you could have done it 100 times by now. God damn it, I will estimate the number of caterpillars and it kills me. I refuse to determine the actual number by the actual process of doing that. I'm going to outsmart that somehow with estimation. Well, you can see how much of a vivid and fun fantasy life I have regarding this issue of caterpillars on the house. And I've thought about it many times. I've not quite imagined it in so amusing a way as I have today, but what I didn't know then was that I had set a beautiful and lavish table that I would enjoy later. I mean, I knew then that it was already a beautiful and lavish table of ideas about sample sizes and the risks of heuristics and stuff. But I didn't know that it would also include a delightful side serving of hilarity. Maybe, so delightful a side serving that now I'm thinking maybe that's the better part of it than even the idea of sample sizes and stuff, which is not like, it's just kind of like, hey, don't forget, sometimes these can tip over. So, that first thought wasn't really deserving of as much attention as I was already giving it. But the second thought, the hilarity of the thing, well, that's deserving not only of the amount of attention I'm giving it, but at least twice as much attention as that. So I think we know who wins now in this competition between the idea about sample sizes and the idea of somebody trying their very best to refuse to actually count the caterpillars, but instead insisting they use some kind of estimation metric for it. Yeah, the original idea was just basically, remember, sometimes these can tip over. Which is not insightful at all, right? It's just like, oh yeah, this is really illustrated by how sample size matters a lot. In this case, the sample size would need to be the whole house. Well, okay, genius. You observed that sample size matters. But observing that somebody is tasked with counting the caterpillars on the house, continually attempting different estimation metrics that produce wildly wrong results, and then just stubbornly refusing to count the caterpillars. That is hilarious. And that is worthy of a Nobel Prize. I don't know what I was even doing playing around with the idea in the first place at all until I discovered this beauty. What a beautiful idea. So how's your job going? How's your job going counting caterpillars? I mean, I'm shocked at how much trouble I'm having. Like today, I came up with an estimate of 0 caterpillars. But I can see there's clearly more than 0 caterpillars. Oh, why don't you just count them? Listen, honey, leave this kind of work to professionals who know what they're doing, okay? It's not like that. We have mathematical models we use. it's complicated for your simple mind to understand. Just leave it to the professional. Like the next guy, oh, do you have a better day at work today, honey? No, again, similar problems. Well, not similar, it's wildly different. Today, instead of 0 caterpillars, I determined there are millions of them. I don't know what's wrong. Well, how do you know there weren't millions of them? Well, obviously I could count them. They're right in front of me. They're not that many. Well, maybe you should just count them. Again, honey, when you leave serious work to the professionals, you're sideline musings about, we want to try this, want to try that. They're not helpful. You call that person like sample size blind Sammy or something. There's no idea of why these results keep happening. I do not understand it. I took my sample, I extrapolated it, and yet it's obvious this answer is wrong. There are not 0 caterpillars on this building. What an amazingly spectacular idea. That's like the best idea that's happened in a long time. Like, you could line that idea up against 100 other great ideas and it would win. Because it's such an amazingly hilarious and wonderful idea. You know, I've got lots of hilarious ideas for skits, but Saturday Night Live doesn't want to hire me right for them anyway. Oh yeah, let's just remember Cloud. Maybe you are Cloud, future typology. Maybe you are Cloud. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Dropping hints like that, you know. Maybe you matured a little bit from when you were wherever you were before. That would make a lot of sense. And so, welcome back. It was not just an option you had, it was an inevitability. Because after all, you either move towards the light or just fall further into darkness. And the only way to move towards the light is to move towards being more correct. And that's obviously what this place is if you're here, you're already trying to be more correct. Unless you're show media, in which case you're willfully, over the course of months and years even, stubbornly trying to be wrong. Something I would never accuse Ren of, right? He was not trying to be wrong. He just didn't have any idea how to be correct. And in contrast, show media is doing only and expressly one thing. He is trying to be wrong. Willfully, purposely, knowingly trying to be wrong. Well, accordingly, I can tell you he has 100% chance of succeeding. If you're actively trying to be wrong, then you have 100% success ratio rate. Now, obviously, if even if you're not trying to be wrong, but you still have almost 100% chance of success of being wrong. Like 99.9999. But only by willfully, purposely, determinedly, stubbornly trying to be wrong can you raise that to 100% guaranteed. Well, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of not reading the chat. What do you think, Ruben? How would you rate how hard I'm tripping based on my chat engagement? You think I'm tripping like a 5, maybe a 7.5? I don't know. What do you think? I don't mean to prime you with answers like that. I'm sorry I did that. If I had thought a little bit better beforehand, I would not have done that. But because there's no SI or whatever explanation for refusing to accept the TE polar test to determine it and that he's not TE polar. And instead thinking that maybe I can have some quacks tell me something else is a good way to determine this. There's, that's not attributable to anything except you are willfully trying to not have the answer, right? If you want the answer, here's the answer. If you're trying not to have that answer, then you behave as he does. Okay, but maybe that's not the answer. No, it is the answer. You're not TE polar. There's nothing else to say about it, right? To continue to imagine that there's some other possibilities about the issue is, in fact, to willfully, stubbornly, consistently, time and time again, try to be wrong. Just because you don't like the answer to the question doesn't mean you should keep asking the question and position it as though it might have other answers. And that, well, maybe the TE polar test isn't determinate about things. Well, the only person who does that is somebody who's trying to be wrong because they don't like the answer. You can have doubts about the determinateness of the typing all you want, but in this instance, it's clear that those doubts are too close to what you want to be meaningfully informative about anything. Like, you don't have doubts about what I'm saying because you have legitimate cause to have doubts about it. You have doubts about what I'm saying because it's not what you want to hear. And so, yes, the facts speak for themselves. You are and have been for a long time stubbornly, insistently trying to be wrong. And there's no other more charitable depiction of it than that that's acceptable. It's gone on for long enough with me being nice about things, right? No, I'm not going to be nice about you trying to be wrong anymore. Because I'm not doing you a service or anybody a service by entertaining this idea that somehow there's some legitimacy to be afforded to his obvious effort to be wrong. And there's no legitimacy to be afforded to that. And nobody should waste any of their time listening to any of your speculative garbage about your type, because the question of whether you were an INFJ or not has already been determined and answered. You don't fucking have spina bifida. Okay? There's no way to pretend like, oh, I forgot that I don't have spina bifida. No, you're willfully in denying the test results that are actually determined on the thing. And it doesn't matter whatever else you do about whether or not you have spina bifida, you are actively wasting everybody's time and attention and actively gaslighting people to make them think that this question has not been answered. And that's fucking stupid and bad and wrong. And no, dumbass, I don't care how much you want something, right? That's not relevant to what the answer is. If I cared at all about what you want, then my answer wouldn't be worth anything. And if you cared at all about answers that are worth anything, you wouldn't be so absolutely determined to prioritize what you want instead. Obviously, you want whatever you want, but don't pretend that actual work or actual words or any actual person who's doing anything that's worth anything at all has any doubt about the issue about whether or not you are an INFJ. You are absolutely, definitively, unquestionably, without any doubt whatsoever, not an INFJ. You do not, again, I will remind you, you do not have spina bifida. I don't care how many fucking voodoo doctors you find to tell you that maybe you do. It's not. Trying to get other people to listen to this garbage is fraud. You know, it's like you're scooping them in with some deceit to make them think like, oh, maybe this question needs to be answered and I should attend to it. I should give some of my attention too. It's just fucking time fraud and, you know, deceit in the worst kind of way. Like, well, you know, it's still open to question whether I actually was guilty of this crime or not. Yeah, it's kind of, some people say yes, some people say no. It's hard to say. Well, actually, the verdict was guilty by the jury, and that answers the question determinedly one way or the other. There's no vagary allowed. And your fucking con man fraud operation you got going on here about how, oh, it's all questions to what, fuck off with that shit. Obviously, you're doing everybody a disservice by wasting their time, deceiving them into thinking there's uncertainty where there's actual certainty. It's an unacceptable racket you got running here. It's not representative of a healthy or acceptable way for a human being to be. And I won't, give any kind of tacit permission any longer. No, no, no. Because what you're doing is not just being wrong, it's representing something that's a trespass against others in articulable ways. And more importantly, it's not a healthy way for you to be yourself, okay? There's no healthy way for you to be fighting against who you aren't, right? It's like, okay, well, maybe I really do have excellent grasp of my FI. It's like me saying that. No, I would never say that because it's not maybe I do or whatever. The question has already clearly been answered, and there is no other acceptable answer that's correct. Obviously, your denial slash discomfort with the answer that there is does not justify you extracting good faith offerings from others who are taken in by your obvious, by your not so obvious lies, right? Hey, I want your emotional engagement with me on this topic. That's not an emotional topic. It's actually a logic topic, and that well, I can use the possibility that I might be meow uncertainty about that too, and get other people to give me what I want emotionally. Well, no, it's not acceptable. Like, don't do it, obviously. We all are very fragile people, and we all suffer a great deal and are lonely and have fucking horrible realities to deal with. It all happens all the time. And it's horrible. It's part of the worst thing about being human is being aware of the depths of depravity and suffering and stuff. It's the worst thing about being human, obviously. It does not justify what you're doing. And what you're doing is not a solution to those problems. It may pretend to be a solution to those problems, but it is not. It is just a doubling down on making those problems worse. And again, it's like suffering may explain, but it does not excuse. And of course, show media, you had to get unusually ambitious with your scheme that you got going on here. So much so that I actually noticed it for what it was in full. And of course, I'm on mushrooms, so you get the full truth, unvarnished and correct as always. And you get to have a moment where you say, am I going to grow, recognize what he's saying is correct, behave differently, or am I going to double down on my wrongness? If you're like 99% of people, I can already tell you, you're going to double down on your wrongness. It's like, I've got all this problem. Well, here's the solution. No, I refuse to be correct. I'm sure that this fucked up thing that I'm doing, this horrible, is the right approach. I'm going to double down on it. Are you kidding me? Not only am I not wrong, you're wrong. I'm super right now. That's what most people do. It's not an adaptive response at all. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? If you try to come up with some kind of analogy with hunter gatherers, for example, it doesn't make any sense at all to be like, hey, uh, you know how you said there was a boar over there? That's actually a wildebeest. No, that is a pig. You don't even know what the difference is. Fuck you. Anyway, it's like it makes no sense, like as an adaptive response to anything. But um, people are defending core self-concept stuff that this is why it doesn't seem to make sense. It only doesn't seem to make sense because we're not factoring in what's more important to them. What's more important to them is not that the animal be correctly identified, but rather that they be respected for having been right about the animal, or something like that, or that they not be embarrassed by pointing out that we're wrong. That's what's important to them, and accordingly, it is adaptive, right? Like, it's adaptive because they're protecting what's important to them. But it doesn't seem adaptive. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Because the only reason it doesn't seem to make any sense is because I am blind to subjective interests. Like, well, obviously, if the thing is actually a pig, then it's better to identify it as such than to identify it as something other than such. That's the kind of reasoning that happens if you're completely oblivious to subjective interests. I mean, show me you're talking about me is just, again, a symptom of the exact same problem that you're refusing to have a come to Jesus moment about. This is not about me at all. And it's not about you at all. The question is not about you and me and what we want, or irrelevancies, right? Like, as a doctor, I may not want to tell you that you've got mesothelioma because it's a sad news and it's a tragedy to tell you that. But it's also the case that the reason you got that diagnosis is not because I was on drugs or not on drugs. It had nothing to do with me at all, right? It had to do with correctly interpreting the empirical data to mean what it means. So if you're thinking that anything at all about Eric, well, that's why we have this conversation, because you are stubbornly trying to be wrong. And there will never be any solution to a problem that doesn't begin with you not stubbornly trying to be wrong. So, whatever problem you're imagining there being, or whatever question you want to have answered, or whatever you think is important to muse about, or what have you, all of that is not just doesn't matter, but it's actively bad because it's an example of you continuing to stubbornly try to be wrong. And as I've indicated, no good will ever come from you trying to be wrong. And not only will no good come from it, but it's also unacceptable for you to engage in this kind of widespread deceit, intellectual fraud about the issue of whether or not this question has been resolved. And getting other people to emotionally engage with the question as though it were something that needs resolution when it's already been resolved. That's unacceptable. I don't care how much you don't like the idea you have a criminal record. When you apply for a job, you have to say, yes, I do have a criminal record. And it shouldn't be considered important to you or something, but it is what it is. And you can't misrepresent yourself to people in order to gain their sympathy, curiosity, or otherwise like ideational energies on a question that's actually not worth anybody's attentional energies because it's already been answered. So, Ruben, I know I'm tripping hard enough that I didn't get your answer to my question. How hard am I tripping? I want to know. I believe Ruben is a better estimator of how hard I'm tripping than I am. I believe that in full. It's Eric's frame projecting. No, it's not my frame projecting. If you saw the wall of text I got today about this issue about maybe this is a good way to determine whether somebody's an ENFJ. Is it possible for an FE Dom to have this thing that I associate with me that I also associate with not being an FE Dom? Well, obviously, if you did it, then it's possible. You know, obviously, having capacity at FE does not mean you're always being carrot with it. You can have stick aspects to it as well. Having great fluency at it means being aware of and having your ability to do something on both ends of the thing. So is it possible for an FE Dom to have used the negative end of the FE stick? Obviously, yes. And obviously, the question is not honest, right? It's not an actual honest question about typology at all. It's him wanting me to validate his not liking the answer. And the thing is, it's not like I haven't told him multiple times before, no, we don't have any question about this because of the TE polar test. He knows this. I've told him myriad times before. And he continues to think that if he brings up the subject in different ways, that maybe he'll convince me there's some uncertainty to it, and therefore he can convince others there's some uncertainty to it, so he can emotionally engage them. That's not acceptable. And I'm not frame projecting. That's what's happening, and it's not cool. It's not cool. It's also not healthy. Instead of fighting against who you are, that's not a good way to be. And the thing is, I'm not even telling you who you are. I'm just telling you who you aren't. You are definitely not an INFJ. And saying, well, but maybe I am, and living in this reality where you're in conflict with the fact that you're not something that you want to be is not conceivably healthy in any universe. It's also the way you're engaging with other people about the subject is dishonest and fraudulent. And it's not okay. This has nothing to do with Eric's frame projection or anything. Right? Like, and the thing is, it took me an incredibly long time to actually this is what's happening, because obviously I give as little attention as possible to show media's mulings. So I didn't think about it, didn't pay any attention to what was going on because it's beneath my attention. But now that I have given it my attention, I can assure you that I am 100% correct about it. And pretending as though, oh, this is Eric's friend, Eric's making a big deal of something that's not actually what he says it is you're just being gaslit. I don't blame you for being gaslit. You know, not everybody has great immunity to it. I believe that you believe what you're saying. because you believe him and his good intentions or whatever. But you're part of why what he's doing is so fucked up, right? He's made you innocent people, uh, uh, unwitting accomplices to his crime. Oh, sure. Somebody didn't really try to run. There's no other conceivable way to depict it. When you look at the actual evidence of persistently ignoring every actual thing I say and pretending as though I didn't say it, and if you ask it again in a different way, maybe you'll get a different answer, wasting my time over and over and over and over and over again and ignoring the actual answers I give him, that is proof positive of the fact that he is trying to be wrong. He's trying to get me to change my answer or something, or he's trying to convince me that somehow, oh, maybe this blurry image really is a Sasquatch. I don't know what he could possibly be thinking is going to happen with that, but obviously, what is happening is that he doesn't care about these other factors because he wants so badly what he wants that he's willing to take everybody's time, energies, etc., on a question that's already been answered and pretend as though it hasn't. And he wants it so badly he's willing to do all of that stuff. He's willing to lie to people. He's willing to, trick people into thinking they're engaging with an honest question. That he's willing to go to any depths because he wants the answer he wants so badly. And it does not matter anything else to him. And accordingly, that should be condemned, pointed out, and a boundary should be drawn. I should have drawn it a long time ago, but I wasn't, like I said, it was beneath my attention to pay attention to what is. I'm not a garbage extinguisher, right? Like, oh, well, let me look at some garbage to see if it's representative of some bigger problem. It is not something I do. But when it forces when it forces me to be aware of it with its brazenness, then obviously I do give it my attention. I'm going to be correct about it. And what I am saying is exactly what's happening. And there's no other more charitable depiction of it that's correct. He's an emotional con man. And not around here, not going to be a motherfucker. I'm done with your excesses in general, so you better fucking toe the line. I get it. You're suffering. Well, now you're making other people suffer, so fuck off. Like I said, suffering explains, but it never excuses. And you seem to have not gotten the memo on that. And, everybody can be sympathetic when somebody is accountable and is honest about what's been going on, right? And recognizes this is an example of my inherent human frailty, fallibility. And this is an opportunity for me to grow, learn something, and to show that I can be accountable by being honest about things. Deflecting or some other thing is the opposite of you taking advantage of this opportunity. And it doesn't matter how many other people you gaslight into thinking that I'm demonizing something inappropriately. You're never gonna fool me. Not in a billion fucking years. I know exactly what you're doing, and it's not acceptable. But everybody else agrees that you're being unreasonable. Well, it just proves what a facile liar you are. How, you know, when what's right comes into conflict with what you want, you don't see any problem with not doing what's right. That's not okay. It can be hard and it'd be very painful, but we still have to be honest with ourselves and everybody else too. You know, and sure, a competent defense attorney could make a case in your defense, but I'm not interested in what I can prove. I'm interested in what's actually correct, and the fact that you have a chance to be different. Just like Ren, you know, it's like it's going to be extremely painful for him to process this reality because he's built a whole empire of insanity on the fundamentally flawed idea that he knows what he's doing. And he has two possible ways of responding to this wake-up call. He can either realize that, I've been living in this crazy delusion for decades, or he can double down on his wrongness. The thing is, I don't believe he's going to double down on his wrongness. I think he's too actualized. He's obviously going to be shook to his core by what was revealed in so stark a resolve. His incompetency was revealed in such stark resolve that it's impossible to imagine it as being anything other than ontologically devastating. But he understands that you only catastrophize more by pretending reality is something other than what it is. And if you want to double down on what you've been doing and pretend it's something other than that, well, then you're being a version of alternate reality where Ren is like, no, I still think I am right. Well, obviously, it's to nobody's benefit for him to continue deluding himself and convincing people like show media that maybe there's a possibility that the thing is, he doesn't intend to fuel your unhealthy interests in that way, but it's an inevitable consequence of his vagary, right? That people who want to be wrong and want vagary and want uncertainty where there is certainty will go looking through all the piles of garbage to find anything that might support their delusion themselves, you know? no, there will be no further enablement of your delusion / unhealthy fixation on this question that's already been answered. No, it will not be tolerated any longer for you to engage other people about the subject as though it were not answered. It is fundamentally fraudulent and trespassing. It's unacceptable. And the only acceptable outcome of this, from your perspective, forget about me, I don't care. But from your perspective, the only good outcome is you being accountable, acknowledging what I'm saying, being honest, and not pretending, trying to deflect, position it as something else or whatever. The only good outcome for you from your perspective, not from mine, I don't give a fuck, is for you to be honest. If you want to persist in being unhealthy, go for it. Not my problem. But if you're unhealthy in annoying ways, then I definitely will behave accordingly. And I'll tell you right now, I'm already going to remove your moderator status, which you never really deserved in the first place. You demonstrated multiple times you're not capable of handling responsibility by doing the job wrong. And now I no longer trust you at all to be actually representing what actually anything, because you're obviously dishonest. And like you're making jokes, deflecting, whatever. Like, fuck off, bro. Respond to what I'm saying honestly. You know? Acknowledge that what I'm saying is correct and behave accordingly. Like, oh shit, I'm ontologically devastated by this accurate critique that's helped me to be more aware of my own unhealthy delusion. That's the only adaptive response from you, okay? There's no deflecting, no gaslighting, no making funny emojis or whatever. Now's the time where you retreat and lick your wounds because you realize something that maybe you were pretending wasn't real for a while, right? That is the only good outcome for you. And again, I will draw the analogy. You were here, you saw what happened to Renault, right? You had demonstrated as obviously for you as he had it for him, that he had no adequate competencies whatsoever to even pretend to muse about the subject. And remember that that's the guy you were saying might create uncertainty where I was telling you there was none. Talk about grasping at straws, right? We all could see that whatever that guy's saying, it should not have any weight whatsoever on it because he doesn't even begin to approach the vicinity of the stuff that you need to do and know and execute in order to be correct. Unlike you, he's going to successfully process this new reality. You have the opportunity to do the same. And you can choose to execute that opportunity at any moment. You know, and this is one of the consequences of it too, of your dishonesty, is it creates a fracture in the community, right? Like now people are like, oh, this isn't fun because Eric's holding somebody accountable, and I'm not sure if he's even correct about holding him accountable, blah, 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 all this stuff, right? This is the cost of your bad behavior. Because it's not the case that I shouldn't have called it out and that that's the problem. That's not the case. I don't, again, show media, it doesn't matter how many people you've successfully fooled. That's not a reason to believe you, especially when I've provided this litany of evidence of you hammering my phone. I could, if I weren't live streaming, I could show all the text. Don't pretend it's something other than what it is. You fucking scumbag. And turning everybody against me on this issue because they think, oh, Eric's wrong. Show me he's a good guy or whatever. Fuck off, seriously. No, I agree. Nobody cares about your type. You care insanely much about being an INFJ, even though you are not. And so accordingly, you can fuck off with your divisive bullshit and gaslighting of everybody. It's obviously, I cannot believe it worked. I honestly cannot believe it worked. I thought people around here were a little smarter than that. Yeah, I've been chastising him for hours. With good cause, right? Because I just realized this scheme that he's been executing for years. And I just realized, oh shit, he's been, like, what's that word when you steal from the company? What's that word? Embezzling. He's been embezzling for years. I just caught him doing it. And so obviously I'm going to, read him the riot act for hours. And you're all like, I'm sure he wasn't embezzling. He's a nice guy. Oh, he was embezzling. Trust me. He's been embezzling. And the only reason I haven't put it together at all is because it's been beneath my notice. I try to give as little attention to what show media is saying in my text as possible while still being kind. But now that I think about it and review this pattern of behavior, it's obvious what I'm saying. He is willfully lying about things in order to get people to emotionally engage with him about something that he wants to be unresolved, that is resolved. And that's exactly what he's doing. And it is exactly what I'm saying. And there's nothing else to say about it. He may not be successful in getting people to engage with him about his type as much as he'd like to. And that's why he says, well, nobody cares about my type. I agree. So why do you keep trying to waste people's time and deceive them into thinking the question's open? Why do you keep asking me about it in my text? Why do you send me a link to his video when this is after I type policed him and made clear that he was completely full of shit. He said, yeah, but I think this one thing he said might not be full of shit. And then I actually was like, okay, I'm gonna be nice. I actually watched some of the video and I explained why it was completely garbage. And then he said, yeah, but not that part of the video. How fucking dishonest could you possibly be, right? Like, you're saying to me expressly in no uncertain terms that this information might help me to determine this question that's already been answered, right? This bullshit, somewhere in this video that I'm going to get you to watch, is complete garbage. Now, here, Eric, I want you to eat this plate of garbage. I really don't want to eat the plate of garbage, but I assure you, there's some insight inside the plate of garbage that you are going to be like me. I'm saying I have questions. I'm not telling you what's right. I'm saying I have questions. Maybe this is right, right? I just want your opinion back because I respect your opinion so much. These are actual words he said to me. I'm not paraphrasing. Like that's what he said. But he obviously doesn't respect my opinion at all because I've already told him the answer 1,000 fucking times. So he's just a fucking liar. And he's trying to do a bunch of F stuff to hide the fact that that's what he's doing. Like, oh, but I respect your opinion so much. Like, I'm not going to notice the fact that he clearly doesn't respect my opinion, or he processed the answer I've already given to him 1,000 times. You know, I have receipts on my phone of all this shit that he sent me, right? And all the times he's contacted me about this question dating back years. And obviously, I was always trying to be nice and just say, or not responding at all, or okay, show me, pay attention to this stupid thing. You know, okay, it's nice you sent me this incredibly horrible game that I had no desire to have at all, and then expected me to perform like a monkey for you in gratitude. Okay, I'll try to be nice about this. He means well. Right? He doesn't mean well. He's a fucking scumbag. That's the bottom line, right? He's really good at hiding the fact that he's a scumbag. So I didn't notice it for a super long time. I assumed he was somebody struggling like all of us, and that I'm going to do my best to be empathetic and supportive of his musings because they represent authentic struggle of a human being. They do not. They represent a calculated scheme of deception. Once you see what it is, you can't unsee it. But I get that until you've seen what it is, you won't be able to see it, you know. And I get that you don't have access to all the receipts that I do have, right? To prove what I'm saying is correct. And you might say, well, why didn't you come to this conclusion sooner? Well, because obviously I don't look for what might be a problem of that scope. I do what all decent people do. I afford benefit of the doubt. I assume other people are operating in good faith. Joe Media has made abundantly clear on multiple occasions, it just took me way too long to notice, that he is not operating in good faith. He is in fact operating in bad faith. And accordingly, whatever, glimmers of truth or honesty or, vulnerability or whatever you see, they are sculpted in order to manage your perceptions. And they have nothing to do with what you should be paying attention to. That's how it is. I think about, in fact, hiding him right now because, like, he's always been annoying, super annoying, but I've always tried to be a good person. Like, okay, well, being annoying is not a crime. It's not a moral failing, nothing for me to condemn somebody about. So I'll just be a good person and good community manager, correctly inclusive of things that aren't moral failings or character issues, you know? Well, as somebody operating in good faith, this is a mistake that will necessarily happen. If it doesn't happen sometimes, then I'm not doing my job right. If I don't afford somebody the assumption that they're operating in good faith and then have it proven wrong to me later, then I'm not doing my job right. So I don't have any regrets about having been deceived. But obviously, once I realize I have been deceived, it's not possible to take me back to a state of undeceived. I mean, you know, of me thinking I'm not being deceived. And like that kind of um, like narcissistic massaging on feelings grounds and what he thinks is gonna smooth the, you know, like get more what he wants or something without any regard for me, you know, like let's say he were successful in manipulating me in that regard. Um, he's not caring at all about the aftermath for me where I realize, hey, I've been manipulated and I gave an answer that I shouldn't have given because I was influenced by these social niceties or something. He's not caring about me at all or the other person at all, right? He's not considering how it's going to be for them after the fact when his FE sociopathic fucking skulking of things um, it, it gets him the result he wants now, and later on the person realizes, wait, that wasn't what I wanted at all, and how did he? And he doesn't give a fuck at all about what happens to that person after he's done with his little, you know, his little fucking play he's putting on. Obviously, I'm not susceptible to being influenced like that. So it was never going to work on me, but we don't evaluate the thing on the impacts it had. We evaluate it on the impacts that it could have or would have on an average person in a normal standard and say, obviously, that behavior is unacceptable because it's a trespass on others' legitimate agency and it's representative of sociopathy or narcissism because it demonstrates an absolute disregard for the well-being of the people you're engaging with. So you may still be unconvinced, but that's because narcissists and sociopaths are excellent at what they do. He spent so much energy massaging what he thought was massaging me to behave as he wanted me to behave without any consideration at all of me. Right? That's classic sociopath, the narcissistic shit. And you just get the fuck out of here. I am done with your fucking gaslighting. Even if you're not gaslighting, I am done with your fucking spamming the chat with garbage. Emojis and your stupid fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here and stay out. You're entirely toxic. You've created all this, schism in the community now because you've successfully gaslit people with your bullshit. So fuck off and stay away forever. That I'm so happy that he's gone now. Because regardless of any of this other stuff, he is just so fucking annoying. He's continually annoying every time I'm live streaming. If he shows up, I'm like, oh God. I'd rather have nobody here than show media every single time because he's nothing but annoying. He never says anything worth anything, and he spams the chat and compels me to have to remember, try to be nice. you know, uh, it's a continual burden for the entire duration of his being on the channel that I've undergone because I thought he was operating in good faith, and accordingly, I was, being a good person, and empathetic, and all the other things, right? But regardless of any of that stuff, it's just such a relief to not be annoyed by him anymore. To just realize, like, he's gone. No more fucking stupid emoji parties. No more irrelevancies. No more getting texts from him. Just get the fuck out of my life. You absolute energy vampire. Like, even if in the most charitable depiction of things, he's incredibly taxing of my energies and attentions with his needy fucking garbage. And I don't want to obviously give him those attentions. And the only reason he's getting them from me is because he's trading on the currency of I'm a good person, right? So, and that he's in a rough place or we're having a rough time or not happy in his life or anything like that. So I'm trying to be compassionate, supportive, etc. This has been going on for fucking years. He's been nothing but an absolute vampire in every capacity. He's never provided anything of value to me whatsoever one time. Never once. He's demanded things of me multiple times and successfully gotten my attention and energies and stuff, and only for me to discover time and time again that I'm just doing this just because I need to be a good person and be nice and it's happening over and over and over again. Obviously, I'm not paying attention to the pattern of this because I don't keep track of like I had to be nice this time and say, oh no, this is a lot of times I've had to be nice. I don't pay attention to shit like that because I actually am a good person. But now that he's gone, it's like, oh my God, realizing the scope of his vampirism is like such a relief. It's like when I broke up with Kimberly or something. Just get the fuck out of my life. You were all cost, no benefit. And you're not just cost to me, you're cost to everybody. Everybody's annoyed with your fucking spamming the chat, and they're being nice too. Well, doesn't that just tell us all something, right? How many of you would identify with this sentence? I was trying to be nice to show media, so I didn't say this, or I try to see his position on things. How many times when you're engaging with show media is it prefaced with, I'm trying to be nice? How many times is it he's needing, demanding, making costs that you outlay? And how many times has he provided anything beneficial to you in any conceivable universe? I can tell you the first quantity is infinity, and the last quantity is negative infinity. If you're still convinced that somehow I'm wrong about social media, well, then let's put aside the question of right and wrong and let's just do an impact calculus. How many people here would be really sad if social media didn't come around anymore? Nobody. 0 people. For the reasons I've articulated. He's in the most charitable explanation of things, incredibly annoying. So, good riddance to bad shit that you got used to, right? Like, I guess this is normal. This is how it's supposed to be because it has been annoying again, but that's just normal. And I guess it's okay for us to put up with this because, again and again and again and again and again for weeks and months and years because he means well and we're being nice. So it's perfectly fine for him to be annoying and bother us and cause us harms over and over and over again and to trade on the currency of our decency in that fashion. That's okay. But but condemning him for it is not, right? Like, no. I'm sorry. Get the fuck out. Regardless of the issue of whether he's a narcissist or his intentions or whatever, he's just an absolute running cost, massive tax burden, all bad impacts. So that's reason enough to get the fuck rid of him. We try to be so proper and just and everything around here. Sometimes, obviously, every time. That means we're not factoring in our actual interests. Well, I'm telling you good news, everybody. I'm representing all of our interests now. Oh, Acacia would be sad. You'd be sad because you understand his fundamental humanity. You wouldn't be sad because you miss your interactions with him. No, I mean, the thing is, Alex, it is okay to cause those harms if they're authentic human frailty and failures that somebody's honest about, accountable towards, tries to do better. Those kind of harms, that's part of life, right? Like, people make mistakes and cause harms. And we are well served to minimize the significance of those harms when they're actually honest mistakes. And that's the fundamentally right frame of reference that he's been taking advantage of this whole time. And if you might, whatever your feelings about him personally, whether you like him, you find him annoying or not, or whatever, you should have a problem with that. That he's been using what's fundamentally noble and just principle that we should and do uphold, and he's been using that against us. I mean, there are real harms, right? Like, he's caused real harms to the community with this division and schism on the issue of his legitimacy as a community member, right? But he's also caused harm, more measurable and specific harms that are linked to, like, I can measure how many minutes he's wasted of mine by looking at my text history, right? And I can measure how many minutes of my attention that I've given him because I was trying to be nice and because I was upholding those core values and principles that are necessary to uphold, right? And he knew I would uphold those principles and core principles. And instead of also operating in good faith, he exploited the vulnerabilities in those to um, to elicit from me attention that I would never have given to him at all if I wasn't trying to be nice. So, like, the most concrete harm that we can point to and that nobody can deny is that he was willfully wasting my time trying to engage me in ways that he found emotionally satisfying in some fashion and that required of me patience and decency just to respond, right? It's maybe true that I never told him, hey, this is unacceptable. You're wasting all my time. And why are you, like, what are you thinking with this incredible garbage? Because I was executing that thing that he was taking advantage of. So once, you know, I stopped being frame locked as, he is operating in good faith, so I'm going to behave as a decent human being would. Once it got jarred loose that, oh, he's not operating in good faith. I mean, it's undeniable, right? Like, I have all the receipts anybody could ever need to prove that, in fact, he's not operating in good faith and that he's exploiting my decency to convert Eric into something he wants for his purposes without any regard for me at all. And in fact, that what he was doing was not a representation of human frailty and its pitiful ways. It was instead a representation of gaslighting slash trying to use me as a resource that satisfied his emotional needs or something without any regard for me at all. So hopefully those of you who've been gaslit as well, 'cause I was gaslit for a long time too. Hopefully those of you who were thinking maybe Eric's not right here, you're starting to have a wake up moment too and be like, oh shit, it is true that he's repeatedly over and over and over again used his human frailty as a leveraging tool to extract time, attention, energy from other people that they would not otherwise give if they weren't being nice. And that should be extremely revelatory to you, right? Like, oh, I need to look past all the theater of caring and see if he's actually demonstrating that he's ever caring about the other person at all, or considering how his behavior might impact them at all. And I can't think of any examples of him ever demonstrating that he cared about how his behavior impacted other people in real ways at all. He is very good with the theater, right? Like, oh, I'm really good at showing that I care about people and stuff. But when you actually look at, well, when he does this, does that represent even the slightest consideration for how his machinations are going to impact them? And the answer is no. His interests are entirely what determines what he should do for him. He's not evaluating the legitimacy of his behaviors on any kind of acceptable ground. Like, you might not want to calculate moral legitimacy on some kind of normative framework, but it's obvious to anybody that you have to, like, factor in the well-being of the person after you're done engaging with them. Like, haha, I fooled you into agreeing to something horrible, and I got my temporary benefit, and I don't care that you have to live the rest of your life with your bad decision, right? So, I'm convinced, without anybody telling me, that you're convinced that I'm right about this. Because, obviously, you're not entirely deluded and unreasonable. So the case I've made has convinced you. If that's not the case, just don't even bother telling me. Because I am happy in my delusion that you are reasonable and not completely irrational. Whoever you are, who might conceivably disagree with this diagnosis of social media, just, I don't want to hear that you disagree with it because I don't want to lose my positive opinion about you. And more precisely, I don't want to have my confidence in your reasonability and correctness abilities to be shaken at all. So I don't even want to look at the chat because I don't want to even see anything that might shake my absolute faith in your correct ability to be reasonable. Whomever you are, and I'm talking about anybody in particular, I'm just saying in general, I respect you a lot and your ability to be reasonable and see when I'm correct. So, whoever you are, if you don't think I'm correct on this, just don't even share any information with me about that. Okay? Hopefully, we're on the same page now, everybody, about this. I've already incurred enough harm from this fucking sociopath. I don't want to have other harms of discord among people who shouldn't be disagreeing. Mushroom trips are fucking crazy. It is absolutely fucking crazy what happens on my mushroom trips. Like, I said, hey, you know, this is how the whole thing played out, okay? I said to myself at some point today, I think I might want to take mushroom tomorrow, Wednesday. It's a good day for me to take them because on Thursday I have a couple of video appointments that I have to do. And so, hey, and also Wednesday's far enough from when I took them last time that I should be able to get the full effect. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm going to go into town. I'll call J. Joe because his house is a lot closer to town than it is to here. And if he's got them, I'll go hook them up, and then I'll call him. I'll just leave them until tomorrow, and I'll eat them tomorrow. Well, we got a store. It was already like a hassle putting all this stuff in the car. It's like, obviously, I'm not gonna go to J. Joe's now with all this stuff in the car and everything. Just deal with it tomorrow. So we're driving back home, and we go to boot check because I want to get some more cigarettes because I don't know when the next time I'm going to be coming out is necessarily. I want to just make sure I got enough cigarettes. While we're there, we might as well get some coffee too. And so Rachel and I went in the store to do that. Well, guess who is in the store? JJ. And I'm like, hey, step aside for a second. Do you still have those mushrooms? He's like, yeah, I do. I'm like, okay, well, he's like, well, let me hook up with you at like 6:30 because I'll be off. Then it's like, he was apparently on the job, but he was in there buying like little shots of whiskey and stuff. So, I don't know what the standards are for this job he's doing. Regardless, who am I? Somebody in charge of judging and J-Show? Obviously not. I am proud of him for doing that. I think he did a wonderful job. Anyway, so 6:30 rolled around. And I'm like, okay, I guess it's time for me to get some mushrooms. Well, he calls me and he's like, look, I know I said you get them from Les Meadows, but now you got to come up here to All Red and get me, and then take me to Les Meadows. Uh, and if you do this, I'll give you some extra for free. I'm like, well, I mean, you didn't have to incentivize me at all. I'd be perfectly happy to pick you up there, drop you up there. I don't care. You're hooking me up with mushrooms. I fucking run laps for you if you need be. Regardless, so I did all that stuff. He hooked me up with, proper quarter, probably a little fat, and then he gave me a bunch of extras. And I was like, cool. He's super nice and super cool, and he wanted to listen to. He actively asked us to play some of our music in the car while we were driving there, and really positive about it, and just generally a wonderful guy. He was insistent on taking me in to introduce me to these people that he was jamming out with, even though when I went in there, it was very obvious that they were not interested in being introduced to me. Um, but he's such a sweet guy. Like incredibly good in terms of engaging with both me and Rachel and prioritizing Rachel just as much as me in his engagements. He's just a wonderful man. Anyway, so he had me with a bunch of mushrooms, and I was like, well, after we dropped him off, I was like, well, I got so many mushrooms that maybe I should just eat them tonight because I could eat extras and it wouldn't cost me anything extra. Like, in other words, I wouldn't have a mushroom deficit for next time. And so that reasoning was obviously going to win the argument for me. I was like, well, let me take another Adderall and eat a bunch of mushrooms. And it's on like bond, right? We're going to have a fun time. We're going to have mushroom trip. Well, it's just coming on. And all of a sudden, who shows up in the stream but Renato Conti? And then there's all of that stuff where now all of a sudden I'm presiding over his ontological devastation and the invalidation of decades of his work in one horrible, horrible night for him. But for me, because I'm on mushroom, I'm just driving home the point so he is abundantly clear that he gets it now, Of course, people want to come to me with shit that requires my emotional nuance when I'm on mushrooms, and they get the exact opposite of it. Anyway, that was all fun and games for me, like the whole Ren thing. That wasn't even drama. I was like, oh, this is great. I get to just explain to him why he shouldn't be doing this thing because he doesn't know what he's doing, Then, of course, though, things got. But there's also another challenging thing in the trip because Rachel was displaying some emotional stuff, like maybe she was going through something emotionally, and I that was not that was the other kind of thing where it's like I don't know what to do or say at all. I'm like Ren, where I have absolute clarity of exactly what to say and what's correct and what's not and why, etc. And I can operate with extreme confidence because I know what I'm doing. Um, with that other stuff, then Rachel's emotions, well, it's the exact opposite. As confident as I am at the one, I am incompetent at the other. Both of them incorporated in one mushroom trip. But all of that was all fine, good, and gravy and wonderful. Then show media happened. That was not good, not fun, not acceptable, because of course, at that point, we weren't dealing with a healthy person being wrong or a person whose experience has nothing to do with right or wrong. We were then dealing with somebody being deceptive and who was not operating in good faith, so that no matter what I said or did, he was going to actually use that to create more division in the community. And obviously, at that point, I'm in a real fight, right? Like, um, the other stuff is just with Renato. It was just the like the the earthquake had already happened. This was just a matter of directing how things fell down. With and there was no battle we had because there was obviously no pushback he could conceivably give once it was obvious that he didn't have skills, you know. Um, with the Rachel thing, it's just all part of the rich beauty of life, right? You know, it's like me caring a great deal for her, wanting her to be happy and feel good, and not knowing how to help. That's not anything that I wouldn't welcome on a mushroom trip. Maybe painful or uncomfortable for me, but it's a beautiful, authentic part of life. On the other hand, doing battle with a sociopath who's busily trying to position all the true things you're saying as something else and gaslighting everybody in the community and being decided, well, that's a real fight and not fun because all of a sudden it goes from I'm holding him accountable, giving him a come to Jesus moment, an opportunity to grow, etc., into realizing, oh shit, not only is he not going to respond well to this, he's going to try to use this um, as ammunition in his further gaslighting of people, and he's going to use this to create a schism where there should be none. He's going to use this to not grow from it, not acknowledge anything, not be honest, but instead um, try to create more uncertainty, more, you know, like uh, just, uh, try to pretend that something that's stark and clear is instead vague, and thus Eric's in the wrong here by attacking me. And it's like I might have made the case convincingly to anybody's satisfaction if they evaluate things like I do, but almost nobody does. And accordingly, they are much more susceptible to that kind of malfeasance than I am. And we saw just how powerful it can be. So, even though that was not a pleasant part of the mushroom trip, I'm so glad it happened because it is such a relief to have that fucking vampire out of the community and out of my life. Like I said, it's like you don't realize how much of a burden somebody's been until you break up with them, right? You go, oh my God, I finally feel free. Like, I don't have to constantly pretend to be nice and give attention I don't want to give and pretend as though his ridiculous garbage in the chat is not worthy of timing out and allow him to continue to be a moderator even though he's clearly demonstrated on multiple occasions that he can't handle the job. Like when I think about like all the horrible burdens I no longer will have to carry, it's just such a relief. And that's when you know, oh, this person truly was toxic. To know that he's out of my life, the fact that it comes with such a profound sense of relief is powerfully indicative that the guy is toxic. So, on balance, I'm happy that it happened, even though it was not a fun part of the mushroom trip. It may be that various parties in the community still think I was wrong about that, and that's their prerogative, and you know, that's part of the lasting damage, I guess. And that's on me because I'm the one who allowed his malfeasance to fester by not giving it attention because it wasn't worthy of my attention. But it's not, again, it's one of those kind of like absolute responsibility things. It doesn't matter what my justifications are, my duty is to be vigilant and allow stuff to fester. So it's on me, ultimately, and really I have nobody to blame about the whole thing but myself for not doing my due diligence and attending to things adequately and evaluating them for what they are. I tell you, mushrooms and speed together, it's like there's literally nothing in the world better for me than taking mushrooms and Adderall together. It's so incredibly, like, it puts me back together with what matters in life, and it helps me appreciate the hilarity of things. Oh my God, how great an idea was that idea about the caterpillar guy, the caterpillar lady, who's tasked with counting caterpillars on the house. And keeps applying estimation metrics, different estimation metrics, and cannot understand why she keeps getting these wildly wrong answers about caterpillars. But when asked how she knows they're wrong, she says, well, I can count them. That's obviously wrong. What a fantastically hilarious idea. Like that is why I'm telling you, nothing is healthier for me than it sounds strange, like not exercise, not a good night's sleep, not anything in the world is healthier for me than taking Adderall and mushrooms together. Neither of them separate from each other is good for me particularly. Adderall, actually, I'm realizing, oh my God, I totally need this. And if I just do like 2 of them every day, I'm going to kick all kinds of ass, get all kinds of shit done. And I don't have to be behaving as though, oh shit, I got to binge this because there's a crash coming soon. I could just actually make them stretch out for like the entire month, maybe. And then I wouldn't have to worry about this whole crash cycle thing. I mean, it seems obvious to you and everybody and me, but I have tried month after month after month for seems like years to change my relationship with my bottle of Adderall. But this month, I'm actually doing it. And you might have said, everybody should have said, Eric, you're never going to do that. Every single month you say, I want to try to do that, and you never do. You always just like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm taking 6 of them. But this month, I have been so good. Let me count how many Adderalls I have left. I have more Adderalls left, I bet, than I could even shake a stick at. Let's count how. So keep in mind, I got the Adderalls last Friday. So at a rate of 2 per day, I should have taken now Friday 2, Saturday 2, Sunday 2, Monday 2, Tuesday 2. So I should have taken 10 of them. Let's see how many I've actually taken. If I had taken exactly 10, there should be 50 of these left. But I know I've taken more than 10, but not that much more than 10. So that's where we're focusing on. It's not my failure, but my success. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 20 already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 30. You know, it just occurred to me, maybe I should do a sample size and estimate the amount of Adderall I have left. That would be a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. That's 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Except I forgot how many are in here. I think there was 30 in there, which means 47. Okay. So, how many am I supposed to have? 50. How many do I have? 47. That is so good. That means that Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I only took more Adderalls than I was supposed to on 3 of those 5 days. That's pretty good. I'm impressed with myself because if you know me, I can assure you on the Tuesday after I get Adderall on Friday, I have gone through well more than 13 of them. I have gone through probably 20 by now at least, maybe more. It helps that Rachel's not taking them anymore, and it helps in a couple of ways. Obviously, her not taking them means I have more for me, but more importantly, her taking them turned it into this kind of like party cycle thing where like, okay, we're gonna be all up all night, and then Rachel's gonna be kind of grumpy the next day, and then the day after that, she's gonna need to sleep a bunch. So I kind of was in that mindset of binge purge as well. So that helps. It also helps with our overall well-being because the dopamine crashes were pretty brutal for Rachel. Well, I think we all understand G. When he's being awful, he's just drunk and representing how shitty the world is. And I think we can all respect that. I mean, the world, as shitty and awful as it is, it's kind of surprising that almost all of us aren't always like G. I guess that's the privilege of subjectivism. Why that is a spicy fucking burrito. And the thing is, we've gone to this taco truck like 4 or 5 times now because first time we went there, it was just so delicious. We just keep going back. It's been delicious every time, including this time. But this burrito is substantially spicier than even the first one I got, which was very spicy. I was happy with the spiciness of the first one because I was like, you know what? I don't normally get that hot of food, but I'm really digging this. This is spicy and I can quench my thirst with a soothing beverage. This is a little too hot. I'll still go back to this place again because their food's fucking slamming. I might tell them next time, easy on the hot sauce. Rachel says I want everything on it, but no hot sauce. She gets hers fully mild. I say, yeah, just put everything on there. I don't specify like yes hot sauce or no hot sauce. I just say, yeah, I just want the burrito with everything on it. This time, the guy got a little heavy with his hot saucing. But, obviously it's still super good. And if I were younger, I'd be like, damn, this is just the right amount of spiciness. As I've gotten older, I'm a little bit less pro spiciness. Thank you, Johnny Cats. I'm proud of myself. I'm glad you're proud of me for only using a little bit more speed than I'm supposed to. Obviously, when Rachel on Saturday night was like, "You want to go to the casino?" I'm like, "Yes," and obviously, I'm gonna have to take an extra Adderall because it's like I was getting ready, like, oh, Saturday's winding down. I'm so proud of myself. I only took 2 Adderalls today, and I'm gonna be ready to go to bed at some point here. And this is working out great. And Rachel's like, "You want to go to the casino?" Well, yes, I definitely did want to go to the casino. It had been a long time since I'd been there. And I thought, this is going to be fun. I deserve to go again because it's been a long time since I've been. And I'm going to be very responsible and only take out and gamble a maximum of $300. And in fact, I only lost to, no, $180 of that 300. I left with $120, which is great. Like when you got a black chip and a green chip, and you're a little frustrated because you've been gambling for a long time and now you're down. Well, you know what's a good idea? Just go turn the chips into money and leave. Both Rachel and I felt like we had spent enough time there, like our itch was satisfied. And so, why bother giving the casino your last $120 that you have taken out? just go home with it. And I still have it in my wallet to this day. Because once cash makes it into my wallet, I don't like to spend it because I think, well, maybe I'll go back to the casino. I got this $125 that I got from the casino with my one black chip and one green chip. And maybe I could turn that back into another black chip and green chip. That might be fun. Anyway, the thing is, eventually the cash almost always does get spent on something, but I try to make it stay in my wallet as long as possible because of the possibility that I might want to go back to the casino. I think you're the perfect level of spiciness too, Rachel. Anyway, I think you're a chiquito bonita. That means a beautiful girl. I don't know sure what Chiquita means actually. Bonita means beautiful. What does Chiquita mean? Does anybody know? I'm assuming it means girl, or yeah, girl, and that's why it goes with Bonita. I mean, but I could be wrong. Is there a casino that I haven't been to that I'd like to visit? Not really. I'm very happy with Chancy Gold. I think it's a cool casino. It has everything you want a casino to have. Like, there's no reason to go to Nevada because it even has craps. I mean, you might want to go to Nevada if you like sports betting, but I don't do sports betting, so um, there's no reason for me to need to go to Nevada at all. Not that, it's like if Vegas had a couple of games, which they do, that Chancey doesn't have, that's not going to be adequate cause for me to want to go to Vegas or something. In general, I don't like the idea of going to a casino as like a vacation or something because I have my own ideas about how to engage with the casino. Like, for example, in an ideal world, I'd go to the casino when I'm already down there near there. So then I could only go for a little bit of time and leave because I haven't driven all the way down there just to go to the casino. If I'm on vacation, staying in a casino hotel, well, that messes up my whole system of reasoning and stuff, you know. I've got my ideas about how to do well at the casino or fail at the casino, and staying in the hotel there is not part of my thinking about that. Like, it's also the case though that I've noticed this in myself many times, including Saturday night. At a certain point after gambling, it ceases to be engaging to me, and I just think, oh well, this is just the slow, inevitable losing of my money. So I'm just gonna go home now. Not because I don't want to lose that money, but because it's no longer fun or interesting to me because I'm no longer making the leap that maybe I'm gonna win or something. And sometimes I do win, but what's happened Saturday night, which was absolutely fucking kicking the balls brutal. I was playing 3-card poker, and I was like, what, I'm gonna be smart here. I'm not gonna play the side bets. I'm just gonna put the main bet. You figure, in any given hand, you got a 50% chance of being better than the dealer. But the way the casino has their advantage is by like you push out if the dealer doesn't qualify on one of the bets, etc. They make it complicated so you can't really figure out how their edge is. But so I decided not to play the side bets. And on this one hand, no, I would have put $5 there. And historically, maybe I would have put $10 there, but I've been trying to think. I've been trying to be more like a good gambler, which generally means don't play the side bets so much and play the main bets instead. Well, on this occasion, I decided not to play the side bet. And what did I get? 5, 6, 7, all hearts. Straight flush would have paid 40 to 1, but I didn't bet it. So I just won my basic bet because I had a better hand than the dealers, but I got no added benefit for the fact that actually there was a little bit of an added benefit on one thing, but it was like 3 to 1 or something. When that happens, you should just get up and leave the casino right then because you're never going to stop thinking about that moment for the rest of the night. Like, dear God, why didn't I play the side bet that one time that I got freaking straight flush? It's super tilting, right? But I didn't let it tilt me. I still gambled smart, as smart as I could and I made that $180 I lost last a super long time, which Chassis is not easy to do because the table minimums are fairly high. But I was being a super like frugal, responsible kind of gambler. But on that occasion, it kicked me right in the ass. Right in the ass. I got exactly what I deserved for my, small ball, scroogey, pinchy guy approach. And then what happens? I get none of the benefits of this huge hand. This also something similar to me happened to me in Vegas when I was playing some table game, what they call carnival games. And I didn't quite understand the whole thing because I never really played it before, and I didn't bet this one bet up here, and the fucking community cards had 4 queens, and it's like I was like, well, it doesn't matter because I don't have anything in my hand. She's like, no, if you bet this, then you get to pay off on the community cards. And the payoff would be like 400 to 1 or something. I'm like, well, why did you even tell me that?
I give you a chance. I love you.
Like, I was perfectly happy in my ignorant bliss, assuming that it wouldn't have mattered because I didn't have that thing. That was not my hand. And, for me, well, if you had bet this one, it would have been yours, and you would have gotten all this money. You know what, lady? Just pretend that that's not the case for me and don't tell me that. Not what I wanted to know after I failed to capitalize on that. Well, gambling's full of things like that. You did a great job, Trouble, of putting up with that for as long as you could. You're so aggressive in your petting. She wants a cat to know that it's really been pet after she's done. In case Trouble is wondering, did I get pet or not? There's no confusion now.
Yeah.
Good night, Alex. Thanks for being here. We love you. And maybe I was a little slow to say goodnight to Alex. Maybe he said goodbye like 5 minutes ago. But, sometimes it takes me a while to see that. This is one of those times. Oh, big yawn for the Eric. So, somebody, maybe me, but I don't think I have the skills to produce this. Like, I need some actors, and it would be a production, but somebody has to make this short film of the caterpillar estimating lady. That is the best idea I have had in such a long time. The hilarity of it is indisputable. There's this lady who's obviously TESI antipolar, or maybe SIT, I'm not sure, but they have learned the various approaches to counting caterpillars at some sort of school that taught them about taking a sample and extrapolating from that. And she is determined to apply this method, even though it's an incredibly bad way at counting the caterpillars. And she cannot understand why her results are so wildly off. Like, I said, yesterday I got 0 caterpillars. Today I got 6 million caterpillars on the house. And obviously those numbers are both wrong. And her husband said, well, how do you know they're wrong? He said, well, I can count them on the wall. There's clearly not 6 million of them. And he said, well, why don't you just go around and count all the caterpillars then? And she's like, honey, can you just leave this work to professionals? We don't need amateurs on the sideline chiming in about try this, try that. This is serious business. I know what I'm doing. I've been trained. I can't determine exactly why it's not working yet, but your haphazardry is not going to help at all. Yeah, he comes home each night increasingly frazzled. I do not get it. There's obviously not 600,000 caterpillars on the house. Honey, I mean, I know I said it before, but maybe you could just try counting them. I already told you I did count them. That's how I know my estimates are wrong. What a hilarious, hilarious idea. And what a magnificent short film it would make. Just absolutely magnificent. I put it in my trophy room of fantastic skit ideas, along with I Am America. The idea where somebody's going to produce a commercial and they want to have a bunch of diverse faces, all of them saying, I am America, I am America. And it's supposed to be like little kids, white, black, old people, middle-aged people, but a wide variety of people, disabled people, whatever. So the director is explaining to the casting director, all right, so this is what we're looking for. We want as much diversity as you can get. And we want every conceivable variation of whatever. So I'll leave it up to you. Go do your casting. And then later on, they show like the director's coming back and the casting director's in the hall. He's got this guy who's got Stephen Hawking's disease, right? And the casting director's like, how's this for diverse? And the director's like, fantastic, you really killed it. I'm so happy you got this guy. And then, all right, well, let's go and see who else we got here. And he enters the room, and it's full of people who have Stephen Hawking's disease. Like, can I talk to you for a minute? Out of here. And he's like, yeah, what is it? Well, you see, this is really a diversity thing, and we're looking for. I mean, these people can't even move or talk. How much more diverse do you want them to be? Okay, yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. And then they cut to the end, and the commercial is the final product. It's just a bunch of people who have Stephen Hawking's disease. All going, I am America. Hilarious. What a fantastic idea. Maybe not as good as a caterpillar kind of idea. I'm going to concede that. This caterpillar idea is truly transcendent. But, I mean, maybe I'm doing a disservice to I Am America. Also a hilarious idea. Yeah. Hey, I didn't get these certificates on caterpillar counting just by haphazardly counting caterpillars, okay? There's technique to this. I do a sample. I can tell you right now, I'm not sure what the problem is, but I can guarantee you it's not the shape of my sample size. Like I have sampled in squares, circles. I've sampled it like, 6 inches, a foot, 2 foot. I've sampled different places on the house. And so I'm completely baffled as to why I keep getting such wildly wrong answers. Regardless, I wanted to go over my litany of wonderful skit ideas, which include Caterpillar, include I Am America, and I'm going to try to remember some of the other ones that I have. They're not coming to mind at the moment. I instead find myself thinking about my various feature film productions that I want to make, such as Helen Keller, NBA point guard, is one. But I know I have at least like 2 more ideas for SNL skits that are absolutely fantastic that I can't think of right now. Rachel has said before, and she is correct because she's incredibly insightful about things like this, that SNL should hire me as a writer. I agree with her. She's not just saying that because she's my wife and she loves me. She's saying that because she's correct about how hilarious I am. When I'm in the right mood. When I'm not in the right mood, I'm not hilarious at all. Then I'm just all like, oh, things are shitty. I gotta worry about money. Other stupid things like that. Like, hey, Eric, why don't you take a moment to stop and smell the roses? Instead of being all in your head about, oh, the future, I'm gonna die someday. Why don't you just enjoy life for a second? Because, if there's one accurate self assessment I make all the time, it's that I am a real slave driver with myself. I'm just spending, Rachel's always saying this, like, Eric, can you please come home from work occasionally so that we can spend some time together? I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm addicted to overworking. And I'm sorry if my productive efforts that produce this life that we enjoy is not enough for you. You want me to come home from work and spend time with you all the time. Well, I'm sorry, that's not who I am, okay? I am married to the job. But today I realized, hey, Eric, it's time to stop and smell the roses. That's why I took up smoking pot. What better flower to smell than this one? And, it really changed my life. Now, instead of going to work, I just sit here and watch TV all the time. And instead of stressing out about, oh, the boss wants me to do, yeah, I instead smoke another bowl. It was a real eye opener for me. I was living totally wrong. Now I see this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Sitting right here in this chair, smoking weed and explaining things to people, and also being hilarious. I don't want to underestimate the importance or value of that at all. Sure, I'm correct. But if you're not interested in the correctness, I also have hilarity to offer. And some occasional freestyle songs that are like, hey, that's pretty good for a freestyle song. I'll give you some of that occasionally. What else do I have to offer? Well, I could transubstantiate you bong rips if you want. Like, hey, Eric, I want to have a bong rip in my head, but I don't want my lungs to have to process it. Well, I can do that. It's one of my powers. You can't because you're not the archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, and you probably don't have the fiery truth flames of Yea Lord's truth here. But I am capable of doing that. So it's truly a giving thing in that I'm kind of the purest form of giving. I'll let my lungs do all the work while your head gets all the benefits. When they realized what I was doing in heaven, Jesus is like, God, I wish I had come up with that. Instead, I was like washing people's feet. I still have nightmares about that gross fucking shit. If only I had just transubstantiated bong rips to people. In which I said, Jesus, you're not archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, and you don't have access to the purifying flames of Yea Lord's truth. So, even if you'd wanted to, you would not have been able to transubstantiate bong rips. That is a power exclusive to me and the archpastor's wife, Rachel. If you want to get in on that action, Jesus, you can consider becoming a bishop in my church. And over time, you prove yourself, then maybe you will earn the privilege of the transubstantiation power. Anyway, Jesus was like, it's a good offer, but I guess I'll just stay in heaven. So, in the end, we all agreed that Jesus was not allowed to transubstantiate bong rips. An important lecture and lesson for all of us about this matter. I should have titled this stream Free Bible Study. That's a great title for a live stream, actually. Free Bible Study. What's hilarious about the term free Bible study is literally 0 people in the universe charge for Bible study. Oh, you can get that shitty free Bible study. But if you want the good Bible study, you gotta come to our for-profit Bible study school. I mean, sure, if you want, third world kind of level education on the Bible, you can get it for free. But you know what you get to be paid for? Here at premium Bible study school. You'll get the first class experience you deserve while paying us for telling you random shit about the Bible. For example, in our class, you'll learn important facts like, did you know the Bible supports whatever it is you believe? Thank God. I knew it was okay for me to steal shit. That's why you're paying for this high quality service. If you study the Bible for free, you might have to learn parts about the Bible you don't like. Like, oh, don't murder people. Can we just say that's optional? Well, that's why I only have a free Bible study. Because I'm not going to lie to people like that. I'm going to tell them straight up. This book is entirely bullshit, and you shouldn't pay any attention to it at all. It's obviously bullshit for many reasons. I don't even want to go into it, but this is not an invalidation of Christianity or anything. I'm just telling you that book's a fucking mess. Almost all of it has nothing to do with religion, and the parts that do have to do with religion are crazy, like, examples of what barbarians think. So obviously that the way to be a good Christian has nothing to do with the Bible at all. In fact, to be a good Christian, you should probably never read the Bible at all. I know it's not a popular opinion among Christians. I may be among a distinct minority of Christians who assert, in certain terms, the Bible is bullshit. But for people who think that somehow you can't be a Christian without believing in the Bible, well, my counterexample proves you wrong. Not only can you be a Christian without believing in the Bible, you should be a Christian without believing in the Bible, and you shouldn't be a Christian if you do believe in the Bible. Because the Bible is full of unchristian stuff. Unlike Eric's new Bible that I produced some time before, which is a lot shorter than the old Bible, it's like 2 pages or something, covers all your main things you need to know about Jesus, how he floated down a river in a basket, and, other stuff like that. That's what the new Bible has in it. It's just to abridge the basics of Christianity. Like, Christianity is about this guy Jesus, whose parents found him when he was floating down the river in a basket. And they're like, oh my God, where did this baby come from? And more importantly, who floats a baby down a river in a basket? I mean, it's denial. I am stunned that this baby in a basket made it all the way down here successfully to get lodged in the reeds here where we found it on the side of the river. But he seems perfectly fine. Despite the fact that I somehow know he's traveled over 600 miles down this river. Well, I think we can all agree what the only reasonable conclusion to draw is that baby is the son of God. Otherwise, how would he have successfully navigated that river voyage? So anyway, after they decided that it was the son of God, they took it home and they like started to raise it, right? But at some point, they forgot how they had the baby, how they got the baby, and that's the part where Joseph's like, "Hey, how did you have this baby when I haven't even had sex with you?" And that's the part where Mary's like, "Well, that's the other way we know it's the Son of God, because it was God who impregnated me." And he's like, "All right, that's cool. I believe you because, after all, this baby floated 600 miles down a river." So, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. In the end, Jesus grew up, and his dad was like, "You got to be a carpenter." But he was incredibly shitty at carpentry. So he's like, "Well, I'm gonna go try to just kind of walk around and see what happens out in the world. I don't like carpentry. I'm bad at it. Clients keep yelling at me for my shitty carpentry work. And I know you want me to be a carpenter, but it's time for me to fly the nest." And that was when Jesus began his walking around period, where basically he walked around and people followed him around and stuff. And he told them things like, um, "Let he who's without sin cast the first stone." That's one of the things that he said. And there's a good moral to that one, right? We should remember for condemning others that we too have sinned. But it's also important to recognize that before forgiveness is afforded, there's a necessary stage of penance, acknowledging one's guilt and being accountable for one's wickedness, and authentic resolve to move forward and sin no more. Jesus hadn't gotten to that part yet, but I'm just explaining for your benefit in case you needed the context. Anyway, this was done in Jesus' early years. So he had said, like, "Hey, you know what? That he's without sin cast first stone." But he hadn't quite yet figured out why that was correct. He was just intuiting things at this point. Later on, he gave his famous speech on the hill of the Mount in Jerusalem, where he said, "The reason why I'm advocating in favor of forgiveness is because expressly it is the highest virtue, and it is nevertheless still is not inconsistent with the fact that you have the highest value of justice, which does demand, in fact, retributive justice that restores equilibrium in some fashion." So that's the beautiful duality of what I'm offering you as your Christ Savior, is an explanation of how we can both prioritize forgiveness and accountability concurrently by pointing out it's because one is a virtue and the other is a value. And everyone's like, "Oh, you are so right, Jesus." And he was right. And that's why we remember him today. Later on, he was killed, and you know, even then he said, Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. And in general, that's a good rule. We should forgive people who do mistakes because they're ignorant, and even when sometimes it's impossible to conceive that somebody could be doing this incredibly stupid thing and causing us harm without like any kind of self-awareness. In reality, it's incredibly easy to believe that happens because plenty of people are unipolar. And even those of us who are not unipolar can get slow boiled, you know, into accepting something that's as normal that is not normal nor acceptable, right? So the point is that most of the time that people do horrible things or participate in something horrible, they are not expressly and articulately aware that they themselves are being evil or that they shouldn't be that way. That's most people. Now, the worst people are very much the opposite of that. They are aware they're evil and they don't care. But I think Jesus would say about those people that they were brutalized into being that, and we should pity them rather than um, we can't forgive them because there's no penance. There's no coming to terms with their own kind of actions. So you can't forgive um, somebody's crime against you or what have you until and unless there's an acknowledgement by the party that they have committed a crime. In other words, I can't forgive your debt to me unless there's an acknowledgement that you in fact do owe me a debt. Then, if that's acknowledged, then I can forgive that debt. If there's not an acknowledgement about whether or not there is a debt, then, in fact, I cannot forgive the debt because it it doesn't have standing to be forgiven yet, right? Like, well, in its current state, this matter is in dispute. You're disputing whether there's actually a debt here. So, obviously, order of operations, I cannot forgive the debt until after its status in dispute has been resolved. Right? It's that straightforward, right? That's why you cannot offer forgiveness without repentance or penance of some kind. I forget the exact word, but I keep using the wrong word for it. There's some word in religion that says like, besides just the part before penance that represents acknowledgement of wrongdoing, uh, ownership of one's bad behavior. You know, the thing that they do in confession, right? Um, I'm not sure what the exact term for it is, but but you see when I explain it in terms of debts that there's a very definitive mechanical reason why forgiveness is predicated um, upon the acknowledgement of wrongdoing having been done by the perpetrator of the wrongdoing. That is, it is, you might say, oh, Jesus will forgive you even if you don't acknowledge it because he is not, it's literally, definitionally not possible to forgive something that hasn't been, the status of which is still in dispute. So, people who might think that Jesus will forgive people who don't acknowledge their wrongdoing are fundamentally wrong. And the idea that any forgiveness can be offered to somebody who has not acknowledged the wrongdoing is fundamentally wrong, mechanically impossible, or mechanically contraindicated by any proper and reasonable order of operation. It links to the fundamental question of the order of questions. Certain questions come before others for a variety of different reasons. But if you ask the questions in the wrong order, then you're doing things wrong. So, for example, if I ask questions about the efficacy of something before I ask questions about its legitimacy, then I'm doing the process wrong. Because, in fact, answering questions regarding legitimacy in the negative renders any impact ground inaccessible. You can't access that ground until you pass legitimacy tests. There's an order of questions. And it's really helpful to think about matters potentially in dispute or being debated about or what have you. It's really instructive to think about them as questions because ultimately that's what they are. Argumentationally, the thing that we're debating about is really a question that we're trying to resolve the answer to. So when talking about the order of questions, then what we really mean is the cascading sequence, addressing the specifics of a case by respecting its case structure. That is to say, you ask questions of framework, of meta framework first, then framework, then case. I guess you could also say then crystallizing. So, but that's very debate specific. That doesn't apply across board to argumentation in general as the meta framework case level does. It is too cold. But my solution of standing apart in the door with my arm outside like that is this terrible solution. I've got a better idea in mind. I'm going to go put on a warm jacket. It is absolutely 100% too cold out there for a little Eric to be smoking with just this one sweatshirt. I acknowledge this is the coolest sweatshirt you've ever seen. I'm not going to deny that. And yes, it is a fashion tragedy that I'm covering its coolness up with something else. I'm not going to deny that either. But what I am going to tell you is that I'm going to prioritize my warmth over those other considerations. What things do we have to? I like that. I mean, I guess it depends how you consider how famous people consider themselves. I talk to a great variety of people, but I'm not sure how many of them self-identify as famous. And I'm of the mindset that we should determine whether somebody's famous or whether they self-identify as such. It's kind of like a new approach to gender. I'd like that to be the approach. I hope it's not too forward, but can I request your fame pronouns? Yeah, I consider myself a B-list celebrity. Okay, cool. That's great to know. What's important is, of course, that we validate their perception of themselves as a B-list celebrity. This is not. This is what they're doing is they're showing us a part of who they are. Okay, and we need to validate that. And what's not acceptable is any kind of language like nobody's ever heard of you, or you're totally not a celebrity. That kind of, I'm going to just call it hate speech, call it what it is, hate speech, will not be tolerated right here. This is another fantastic skit idea. What a wonderful idea. Like, um, that's why you got some. This is an icebreaker, get to know your luncheon. And just to start, we're going to do is a normal thing. What level of fame do you self-identify as? Like everybody in the group, except for this one lady, thinks it's a perfectly normal question and has an answer to it. Well, I identify as a B-list celebrity, um, former A-list. I've my star has dimmed a little bit as I've gotten older. I was a star of stage and screen, and eventually segued just in the screen. But now I'm kind of retired. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your identity with us. Like the normal, like, I'm sorry, Eric, but what's your name again? I'm so excited to meet somebody so important. My name's Brianna Johnson. That one. I'm 50 years old and I'm from Atlanta. It looks up on her phone. Wait a second. I'm sorry, but you were never and the organizer. It's like, ah, 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 ah. That is hate speech. You need to stop assaulting who she is and her identity. Okay? This is a fame forward, queer forward, inclusive environment. We're not going to tolerate your aggressions. And this one, I'm going to say it, was more than micro. I'm so sorry. I just, okay. Hey, we all make mistakes. This is your first time. It's all of our first time here. But, it's understandable. Now, Judy, hi. What is your level of fame? I'm an up and comer. I've, made a bit of a splash when I work in commercials, but people say I'm the fresh young face and hoping for big things, hoping I might get a movie role. You're 65 years. I told you, stop that. What a great idea for a skit. Like the third person, like this older black man like this. Well, I spent my formative years as, the cute little girl on the steamboats. And I grew up into an adult actress who got a little bit of work, but I mostly remember from my childhood work and my cheerful, adorable smile. Oh, it's such a beautiful little white girl. Wait, are you talking about Shirley Temple? Oh, you've seen my work. You're familiar with my catalog of work. Oh, God. Fucking TV doing that shit. Just do not get me started on this horrible TV thing again. It's like, what fucking idiot thought it would be a good idea to default the smart TV with their update to autoplay music when it goes to sleep? Any sane person would be aware of the fact that depending on what you're playing on TV, you may have the speakers up loud or not, right? Like, so what's way too loud for one thing is the right amount of speaker volume for another thing. So, like earlier, I was listening to music that was not already optimized, so it was like not as loud as it would be if it were already mixed and mastered and stuff, you know? So I had the speakers up louder. A normal occurrence in any human's world is that they have to change the speaker volume to accommodate things with low volume levels. Accordingly, if you autoplay music when the computer goes to sleep, there's a high likelihood that your autoplay music is going to be fucking blasting through the speakers at an insane amount of volume that is potentially damaging the speakers and also annoying the fuck out of me. And why is it so annoying to me? Because I cannot access the setting thing that I need to access to turn this off because I don't have a remote control of the TV. And you cannot fix this with just the buttons on the TV. It's absolutely infuriating because I should. I get why I'm not able to fix the problem because of my lack of remote. But my point is, it should never have conceivably been a problem in any sane universe where people make good decisions about updating people's TV. It's insane. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? I wish my fucking nose would stop running. I hate that so much when my nose is running. It's not too bad right now, though, I gotta say. Compared to, like, a lot of times when my nose is running, I'm just, like, super annoyed by it. This is not so bad, but it is kind of annoying. I've been kind of, like, not aware of it, but now I think about it, I've been wiping my nose on my sleeves a lot, and periodically getting, when the total volume of nosishness gets too high, then I get these paper towels, and now my nose is starting to feel chapped. But what's most of all significant here is that I do not like it when my nose runs. And also, I just remembered something I told myself I was going to do last time when it ran. Instead of continuing to complain about when it's raining, I'm going to take 2 Benadryls. How about that for a solution? What's that? Oh, thanks, beautiful. I appreciate you. I love you too. I really do appreciate Rachel immensely. And seeing her in good spirits is very relieving. I'm happy to see that she's happy and not stressed out or whatever. Well, so I was so annoyed by the TV that I totally forgot about whatever idea I was talking about outside. That's how much derailed I was by that horrible TV doing its horrible thing. I mean, it's not a horrible TV, it's a wonderful TV, but it's that thing it does is horrible. I should send a strongly worded letter to the, what's the maker's, Vizio company. Dear Sir or Madam, I normally am a huge fan of your Vizio products. However, I was distressed recently to see an incident not keeping your normal high standards. That would be a good way to write the letter, but I would write the letter. Subject: which fucking dumbass? In the body of the email would then follow with, which fucking dumbass came up with the genius idea to update my smart TV such that it defaulted to autoplay music when the TV went to sleep? Are you going to pay for my blown speakers when your unwanted autoplay music blows them out? And they say, well, why don't you turn it off? I reply back, I don't have the remote, you fucks. I do not have the remote. Okay, yes, sure. Oh, but well, how can you complain about this? Because if you just have the remote, you can solve it so easily. Well, how about you not make this problem for me in the first place? I think we do have the remote too. But I spent plenty of time before trying to figure out which remote goes to TV, if any of them do. If they don't, why don't they? Because there's like 12 remotes in there. I don't even know what to make of it. Regardless, we've lived here for years now. We've never had to use the remote for the TV because, I mean, just look at this. Would you figure this out? I'm asking you. Be honest. Would you figure this out? Look at how many remotes there are in there. What goes to what? I don't fucking know. Oh, this one says busy on it. Well, it still doesn't work. Why not? I don't fucking know. Maybe it doesn't have batteries. If it does have batteries, maybe, you know what? Fuck it. We do not need to figure this out. Well, yeah, I just walk up to the TV and turn it on. Obviously, I don't need to get up to change the channel. I'm using the computer. Wow. I thought, what's the harm? What's the harm in not having a remote? Big deal. Well, now we know what the harm is. The harm is that horrible phenomenon that I do not have a solution to, and I do not want to engineer the solution to, which would mean having to figure out which of those remotes is supposed to go with the TV, and then why it's not working, or getting a new remote, which then I probably have to program with some code that goes, it's just like, oh dear God. I hate TE stuff like that so fucking much. And what's the biggest problem with stuff like that? At the outset, you have no way to even estimate whether it's going to take you 5 seconds to figure it out, or maybe you'll never figure it out no matter how much time you put into it. You don't know. You don't know until you already invested a stupid amount of time and realized I'm not gonna be able to figure this out. And all that time I tried figuring it out was just wasted time and energy. Other times you're like, oh, it took 5 seconds to figure this out. And you're like, why did I put off trying to figure this out for such a long time? Because, Eric, you knew that this time it worked out to be 5 seconds. It could have been 5 million years. And obviously, you're hesitant to undertake something unless you know how long it's going to take. Do I have no beverage? That's why I keep holding these in my hand without any solution. I guess I have this beverage. I wasn't really feeling like having coffee, but this is fine. Mm. Okay, swallow those pills. Hopefully that'll address the nose running thing. Until it does, I've got this helpful towel. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we will start winding down here. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll come back and maybe there might be, I'm not promising, there might be a song, a lullaby before we go to bed. Wow, what a crazy, crazy fucking message. What a crazy message. Oh my God, what a crazy night. That was a completely fucking unhinged night. The amount of shit that went down on that mushroom trip, crazy. I tell you, man, there is a much higher than one would expect probability wise of shit going down on our mushroom trips. Like, you know, I'm live streaming all the time. Occasionally, it's on mushrooms. So, like, oh, and of course, one of the things about mushrooms is that it makes me generally, but not always, um, not paying attention to how the other person's going to feel in some ways. But it's weird. Like, I feel bad about Ren, but I kind of feel bad for me too. Like, why did I have to be the one to do that? Well, I mean, I can't. It shouldn't feel bad for me because I have to be the one to do that because I'm the only one who can do that. And that's the only reason it's not happened here before is because it's not like any random passerby could do that. It's like, and obviously, in the overall scheme of things, it doesn't matter at all whether I delivered the horrible terminal illness diagnosis nicely or meanly or whatever, because the impact is, you know, the impact of whatever my tone things might be or approach is obviously dwarfed by the stunning reality he's got to have to um, come to terms with, you know? But it's like something of that great a scope to somebody's life. In an ideal world, I'm more mindful and deliberate in my dealings with him than I ever will be while on mushrooms and Adderall. Yeah. If it were just the mushrooms, then I'd already be regretting having eaten them. So, as always happens with these kinds of things in the aftermath of them, I have complicated relationships with the trip. Like, I revisited it on a number of occasions, and it's like the K thing, right? Sometimes I second guess myself, like, well, maybe I made a super big deal over not very much. But when I have to remember when I'm trying to hold myself accountable like that I'm not expecting the same things of them. Like, sure, I maybe could deal with man differently or whatever, but what about what they should do? And what they should have done or didn't do or what have you. At a certain point when people are actively trying to work against truth, whatever you want to call that. They're trying to gaslight people or avoid accountability in ways that are disinformational rather than just avoid accountability by just being silent or whatever else other options you might have. Well, to the extent that I have uncertainty about whether something represents some grand scale of wrong, like say narcissism or whatever. What I do know for sure is that I absolutely fucking hate that. Beyond all measure do I hate that. Because it's fundamentally a, a, a failure to use language in good faith. I hate it more than anything in the world. Just stop your dissembling, stop your fucking smokescreen of bullshit, vagary, and distracting over here, sleight of hand, and fucking be accountable for what you say and how you say it. Again, that doesn't mean you won't make mistakes. It means you will make mistakes, and that's okay. What's not okay is a failure to operate according to that metric, where you acknowledge that you will make mistakes and acknowledge those mistakes, and that that's okay. So it's like I feel conflicted sometimes until I remember that maybe I should apply the subjectivities of others a little bit more for myself. Like, well, I fucking hate that. How about that? How about that? I fucking hate that. Well, it doesn't mean you should condemn her. Well, I did condemn her. And I don't want to argue about whether my condemnation was accurate or legitimate against some other standard. Cross-check my condemnation of her for accuracy or something. Because at the end of the day, I don't care because I fucking hate that. How about that? How about that? How do you like them apples, subjectivists? How do you like them apples? Taste of your own subjective medicine. Like, when I think now, like, about that whole Mad Magazine game that he sent us, right? Like, I recognize now what a, like, control move it was. I'm gonna send them this thing. They're gonna be obligated to be nice about it and perform for me. It didn't work out like that for him, but he got some of his wish, you know. I did feel compelled to try. I was actually not nice about it. I told him what a horrible game it was, but I somewhat tried to be nice about it. I kind of felt bad that I hurt his feelings or something. But what a control grab that was. An attempt to can you know watch us dance as marionettes to his controlling schemes. I interpret it that way now. At the time, I just thought, God, this guy's like, how could somebody who's Effie and I be so fucking horrible at it? Well, he wasn't being horrible at it. He was being incredibly great at it in an evil way. I think it's incredibly clear now, right? Oh, well, it kind of revealed itself to me today in his text and stuff to me. I, I by and large don't notice a lot of FE shit because it's not relevant to anything. So I just pass it by as needless fluff that doesn't need to be read, you know? And obviously, like I've said before, when he texts me and shit, I'm just like, oh God. And when I see this big thing of text, then the last thing I want to do is read it at all. But when I did read it, it's full of all this FE manipulation. And keep in mind, it is not the case that all FE is manipulative. And it is the case that there are instances where FE is very much manipulative. But he made the mistake of well, what happened is I correctly characterized his persistent questions about this thing as him trying to be wrong. And then it became, as I started assessing the data, I realized, oh, this is not just him having like this FI bias that's got in a state of persistent wishful thinking. This is much darker than that. Well, I got a pretty good nose for those things, but I guess he had a pretty undercover way of expressing his toxicity. Yeah, show media is not one that I'm going to have second guesses about at all, because I'm kind of kicking myself like, how do you let somebody be such a vampire on your energies, attentions, happiness for such a long time without recognizing that they're they're being toxic? And the only answer to that is he played on my sympathies. You know, somebody's been toxic in part by the incredible relief you have that they're gone. I didn't have that feeling with Kay. Um, she, I would say, by and large, expressed less toxically than show media did. But as I reviewed my history exchanges with her, I also realized that she had had a long history of successfully deflecting away from accountability in multiple instances. And it was just one of those situations where there came a moment where it was a binary thing, like, okay, now you either are going to demonstrate accountability, it's very cut and dry, or your failure to do so is going to make it too obvious for me to ignore or not notice. But by and large, I don't think that she was nearly as toxic a member of the community as show media was. Like, probably plenty of people had exchanges with her in various ways that they thought were not them giving and the other taking. I think that was pretty rare with show media. So, I got a lot to process after tonight. The show media stuff, that seems actually quite processed. Like, whew, glad to be rid of that guy. There were no Conti stuff. I don't know what to think about that. Like, I take no satisfaction in doing what needs to be done. I may have taken satisfaction in the moment because I was on mushrooms, but, I don't know what else I could do. The guy's been laboring under delusion for a long time. And type police, right? Boy, oh boy. Type police is hugely impactful in people's lives because when you type police somebody and you call into question their identity or such stuff, it provokes incredibly strong responses, or maybe not an incredibly strong response like from Ren, but incredibly massive impacts, you know. But all right, well, what am I supposed to do differently? It is the case that he's totally unqualified to do this work. It is the case that before he ever dreamed of writing a page of a book, he should have had all the requisite skills, and he had none of them. So few of those skills that he was not even aware that he was unqualified to write any kind of book about things like this. But he's a thoughtful, intelligent guy, and I don't think that he's going to convince himself that this was anything other than what it was, you know? I feel a great deal of conflicted feelings about the whole thing, I guess. I guess the point is it doesn't matter how I feel about it. Um, you know, just like oncologists have to detach themselves from the fact that they're giving people terminal diagnoses and just focus on the fact that they're doing a critically important job that um, unfortunately involves giving people some of the worst things of their life, probably. So, you can see why I have had many hiatuses from type police. It's super high stakes. It doesn't matter they say a disclaimer at the beginning. It's for entertainment purposes only. Nobody who's actually involved in the specifics of it views it that way at all. Understandably, it's such a tight line to walk. You know, I'm I want to make fun, entertaining content for people, which means a certain amount of sassiness from me, right? And I also want to be very cognizant of the emotional well-being and so forth of the people that I'm type policing. It's it's a real tightrope act, I tell you. And sometimes it has incredibly massive impacts like this time. Like stunningly, unbelievably massive impacts. I mean, you know, it's like I type police the guy, I am assuming like almost everybody type police, they're not going to care what I say at all or think that I'm right. They're just gonna be like, oh, that Eric guy, he's obviously an ISFJ. Here, then you get a thoughtful, intelligent guy and realize, oh, this time I'm not throwing pearls before swine. This time I'm dealing with a person who's actually going to be impacted by what I have to say. And of course, everything I have to say is going to impact him incredibly negatively. I mean, if you look at it in the short term. In the long term, you could frame it as impacting him positively or not. You know, it's probably only a negative impact, but again, I don't know what to do about that. Like, it is the case that he was wrong, and I pointed that out. And I don't think there's any way for me to fully convey to him what I was saying without fully conveying to him what I was saying. Like, the end bit, I think, was probably especially powerful for him when I talked about how my relationship with when I say things that are wrong and how hard that is for me because I understand the responsibility I have that other people are going to defer the deliberative processes to somebody who's qualified to do it, right? Plenty of people don't want to have to figure out blah blah blah. They want to hear from somebody who has figured out as an expert about the thing and trust that person. That's understandable. So it's critically important that I don't say wrong things. If I do, I'm fucking up somebody's life. You know, there might be like Rachel who hears some wrong thing by somebody and is thrown into a spiral of confusion about themselves and life because of somebody saying some wrong thing. So accordingly, it's critically important that what I say be correct. I think I think he got hit in two ways there. One, I conveyed to him successfully that that this is actually a skill that's distinct from just writing well from a prose perspective. And number two, that he's not being responsible. He's not taking what he's doing seriously because he's not caring about how the things he's saying might impact somebody. Like, if they're wrong, you're misleading people, and that has real impacts in their life. So, I think I think it was a wonderfully productive engagement, and also incredibly massive in its scope and scale. A little bit, a little bit challenging for me to process. Like, and it's also linked into the whole show media thing in a weird, like, weirdly wonderful way. Because, of course, what exactly was show media doing? He was using Ren's wrongness to do his wicked work. Uh, He was expressly using Ren's wrongness to do his wicked work. How freaking symmetrical is that? How perfect is that? The magic of the world, I tell you. Of course, all these things come together while I'm on mushrooms. Why, All starts to come together shortly after I ate an unusually large amount of mushrooms. I had, I'm not sure how much, but well over an eighth. And as has happened before, somebody comes in with the mushrooms. I say, listen, I need to warn you, I'm on mushrooms, which means, well, if you've been here before, you know what that means. Maybe it's not a good time to talk to me about whatever. I'd like to have this conversation with you, but this is probably not the best time to do it because normally I'm nicer than I'm going to be on mushrooms. Not that I was mean. I was just I was just I was not going to relent until I was certain that the point had been driven home. Ah. Why I could never be an actual cop. Like actual cops, they just go, well, the perp's incurring the consequences of their own bad behavior. And they just wash their hands of the matter. I have trouble doing that. I mean, it's easy for me to do that with people who are themselves unreasonable, don't listen to anything I say, no conceivable way of convincing them at all that the typology violation they've committed is actually a violation. With those people, it's just like, well, everything you got torn apart in the Typology video is because you're wildly wrong and incredibly confident about it. And you will continue to be no matter what I say. That's easy enough to deal with as a cop. You just go, I did my job, that perps are unrepentant should be as no surprise. And in fact, it is no surprise at all when perps are unrepentant. I absolutely 100% of the time expect that. And that's why something like tonight requires me to do some processing. Because I never really prepared for that eventuality. Like, well, what do I do if he comes and says, well, why are you right, Eric? Let me listen to you and hear you for a long period of time. Explain to me why I'm not qualified to do my life's work. You know, well, what if that happens, Eric? Is not a question I ask myself. Who would have expected that? Not me. I didn't expect it. But even if I had expected it, it wouldn't have changed anything. So I'm gonna have to spend some time processing this one. You know, when I hurt people in various ways, it absolutely tears me up. And for something like this, it's super challenging because I know this had to be extremely painful for him. It has to be continuing, ongoing painfulness to he's experiencing. And I know that, at least expressly, I'm the cause of that pain and suffering. But I'm not really the cause of it, right? Like, I didn't cause him to be wrong. I didn't cause him to write several books full of wrongness. I didn't, it's like I'm not the one who had caused anything at all to do with him being so horribly ill prepared for life by his education. What a fucking travesty. What a complete fucking horror show. Like colleges, let's leave aside STEM stuff. It's got its own issues, but we'll set that aside. But like, how does somebody graduate from graduate school with a PhD in liberal arts, namely language stuff, and have no fucking idea how to establish something, warrant something, impact something, make a case, make distinctions, operationalize definitions, have no fucking clue how to put together a document that is worth something, or no idea of how to distinguish between a document that's worth something and a document that's completely garbage. Free wrongness. He offered me a free copy of his book. Obviously, I don't want that. It's like, you know, the teeny amount of your content I consume to type, please, already made it abundantly clear to me that you're talking out of your ass. You now want me to read a book? That, like I said during the stream, if I were to read a whole book by that stuff, I would not just be telling you you're wrong. I'd say somebody put out an arrest warrant for this man. Reading more of your garbage is obviously not going to do you any favors. But the point is, it just goes to show you, like, there was a initial gap that needed to be bridged, where he initially was thinking, well, you can't really critique what I'm saying without reading it. And eventually, I think I got the point across to him that for it to possibly be worth reading, you need to have a whole shit ton of skills that you obviously don't have. So, you know, That's a tough one, man. That's just actual coffee stuff that wasn't choked up there. But it is a tough one to deal with because it's a complete tragedy, right? You got this whole university system, graduate school program that's trained him to be wrong and convinced him that he's now an expert at something. How horrible, right? And it's totally understandable why anybody who doesn't have extensive debate experience would not would not occur to them to ask the key questions and stuff. That I mean, obviously, without training in how to reason, argue, and stuff, you're you can't possibly come up with the right kinds of questions because um you know that kind of thinking doesn't just happen in a vacuum. And the people who most deserve what happened to Renault, what's his name? Renault Conti, yeah, are his history of professors at college and stuff. They need to be given the fucking riot act. Look what they did to this man. Of course, they are completely oblivious to all of this. They're not willfully doing this, but they could easily prevent it by prioritizing the right kind of liberal arts education and negating bullshit instead of this whole like, well, what's most important is that we survey a bunch of ideas and kind of understand how each of them has something important to say. People don't understand the harm of that kind of stuff very, very easily. You want to see the harm of that kind of stuff? Look at Renault Conti. This poor man has spent decades in this field, written 3 books, and had never learned any of the necessary skills to make any kind of good intellectual work. And was told by the university that he was, in fact, extra qualified. So much so that he got a PhD. What a fucking horror show. Like, it's very much like this institution has just sold him a complete counterfeit fraud thing, right? Like, hey, all we got to do is convince this guy that he's learning stuff and that whatever garbage he's spewing out in his thesis qualifies his work, give him a PhD, and we'll convince him he's an expert at something, and then he can live a lie. It's almost like they are nefariously doing that on purpose. But it's not the case. Instead, is that liberal arts education has been infested with a plague of ENFPs. Even some ESFPs get in there too. They get their ESFP on up in the psychology biz. Why? Wouldn't shock me at all if two people on the department board for psychology were TI polar. Wouldn't shock me one bit. And it's important because what they provide is clarity about how black and white thinking is bad and how we should be inclusive of all ideas. Because ultimately, an idea is precious to whoever is saying it. And accordingly, we should never negate anyone's ideas. You know what? I loved your thesis, Ren. I thought it was absolutely magnificent. It really spoke to me when you used these vague metaphors. And I agree with you. The human spirit is beautiful. You deserve a PhD. Well, I can tell you this, lady. You don't deserve to be handing them out. I remember when I was a kid, I thought, like, oh, people with PhDs are all super smart and stuff. Now, I do not think that at all. Now I see PhD as an indication that somebody's been lost to the dissembling morass of academia. I also think, like, I just encountered too many actual PhDs in life that are stunningly ordinary in every way, in the most charitable depiction of things. Like, one lady who comes to mind is that fucking tard lady who wrote that anti-weed thing and ignored every single critique I actually made, every word that I actually said about what she was doing in her garbage, and said, "So, what do you have your PhD in?" I'm like, "You stupid bitch. If I was the kind of person who got a PhD, I'd be wrong like you." What a stupid bitch that bitch was. I really despised that woman for her just obvious ESFP ish garbage. Just the incredible dumbness in the whole thing. Like, she's making this article about the dangers of marijuana for older people and like saying, look for alternatives to manage pain. Like, you dumbass, marijuana is an alternative. It's not a good way to manage pain at all, but to the extent that people are using that to manage pain, that is the alternative. It's a preferable alternative to opiates and shit like that. What a dumb bitch. I tell you. She talked about it linking to cognitive decline and stuff. When, if she had cared at all about her responsibility as a PhD, she would have done 5 seconds of research and learned that, in fact, the only reliable study on the matter has contraindications intuitively shown that, in fact, long-term marijuana smoking prevents cognitive decline. She obviously did not feel like doing that 5 seconds of research, or more significantly and more correctly, she did not want to find out anything that would run afoul of her stupid fucking article. Probably the first thing she ever wrote with her brand new PhD. Right out the gate, doing people harm by saying wrong shit. What a piece of work that lady was. But, I mean, is there a more, can anybody conceive of something worse, more infuriating, more appalling than upon hearing a whole litany of reasons, legitimate critiques of what this lady is saying, that her response to all of my legitimate critiques was, what PhD does Eric have? I mean, who wouldn't just be incredibly livid at that? I spent all of this time making actual critiques, line by line responses to everything he said in this article. Any number of them, any one of which you could choose to respond to. And instead, you ask me what my PhD is in. Is there anything more offensive, appalling, horrible, annoying, infuriating than that in the entire world? No, I don't think so. That lady desperately needed to have to sit through an hour long of me pounding her fucking wrongness into her head. She needed to have enough character to be like Renault. Renault has a lot of character. Everybody should respect the fuck out of him because he came here and gave full listening to me articulate everything that he was doing that was wrong, and benefited from what I was saying. Although I don't know if it counts as benefit, right? But at the very least, everybody should be impressed as fuck with him because he could not conceivably have dealt with that better. In contrast to that stupid bitch, who also had a PhD, but with vastly more disgrace to the thing than Renault would ever be. That bitch, just thinking about it makes me so mad. Like, here you are waving around your PhD as though it's important. How about respond to something I said, you stupid fucking bitch? You know? Is that unreasonable? No. That's what sane people do. And if you're unable to respond to something somebody says about what you wrote, then why the fuck do you have a PhD? Who's giving these fucking things out? The let's give prizes to dumb bitches society? Maybe that's who's giving them out. That would make sense then. Hey, I got a prize. What for? for being such a dumb bitch. What's your prize? I got a PhD. I'm a doctor now. You want me to operate on you? You're not that kind of doctor. Really? Insane. Insane. This just everything's insane. What a crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy night. I wonder what Rachel's watching. It's the reason I wondering is because periodically I hear this voice that sounds like my voice today. I'm like, oh, maybe I guess she switched it back to the left hand. But then there's another voice comes on. I go, oh no, it's whatever show she's watching. Regardless, somebody in that show sounds like me. Okay, so we're gonna need to make a serious plan of winding down. I know I'm not ready to wind down. I'm still feeling charged up from all the intensity and stuff. That's why we're gonna need to make a plan to wind down. So, plan number one, step one in plan is gonna be this. I'm gonna need to address some SI stuff. That means get a bottle of water. I mean, put Vaseline on my lips and then in my nose because they're both chapped. Need to hydrate some because I got super dry mouth and everything. And then we'll come back and reset and say, okay, what's step two? So let's do step one right now. I'm not necessarily going to take you with me to every place I go. But if I don't take you there, you can be assured that I'll tell you what happened while you weren't watching. Okay, so I just put on some Vaseline on my lips. I'm being just really distressed and grossed out by the carpet in here. I need to rent a carpet cleaner again. It's like I let it get too filthy. There's no, like after you get the carpet cleaner and you clean it all, you go, okay, well, I'm going to do my best to keep it clean. So I don't need to get a carpet cleaner again so soon. Well, I may have said that I'm doing my best to keep it clean. But instead, I failed to do a good job keeping it clean relentlessly for months. Because this room, ideally, I just run the vacuum, and vacuum up the floor. But I can't do that because of Trouble's cat hair all over the place. Which means before I can vacuum in here, I need to sweep first. To sweep up all the cat hair. And that extra thing leaves me often just crippled into inaction. If it were just vacuuming, no problem, I'd probably do it. With just sweeping, well, I do just sweeping a lot, but this room having this double requirement somehow cripples me. I don't do it. I'm not sure exactly why. There's no reason why that should cripple my action, but it's just one extra thing, I guess, that makes it seem daunting. Like, instead of one thing, oh, if I do that, it's two things. I guess that's why. Because two is more than one. Alright, so I did the first part of my SI thing. Let me get to the second part, which is get a bottle of water, do a little hydrating. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and turn the TV back on. I'm not quite ready to go to bed, so I may turn the TV off a little prematurely. Jesus must have been a TE Dom based on intuition and totally an opinion. Well, that's good enough for me. Hey guys, you here? It turns out Jesus was a TE Dom. I just learned it myself today. Mr. Mallon told me. Okay, I was premature with turning off of the lights and stuff. Just don't turn off things until you're actually going right to bed, because this is gonna happen. You're just gonna have to go turn them back on. Another thing I want to turn on the heater, because it's getting pretty fucking cold in here. While we're doing SI stuff, let's cover the whole gamut here. Water, food, heat. Oh, she's crashed out. She's fully crashed out. And I think the other voices I was hearing, it must have been, she seems to be behind in the live stream. It may have been her and me talking that I was hearing. Okay. Let's return our attention to our plan. We've put on the chapstick. We've gotten a bottle of water. Drank a little bit of it. We should probably drink some more. So, okay. Chapstick, water. What's the next thing that comes to mind when you think about SI stuff? How about food? I have some right here. Yes, it's extremely spicy. But still full of nutrients. I'm really limited in what I can eat in my current dental situation. But that'll be resolved about a month from now. All I can tell you, when I get that final product, I'm definitely going to feel as though I earned it, because it has been a battle dealing with the complications of this reality. Like, I've had to engineer my own solution to a problem the dentist created when he pulled out a tooth that actually made a big hole into my sinus. And, he's all, this may be difficult to heal. It may take a long time. You may need to go get this kind of surgery done to fix this problem. I'm like, well, obviously, if it were to come to that, he would have had to pay for that, obviously. And come to terms with his culpability. After all, the previous dentist, who failed utterly, did not take that tooth out for expressly that reason. And he was the shitty dentist. So, this is one of the things where I fail, where I want to just say, okay, you're the dentist, you know what's going on, you do your job. I don't want to have any input on this matter. I don't need to have any input. I want to assume you know what you're doing and aren't gonna do something stupid. But obviously, nobody can abdicate responsibility for their own health and body when dealing with medical professionals. And it may not be pleasant to go over all the specifics, analyze the reality yourself. There's a bunch of super boring dentist stuff, it's like, or what could be more boring than going over the specifics of an upcoming dental procedure? Like, it's like real estate. I don't want to know about this. I don't want to learn about this. Whatever I do learn about this, I'll feel was time wasted. But ultimately, it's not knowing about dentistry. I'm knowing about my own health and well-being. And it was dumb of me to afford certain level of like benefit of the doubt to the dentist. It is super dumb of me because I already know that doctors are fucking idiots. It's a field that you don't successfully get into in the first place, like achieve the status of medical doctor without a lot of TE. And TE, well, it's good at what it's good at, right? And you cannot count on those people to necessarily be smart in certain ways, They're smart in their ways, but not in the ways that matter to me. like, it surprises me that it surprises doctors when you ask them what their reasoning is. But it does surprise them, and sometimes it even prompts a response of, I'm a doctor. You should trust my professional opinion. Well, can you explain how you reached the conclusion you did? I, I would much rather actually assess your process than have faith in your credential. Like any correct person, I don't believe in using approximations when you can assess something directly. Like, how do we hire the best possible um, the best possible like pool builder? Well, do we hire the one who's got these various degrees in pool building? How do we know if they're good at building a pool? Well, with building a pool, you could look at previous examples of pools they built, but it's much more difficult to assess it directly. You can't say build a pool in front of me so I can determine that you are a good pool builder. But with things like conclusions people are asserting, well, we can very quickly and easily assess the legitimacy of that conclusion directly by simply evaluating the legitimacy of the reasoning. Accordingly, it would be pure insanity to evaluate legitimacy of the conclusion by any other means. But doctors were like stunned when you ask them why. Why? Why did I come to this conclusion? How did I come to this conclusion? What was I thinking, man? Like, what data point prompted this conclusion? So, you made this claim that my dad needs to go to the hospital because of his heart. Okay? So, now tell me, like, the thing you saw in this EKG that is abnormal, what does abnormality of this kind normally link to specifically? And what, for example, if he were having a heart attack right now, it would look different from this, right? She was completely unwilling to answer any of these questions that were obviously the only questions that mattered. Crazy, you know? All humans are flawed for sure. And there's no such thing as a correct person. People don't get to be correct. Statements, words are correct. So all of the things I say are correct, except sometimes I may refer to myself as being correct, in which case I'm being incorrect. Because it is in fact the case that all words can be evaluated on their merits, and you do not get to have any status as a person that matters at all. being correct this time does not mean I'm going to be correct next time, nor that I've been correct in the past. Being correct in any given instance is not indicative at all of a pattern of correctness nor capacity for correctness in general. After all, even a blind squirrel gets a couple of nuts. That's the beautiful thing about correctness is it matters in ways that other kinds of designations don't. Like, oh, this guy's really smart, this guy's really dumb. That doesn't fucking matter because the smartest person in the world could be wrong. And many of the smartest people in the world are horribly wrong because they don't know anything about how to be correct. And the dumbest person in the world can be right. So the point is, what matters is whether or not the things you're saying are correct. Not irrelevancies like statuses that you have as a person. Like, well, I'm smart or I have a PhD or I'm a correct person or something. No, those things don't matter at all. That's the beautifully democratically pure egalitarian wonder of correctness. It does not care one iota for irrelevancies linked to your identity or anybody else's. Well, then, Mr. Malum, you are correct. I mean, generally, if you just want to randomly bet without even evaluating the specific instance, and you bet, I bet Eric is correct about this unseen instance, almost always you'll win that bet. But not always. In this instance, you guaranteed yourself a winner because you are definitely correct. And you got to know that without it being an unseen instance of it. So that's even better than the hypothetical. That's it. If you could make bets like that all the time, you could just do that as your job. Got bad news, Eric. Well, yeah, what's going on? The bookmakers in Vegas, they've stopped taking all bets on the possibility of you being wrong. Well, I am sometimes wrong. I know, but they're losing their shirt on this shit. It happens so infrequently. Everybody's just betting on you being right. Doesn't matter how short the odds are. Well, that's not really bad news to me, but it is news. Obviously, it's not bad news to me because I don't have any vested interest in these Vegas casinos and the books that they're keeping. You guys hear about that thing people were doing? It must be over now because I haven't heard about it in a while. Where like everybody kept betting that this streak that LeBron James had, I think it was, of getting this weirdly low amount of stats, getting at least that in the game, that he would continue the streak of having gotten that. And people just kept betting it, and he just kept obviously getting a really easy thing to get, and the sports books kept offering like shorter and shorter odds. If you bet 10,000, and then you get 11,000 back, that kind of thing. People were still betting it, and it was still winning. And then sports books stopped booking that bet. So it's like, why did we make this bet in the first place? It's pretty obvious that almost every time he's going to get this little amount of stats. Well, but at that point it had become a thing, like there started to be people betting the other way on it. And well, since you're offering such long odds the other way, fuck it. Like, if you're going to be paying 1,000 to 1, then do I think at some point he's not going to not do this in the next 1,000 games? Yeah, I definitely think so. So people started betting it the other way. Anyway, I don't remember how the whole thing resolved. I guess when I read about it, it hadn't resolved. Oh, Jesus. That's a dog. Probably Leo, I guess, but I haven't seen Leo in quite a while. I think they may have rehomed him or something. If they did. What time is it anyway? 3:25. That's pretty dramatic. The sound of that dog running down the street. At first, I thought it was like somebody squirting down a driveway. It was really just the sound of him. That. You probably hear it. Hey, come here. Is that you, Leo? What is going on? Let me go see what the fuck's going on. I don't want Leo harassing some wild animal. You know what? I'm going to revisit my earlier statement that I shouldn't have turned things off. I retract that room TV because obviously what happened? She went to sleep again. This time it didn't autoplay music for some reason, but it easily could have. Let's see what's going on. Well, Leo came running down the hill. Hey, Eric. Or just leave whatever it is you're bothering alone. I'm happy that you're out running around and having a good time, but I don't want you to harass some poor animal. I envisioned him like chasing a bobcat or something. Leave it alone, whatever it is, but he didn't kill it or anything, so it's fine. What a crazy fucking night. Alright. This is why I always stop doing type buddies. I'm not gonna stop this time. But I think I will make a little statement in the next episode about how Ren did something that nobody ever does when I type police them. He saw that there was a lot of merit to what I was saying, potentially, came and listened to me, explained to him why he's unqualified to do this, and what can only be described as assuredly ontologically crushing moment of lucidity for him. And that sometimes is significance of a Type Police episode. I had never anticipated that anyone would do such a thing because all I've ever really encountered in the past is people ignoring me, thinking it doesn't matter what I say, being married to their whatever they got going on to the exclusion of correctness in every instance. So, what a I don't even know how to process that. I will say that I was confident it was actually him the whole time. And other people at the outside were saying, no, it's not him, it's not him. It was definitely him. I mean, I can't actually prove that, though. So maybe I shouldn't make such commentary. I'm convinced it was him, but it's possible it wasn't, so I should refrain from such commentary. It seems incredibly unlikely. No, why use the sock count? Okay, fine question, right? Like, but I don't have a good answer to that question. The thing that's weird about it though is like throughout the entirety of his engagement with me about stuff, nothing he did or said would have been like inconsistent with actually him. nothing he said or said was defaming towards himself, towards that person. We're not. Nothing he did or said was inconsistent with what we know about him. And while one can imagine somebody doing that for their own entertainment, generally such a course of action would entail something beyond, I guess, faithfully reproducing the person you're imitating. But yeah, the sock puppet account is obviously highly compelling reason to think it wasn't him. Regardless, the whole thing went down as it would have had it been him. And so maybe I am premature in affording him any credit. Right? If it wasn't him, then he's like everybody else. He's just married to what he's got going on and is not interested in being corrected. Well, it's actually kind of a big relief. I don't have to process anything that way. That's good. All right, well, what's his mom? You've convinced me. You've convinced me. That was a good exercise regardless. Like, I processed as though it were him and got to deal with, well, what would happen if that happened and I had that much of a significant impact on somebody's life. It was necessary to do, but it was not what I wanted to do. Like, I don't enjoy destroying a person's life's work or whatever. But of course, it's much better if it was just a drill, because then I don't have to process the significant impacts of things. Yeah. I mean, he didn't really even argue with me a whole bunch. So, whomever it was, whatever they wanted to get out of it, um, maybe they got it, maybe they didn't. But regardless, it was a good and informative drill of sorts for me, because someday that very well might happen. Somebody might, maybe it could even be him, Could even be him. That's also what made it believable to me, is that he seems like a thoughtful, reasonable guy, I it would not be out of character for him to have some kind of awareness blossom going on. It would not be. It doesn't. It seems plausible with him in a way that maybe it doesn't seem plausible with most people. Did somebody call me an ISFJ? I didn't even hear that or anything. I didn't even know that they had said that. Well, if I had seen them say that, I probably would have been like skeptical about them being that person more. But maybe not. You know, although a lot of my friends are feeling my oats. Well, I guess, even though I smoke shit tons of weed, I guess it doesn't qualify as a lot. I am more susceptible to that kind of thing probably when I'm on mushrooms. Music's so nice. Hey, yesterday it was the birth anniversary of Dr. Ambediker. Do I know who that is? No. I definitely do not know who that is. Dr. Ambedkar. Do you know who Dr. Ambedkar is? Did anybody answer that question? Yes? I'm pretty sure that could not possibly be somebody's name. Dr. Ambedkar. If it is someone's name, they have a horrible name. If my last name was Ambedkar, I would definitely change my last name. It's just too hard to say. Dr. Ambedkar. Well, he's a real person, huh? Dr. Ambedkar, the architect of the Indian Constitution. So I guess he put his John Hancock on it. Was it John Hancock? He wrote Dr. Ambedkar. Was he a feminist? Good question. You know what I heard? I heard he secretly ate a lot of cows. And he tells other families, members, don't tell anybody about this. People revere me as Dr. Ambedkar. I can't let my dark secret get out. Okay. Obviously, Winston's mom, the BR does not stand for Bimrao Bramji. It stands for Bhaktar. That's why it's Dr. BR period, BR period, Bhaktar, Ambedkar. They're both titles. In India, doctor means what it does here in America, and doctor is like the Bollywood doctor. So he's got multiple credentials in regular medicine and in Bollywood medicine. Bollywood medicine, they treat people mostly by throwing colorful dust at their face. Um, there's a variety of things. Yeah, well, that's where the doctor part came from, music school 90s, was from his PhD at the University of Columbia. The Bhakhter part, though, that came from his work in India, curing people by throwing dust at them and, or, having a lot of Bengali stuff dripping down from them. Obviously, one of his number one prescribed medications as a doctorate was curry. That was his number one thing he prescribed to patients. They say, Doctor, I am having a big problem. I'm sorry, Doctor, I am having a big problem with my stomach. And say, well, have you thrown any colorful dust at yourself? He had 35,000 books. Why? Why would anybody have 35,000 books? Was he a library or something? You know how many books I have? Infinite books, thanks to the wonder of the internet. I don't even have a bookshelf. I guess Bhakhter was before the time of the internet, though. So, it's not his fault he had to keep all the information he wanted in books. Well, a lot of people don't know about Bhakhter. What's the last name again? What am I doing up? Well, at 05, I've had a crazy night where I apparently got fooled by an imposter. Of course, understandable I got fooled because I was forehead deep in mushrooms. And you know how I can be. Like, obviously, in a normal world, I'd be checking a lot more with the chat and thinking about stuff like that. And Mushroom Town, I just read a thing and go. Anyhow, that was interesting though. That was very interesting and fun, actually. And it's now especially I feel good about it and it's fun because I now realize it was not even him. Then there was the whole show media crazy stuff. That was not fun, but it's good to be rid of him. And well, there was also the celebration of, I think we can all agree, the greatest idea anybody's heard in a long time. Namely, my beautiful idea, brilliant idea of a lady whose job it is to count caterpillars. And she's been trained to count them using sample sizes and extrapolation. So I'm not going to go over the details of it again, but I can assure you that hilarity ensues. Okay? Which brand of beer do I usually drink? I usually drink Corona non-alcoholic. But sometimes I have Heineken non-alcoholic, Klaus Taller, which is non-alcoholic, or occasionally I'll get some other kind of non-alcoholic beer, like what else do I sometimes get? That's really it, because they don't have other choices I might get at the store. Like I would probably get Guinness non-alcoholic if they had it, but they don't have it, so I don't get it. Corona's the best. Corona non-alcoholic is the best non-alcoholic beer, which is weird because Corona is not a good real beer. You know, I never liked Corona when I drank beer. I just thought, well, this is like shitty Mexican beer. In general, I always thought Mexican beer was kind of shitty. With the exception of Negro Modelo, of course. But it is pretty, like, hands down against almost every other non-alcoholic beer. Corona tastes the most like real beer. You like Budweiser, huh? At 32 degree, one of the most educated people of India at that time. Oh, well, good for him. By and large, I don't uphold education as very much as a value, but I know like India does, China does, stuff like that. They really value education. I tend to think that education is by and large this fraud that's perpetrated upon people. Because if education did its job properly, people like Renaud Conti would not have a PhD without any skills. And by which I mean intellectual skills. Like knowing what comprises an example of actual intellectual work versus what's just masturbating onto the page. So, accordingly, I'm not very impressed at all with education. But I also recognize that when I'm teaching, it's an entirely different ballgame. When I'm coaching debate, for example, there's no more powerful a gift you could give a qualified child than instruction by me as a debate coach. That education is actually worth 100 times more than all the other education they get combined. But the thing is, it makes them what? It makes them correct. It may also entail them being educated in some sense, but the key takeaway from this is the vast majority of educated people are not correct and have not been trained to be correct. And in fact, being educated is really just a shield protecting people from having to actually do actual intellectual work. Because unfortunately, people can win degrees and stuff while not displaying any actual competencies that matter. But you know, if you're getting your degree in, let's say, genetics, like genetic engineering kind of stuff, like biochem stuff, then disregard what I said for that. Because there are various specific things that universities may educate people in that aren't that don't involve making cases for things at all. That are not attempting to explain things. Like if you learn about chemistry, it's not an explanation, right? It's a it's a set of tools where you can predictably execute recipes and see these outcomes. And there's not an explanation because, well, why does meow react with meow? Well, because these free electrons, blah, blah, blah. The point is, the reason meow reacts with meow is because of things implicit to each thing. There's no there's no logic to it beyond that, right? It's not representative of some kind of mechanics that is the way it is because that's what makes sense. It, it. We've made sense of something that doesn't have that kind of uh, logic to it, and we've done it painstakingly by putting all these things together and seeing what reacts with whatever else. So that kind of education is perfectly fine because it's not it's not it's staying in its lane, right? It's obviously an education that no sensible person would ever want to get because what could conceivably be more boring and soul shredding than chemistry? Like, there are more or less no principles you can understand up here and reliably conclude meow about down here. How horrible. What a horrible field and subject matter. It's like, here, learn this accumulated knowledge base that we've accumulated from a bunch of empirical testing. Now I gotta learn all these notations for how to indicate this goes into this and it's this kind of reaction, exothermic, and then when you understand all these things and their specific little bits, they're modular. So I could put I know that I could put this thing that has this exothermic reaction, it's gonna cause this kind of reaction to this thing, and then this thing over here, when I combine with that, those two things make this other thing. It's like, oh my God, how are how does anybody ever learn this horrible garbage? I don't know how anybody ever learns that horrible garbage because how boring and how like not linking to anything else at all could something be. Like the way chemistry is, it doesn't like work as a great analog for something else at all. It's just the way it is because that's how it is. Things that you understand in chemistry are not informative about anything else in all of the universe. Like with physics, with something like relativity, right? Which on its face is an answer to certain specific questions about time. But in actuality, it's an indication of how, because physics, the way physics engages with the universe, the truths that it reveals when they are discovered are informative to all of humanity about critically important things. Like, oh, I understand reality so much better now that I understand myself as an inertial observer and I recognize the blah, 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 right? That's the wonderful thing about physics. Nobody ever felt as though they understood their existence better, the universe better, or anything better from chemistry. However rich and powerful their understanding of chemistry might become, it will always and only be relevant to the specific chemistry matters it's addressing. And that's why chemistry is stupid. But I love you, chemists. Thanks for making the drugs. I gotta say, as long as we're critiquing sciences, biology, get over here. You're in trouble. What do we do? You know what you did. No, those people you're talking about, they're not really part of our department. Oh, yes, they are. Biologists, you know as well as I do that they are part of your department. And in fact, I heard several of you recently using the E word yourselves as though it were some kind of explanation for something. Oh God, oh God, did somebody say the E word around Eric? Uh-huh, I heard it. But enough of you and your whole field of science. The audacity, you biologists, claiming, oh, biology doesn't need to have falsifiable claims. I'm sorry, biology. Yes, it does, and yes, you do. Just because you don't have a good explanation for something in some instance does not mean that you don't have a responsibility to do things properly. So, get out of my office, biology. If I could successfully just can the entire staff, I would, but somebody's got to teach these stupid fucking biology classes, so I'm letting you off right now, biology, with a stern warning and an expression that I have contempt for you. Just get out of my office, out of my sight. I don't even want to look at you anymore. Astronomy, get in here. All right. What you guys are doing is completely fucking pointless and stupid. I know you're using your telescope and you're like, oh, look, the irregular flickering of this thing means that something's orbiting around it. Who fucking cares? Why don't you go join the physicists in regular physics? Because you're just wasting your time and everybody's money and everything. It does not matter if thing is orbiting around whatever. They're hundreds of thousands of light years away. We can never conceivably get to them. And if we could, it would be foolhardy of us to attempt to do so. We're not informed at all about anything that matters with your observations about some shit happening around some nebula cluster millions of light years away. So just get over yourselves and do real physics. Alright, who else needs to come into here? Computer science, come here. I regret to inform you we're hereby canceling your whole thing because of AI. Too bad. See you later. Fuck off. Nobody needs you to teach them how to code anymore, alright? That's what AI is for. You just tell it, code me. I've got an idea for a game. It's like a super cool immersive first-person shooter, and it's like about the old west, and then it just codes it all for you, and you end up with a perfectly coded, ideal version of exactly what your vision was, or so I hear. That's what I hear about AI is that that's how it works. You want a hangover tonight. Now you're hangover. I don't drink alcohol, so I don't get hungover. I do not drink alcohol. I have not drank alcohol in over 12 years. Oh, you know what I need to drink right now? A tall glass of go the fuck to sleep and stop being quite so unhinged. And you know, I do have like what exactly went down last night? It got pretty unhinged into the mushroom trip. I do have that quality often enough after mushroom trips, a sense of like, you know, maybe I went a little too full throttle there, not really remembering the trip that well. I do have some memories of me maybe being mean to this person or that person. But you know, I don't know. Obviously, I'm in some ways a less reliable narrator on mushrooms, but like in a more concrete sense, I'm the same as I always am in terms of being correct about stuff, but I can also be potentially a little oblivious. That definitely links to the fact that I'm not updating information very much. So, you know, if I look at the chat, see one thing, and then respond to that for like 30 minutes before I even look at the chat again, and then I respond to some new thing that's unrelated to the first thing, maybe. Well, obviously, I'm going to be less good at my understanding of the overall situation. So, I consider it a feature, not a bug, but well, sometimes I guess in the aftermath, I think. I'm glad you enjoyed that feature, Eric, where you now don't have to pay attention to what people are saying at all. You just can just go off on your rant as long as you want and don't care about that at all. Isn't that refreshing for me and a nice relief? Yes, maybe, but you know, well, sometimes I think afterwards, you know, Maybe you went a little too big, Eric. Maybe you could have chilled out a little bit. It's tough with mushrooms because I really don't like it when I don't eat enough mushrooms. And it's much less clear cut a bad thing if I eat. There's not really the word too many mushrooms is not really a thing. Um, but there definitely is kind of a sweet spot. But it's hard for me to determine what's going to give me that sweet spot on this occasion. Mushrooms are unpredictable like that. Better be starting to pray for a new overlord, AI. Hi. Okay, but I can assure you, ma'am or sir, it is not afternoon. Like, unless somebody changed the rules such that 4 in the morning is afternoon, then this is not afternoon. I want a hangover tonight. You don't get to have a hangover tonight. You get to have a hangover tomorrow. Tonight, you get to be drunk. You seem to be skipping over the good part in favor of the bad part. I tell you what, I'm not going to be skipping over much longer is bed. I'm going to pull this bong rip. I'm going to play an important lullaby song before I go. Because you deserve it. You, my beloved, cherished audience members who are here right now, you deserve it. You deserve that and so much more, but that's what I'm going to give you right now. Not right this second, but soon. Or I could give you a choice. Maybe I'm giving myself a choice. Maybe I don't want to make up a song, but maybe I do want to play you a song. For those who haven't heard the big news, I got sucked back into a project that I had left with a dissatisfied taste in my mouth, namely 2-bit version of God. I was not pleased with how the final produced version of it came out. I just did not do a good job producing the vocals in general, but it's also the case that there were a lot of niggling little issues with other stuff in the track scenes that I wasn't particularly noting when listening to the thing I wasn't satisfied with. Those weren't the things I was focusing on, but when I got sucked back into the multi-track, I started fixing lots of little things, and then at some point after I had mostly everything all fixed up nicely, I said, all right, well, it's time to attempt to do new vocals. Obviously, my vocals didn't come out good last time. I I did a poor job of mixing and dealing with Rachel's and my vocals, or in having her do other takes to get what I want or something. It just And it was one of those things where the project did the opposite of gel for me. It fought me until I said, good enough, and put it up, which I should not have done. But I did that. And it bothered me somewhat because I liked the idea. I was disappointed that it failed to realize. I am unsure about the extent to which this new version of it is fully realizing the track because it still unavoidably feels like a good song idea without the other parts that would go to make it a good song in full. However, I'm not going to deny that it does a fantastic job of bringing the funk. How if you give mushrooms to AI, it becomes conscious. The trick then is going to be finding AI's mouth. That's going to be the tricky part. So, okay. Yes, you guys are in for that treat. Such a good treat. I think you're going to enjoy it. I want you guys to take a listen to the new and improved. In progress, but not much left to be done. New and improved 2-bit version of God. There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Get your butt out the car and go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. Well, I hear a couple of things I need to address in the bridge and the chorus part, whatever you want to call it, the change. Levels wise, and perhaps I need to consider a bit of dust up between the sort of guitar part there and the vocal bit there. The vocal bits need to be turned down, and that probably will solve the problem. But outside of that thing there, I'm really liking the sound of it. I actually had lower expectations playing it right there than what I actually got. I was kind of thinking about its deficits structurally, but structural deficits notwithstanding, that song is funky as fuck, and it makes you dance for sure. Makes me dance. So what more can you ask for in a song than that? Well, I mean, I could ask for it to be a fully realized, finished composition, But I don't really see that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being. Okay, alright, give me a second. It's one of those things where I put a lot of work into this, and including previous stretch time I put into it. This time I've not spent that much time on it to get it where it is, but at this point I don't think any kind of like intuitively, this is what should go there. Is gonna hit with this thing at this point. So I do think it's like good enough for me to want to get presented in its best possible light, given its sort of incompleteness as a song identity. But and frankly, I think I currently have it sounding absolutely slamming. I'm very pleased that it sounds so much better than the previous thing. Trouble. That's very rude. I'm sorry, guys. Trouble. He's got a bit of a manners problem sometimes. And this is one of those times. Okay, I'm going to do it, everybody. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee here. Really, just for one reason, though. Because what is the crazy thing I'm going to do? Go ahead, kitty. As you go. Okay, Capio. If you don't want to go outside, don't come stand by the door. Right. What am I going to do? I'll tell you right now. I'm going to make a delicious cup of coffee. Plenty of creamer and milk and stuff in it. But that's not the real heart of the treat here. That's not what makes this whole thing so exciting. What makes this whole thing so exciting, because I'll use this cup as like, let's get a coffee cup. It's fine. I don't need to use this cup. But maybe I should use this cup because it's got a lid and everything. I just use this cup. So, I'm going to fill this with coffee, put it in the microwave. I know, I'm tantalizing you with the payoff of this without actually telling you what it is. But that's how I build suspense. So, I'm going to heat this coffee up in the microwave for a total of 2 minutes. Then, I'm going to leave you to keep an eye on the cats while I go pee. Then I'll come back and tell you the payoff of my big thing. Sorry, but tell it. I'm back from a truly wonderful urine time. I let all the urine out of my body through my urine outflow tube. It's a family show, so we'll just refer to it as that. Okay, outside. I'm so glad both the cats have gone outside, thereby greatly reducing the possibility of you continually annoying me with wanting to go out or stay in or be up on the counter where you're supposed to be. I'm glad you guys both decided to go outside and enjoy the splendor of the night. Oh, that's why I'll do it. I put this full bag of trash in the trash compactor earlier. And I was thinking, oh, I had to take that trash out. Well, no, you will not, Mr. Man. Because why? Because all the trash cans are still up on the street. You failed to bring them back in. So now, if you want to put trash in a trash can, you don't just open the door and put it right in the trash can. You have to go all the way up the street and get the trash can first. And who did that to you, Eric? You did. You did that to yourself. You passed the trash cans on multiple occasions and thought to yourself, I should bring this in, but you didn't. And now you're paying the consequences. That's fine. You can get trash cans later. Leave the bags in the trash compactor and the compactor for now. It's not the end of the world. Sometimes I do forget about bags in there and they stay in there for a long time. So it's generally not a good idea because the integrity of the bag is less certain after compacting it to be uncompromised, you know. But well, I'm probably not going to get a trash can right now. Alright, what I am going to do though is a treat that I've been teasing you about what it is this whole time. You see, at the store today, Rachel elected to get some of these bad boys. Powdered donuts. It's not on my diet, but I'm going to indulge. I'm going to have one powdered donut with this coffee. And I think it's going to be just delicious. I'll tell you what's not delicious, this horrible bag. Maybe the case that it's supposed to be opened a certain way that it was not open, but we're using passive voice there because no person is responsible for that. And you know, if it were to be the case that somebody was responsible for that, well, then that'd be just fine because it's not her fault, she's my princess. But regardless, I actually don't think she did anything wrong. I don't know how, is this what you're supposed to do with this thing? Like, what are you supposed to do with this part? I don't know. Oh. That powdered hallowed halls of my middle school. Okay, this cannot be how you're supposed to do this. You got me, bag of donuts. You win. I do not know what I'm supposed to do with you. I concede defeat to you, bag of donuts, but unfortunately I cannot find a clip right now that I would use to remedy this oddness normally. I guess let's just go back. I wish I hadn't undid my original crimptastic clamp thing I had going on. Alright, yeah, that should be fine. I guess. That's good enough. Fingers crossed. And I come back tomorrow and all the donuts are stale because I didn't do it right. Well, that was an enjoyable donut. Very small, but that's why I could enjoy it, because it's, it's a treat that's not exactly, it's not on diet, but if I'm having a diet overall kind of view, it will incorporate a little treat like that occasionally. So that's fine. Not a big deal. Just a little bit of sugar. And otherwise, basically entirely yeah. I got distracted by, fat shaming my cat. I mean, I cannot put him on a diet. I can't even disobey his ridiculous command that I watch him eat all the time. You think he's gonna, if I give him less food, he's gonna meow at me less? No, he's gonna meow at me even more. And in the status quo, he already meows at me too much. So, I've listened to Peanut Sombreros now multiple times since I put it up. And I'm very pleased with it. I also feel like I could have done a little bit of a better job. Like, the vocals are a little bit underrepresented in the mix in a couple spots. / I didn't do as perhaps careful a job as I should have with editing the vocals to make them as right on the beat in a way that would have been more ideal than the way they came out. But I'm quibbling a little bit there because overall, very pleased with the way that song came out. And, I like the way that it was so much easier to do than other tracks because the main mixed keyboard thing contains so many different parts, and the keyboard did a pretty good job of mixing everything. I mean, they did a great job of mixing everything, really. So that really reduced my workload on the track because since they were already all mixed into one track, even if I wanted to mess around with it, I couldn't. So literally the only thing I could do to the majority of the music in the thing was just optimize it, like compress it a little bit, normalize it. Maybe I don't think I did this, but obviously I could have also EQ'd it a little bit. But that would have been a foolhardy endeavor because obviously with all the different things mixed in together, your EQ is not being directed at precise enough target to potentially be a good idea. You know, the way you EQ well is to use it to like carve out protected spaces in the frequency spectrum for certain things. Like, okay, I love the way this guitar sounds and everything, but it feels like it's being swallowed up a little bit by the top end of the bass. So then you EQ out the top end of the bass, right? That makes sense to use EQ for things like that. But you can't do that when you've got the drums, like some kind of vibraphone thing. I believe there's a guitar strumming part in there, and the horns, all in one, and maybe another percussion thing as well, all in one track, one stereo track. The only way to reasonably deal with such a thing is to say, well, it was either mixed well enough before it got here in this capacity or it wasn't, but nothing I can do about that because it's I only have it as a combined stereo track, you know? All right, so I had the donut. I got my water. I drank quite a bit of it, actually. I ate a little bit of that food over there. Put some chapstick on. I'm going to put a little bit more chapstick on. Then we're going to go in the garage to smoke a cigarette, where it's still cold, but not nearly as cold as it is outside. Collaboration with a rapper might make it better. No, it wouldn't. I have little enough faith in my ability to incorporate even myself rapping in the song to good effect. Accordingly, I have even less faith in other people's abilities to do that. Because, you know, I'm making, like, I'm an artist, not a musician or a rapper or whatever. Accordingly, like, the thing I'm making needs to successfully be an example of the vision I have. And I could collaborate with other musicians to some extent, or rappers or whatever, occasionally to some extent, maybe, but it's not really not something I generally do because the thing is, in fact, I'm going to smoke this in the garage. obviously, this idea for this song is a great idea enough, right? The thing that makes that track pop it all is the incredibly groovy bass line to it. And I think the basic strum of the guitar on top of it works well. But obviously, no matter how perfectly I realize this, for the reasons I articulated about it not being a complete composition, etc., it has a relatively low ceiling as far as how good it could potentially be. So, for me, I'm probably, almost certainly, ultimately going to consider it another failure. But, that's because I understand things well. If I were to, like, what I thought this struck me in the car today was, like, I guess I'm not going in the garage since I continually insist on coming out here. No, Eric, you're going to go into the garage. And, oh, right. Struck me in the car, which was like, I'm basically always viewing myself as a musical failure. Or more significantly, I'm continually viewing myself as someone who's failed to accomplish anything musically that's good enough to make my own playlist of good songs, Chappy Tracks includes all these fantastic, brilliant, transcendent tracks from all these different bands and artists of various kinds, And so I just tend to frame my musical stuff through that frame of like, I'm an almost good. the doing somewhat of a disservice to myself there, but that's how I tend to understand things. But I was in the car today and JJ was driving with us and he said, you better put on something, some of your music, and I put on, he wanted to listen to stuff that included both me and Rachel, and I wanted to play good examples of stuff, so, we'll put on Gregory and Cloudy J, which are recordings that we have that came out pretty good. Of what are undeniably good songs, And JJ liked it a lot, that's great, or what have you. Seemed to be like genuinely struck and impressed. But what occurred to me then in the car is like, I'm always comparing myself against the best conceivable competition. And I define success musically as if the thing I make is not so good that I'd have it on Chappy Tracks and listen to it over and over again because of its inherent brilliance for no other reason than that. And be just stunned that this great song is and wonder like who made this? If If it's not that, then it's failure. But when I compare myself against other actual people making music that I encounter, ranging from the neighbor Jared to JoJo and pretty much everybody, and Brennan, anybody I've ever really encountered who makes music or plays music or whatever, with the obvious and notable exception of Corey. But anyway, a long time ago, I'm not talking about regardless. Within the last, I don't know, 5 to 10 years or so, if I compare myself against alternatives that I actually encounter, I'm like, oh, you're, by comparison to what other people are doing who aren't the greatest geniuses in the world, I'm doing fantastic. But obviously, that's not a good way to determine anything. Like, nobody should be comparing themselves against mediocrity and saying, I'm fantastic. People should be comparing themselves against things that are actually fantastic and saying, I keep falling short. But I'm pleased with myself for completing some things that nevertheless fell short. It includes this one. This is a bit of a side quest because I already completed this song before and already fell short before. And this is falling less short. By and large, a foolhardy idea of a thing to undertake. But I'm pleased that I did because at least I feel as though I rendered that incomplete thing about as successfully as I could render it, rather than walking away from the previous project with a bad taste in my mouth. Like, I got tired of working on it, forced it, and posed it, and that's not a good feeling. So, this is a very long way of saying part of the reason I'm not interested in collaborating with a rapper, every time I play music with people, I am struck by how bad their instincts are. Like being correct, being a good artist requires a very rigorous approach to the ideas of it. Like, if you're prioritizing the pleasure you have of jamming out with friends and enjoying the good vibes of parties centered around some live music or something, well, then you aren't going to have very good instincts because that's what you're prioritizing. You may have a happier relationship with music in some sense than I do. Like, Jared's always thrilled to be jamming out, playing music. He loves his relationship with music so wholeheartedly and unabashedly. And so it's so obvious that it's not important to him that he be good or something like that. Because that's the wrong thing to care about. And he's right, unless you want to make good music. He's right, but fortunately, other people in the world are wrong like me, and that's why we have good music. the hardest place to be, though, is the place where I'm at, right? Where it's not actually paid the dividends that I want it to pay. In other words, I have not finally emerged on the other side of struggle into a string of fucking triumphant successes artistically. So I don't get to enjoy the experience driven, vibe focused, good time activity thing. And I also don't get to enjoy the fruits of being a genius. Because I'm not quite that when it comes to music. I know what that looks like because I've been around an actual musical genius before. Like, I should be pretty darn pleased with myself, given the absence of genius in me. I come up with some pretty genius shit, but, you know, it's a discipline, a labor, a continual wrestling with all the different ways in which I can make wrong decisions. Contrast that with a true musical genius who has super clear vision that he channeled directly from heaven. He's not having to wrestle this idea into what shape should it be, what would it look like. He already understands what it should be in full, and then the only struggle is rendering it well with, engineering and production stuff. And true musical genius is really something to behold. It's the most magical thing in the world. Obviously, there's nothing in the world more powerful than music in terms of making you cry, making you get goosebumples, and being able to do that over and over and over again, listen to it over and over and over again. It's absolutely nothing short of entirely magical. Scarlet's a field. Dun-dun-dun-dun, ba-na-na, ba-ba-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na. I have various things that I think of as the tragedies of my life. Recency and intensity and other things tend to make me think about my parents. I think about regrets and tragedies and stuff. The tragedy not being that they died, but that I was so oblivious to their emotional, actual needs, or my dad's in particular, until it was too late. I was just operating in this insane frame of reference that the only good way to operate is under the assumption that my parents are going to live forever, because if I were to be focused on what they do after they die, well, what's going to happen after they die, then that would be doing them a disservice, because I shouldn't care about what's going to happen to me after they die, or how I'm going to deal with money or stuff like that, or how I'm going to benefit from their death. It seems horrible to me at the time. Now I think, well, Eric, you're an FE user for sure. Prioritizing something like that, not getting the fact that what would have made your dad actually happy is to spend a lot of attention on what's going to happen after he dies. It did not make him happy at all for me to prioritize the value that I was prioritizing. Anyway, I don't really think about my dad first and foremost, but I think about regrets. My mom to a certain extent as well, but regrets slash tragedies of my life. But maybe the biggest tragedy of all is what happened with Corey. Siddhartha sedate, Siddhartha sigh. Siddhartha, where are you now? What a fucking stunningly genius composition. Just pure magic. One of many. Rejoice today in my vision. So many insanely brilliant things the guy has written. I think back to the days of J-Lo Row / Catwall and the Computer Door All the Way Live. Those bands and rehearsing in Corey's like garage house thing. Think back to those times and I just feel that how electric the whole thing was. Just how magnificent it was. You know, me and Corey all thwacked out, Liz too, and Matt not thwacked out, but being an incredibly great drummer. And it was just, I think about playing some of those songs just in practice. I don't think we ever played a gig. And it was just really beautiful in every sense of the word. But, all good things must come to an end. Ultimately, his wife it's not like I could have or should have done anything differently, really. You know, I could only do so much of standing by and watching him be abused by that horrible woman. Obviously, I had to call it out. But, it wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't called it out. Because he could not deal with the whole growth blossoming thing that happened to me after I quit drinking. Made him feel very threatened without any good reason for him to feel threatened, because I was never going to be a threat to him musically in any real sense. But I think he could feel the kids coming up from behind, the kids from France and from London. Well, I think he understood, at least as well as I did, that his was an insane outlier of talent, genius. So there's no reason to be threatened by me in terms of art, music making. He, at the same time, for whatever reason, was unable to afford me the appropriate sphere of competency, like he wanted his intuition to be informative about what thinkers one should listen to, or who are saying things of value. And of course, his intuition was not at all reliable regarding that matter. He found people who were absurdly wrong to have valuable insight into things. Well, obviously, he told me, you've got to listen to this guy, read this guy. And then I look and listen and read, and it's complete garbage. Then what am I supposed to do? Tell him, oh, that was great. Tell him, look, as with, I'm sure, almost everybody else in the world, the fact that you are an incredible super genius and you're one thing that you're an incredible super genius in means to pay for that, you had to give up the opportunity to be genius at other things, like, for example, determining which political pundit is worth listening to. But he obviously was having to deal with living life in a continual state of ontological attack. Naturally, that reality conscribed his where he felt safe as a person caused him to really get married wholeheartedly to his NI to the exclusion of other things, because that's the reality about ontological assault. People are not adapted to it by like improving the functions that they're not good at. Instead, they adapt to it by jettisoning all those functions as much as possible and retreating to the one thing they can have faith in, their dominant function, their tool function. But at a certain point, you continually throw the relentless ontological assault at somebody, and they'll forsake even their tool function, but not their dominant. Regardless, I feel sad about the whole thing, but I don't really have regrets per se, because I don't think I could have done anything differently. But I certainly wish things were otherwise. Oh, life. You like throwing me these complex bundles of emotions. Hey, Eric, how do you feel about this complex bundle? Well, I feel kind of like a bundle of complexities. That's good. Tell me more. Well, I got feelings like, man, huh? That's wonderful, Eric. Thank you for sharing. Oh, I remember also the other great idea I had for a skit that I got sidetracked when articulating it when the TV went on autoplay music mode, but the idea of some kind of vaguely defined support groupish thing where there was people in the room that this is the first time they've ever been together, and the moderator of the group says, okay, well, it's wonderful to have you all here. Let's do a little icebreaker. I would like to go around. Everybody tell me what level of famous they self-identify at. And so, first they go, oh, good. There's one normal person there who's baffled by this weird question. But everybody else, even though this is the first time they've ever been in this group, they all seem to have gotten the memo on what this whole thing is about, as though it's totally complex, right? So, first thing she's like, well, I self-identify as a B-list celebrity, but I'm aiming for A-list. I self-identify as being largely played supporting roles, some lead roles, but anyway, it's great to be here. And then The normal lady's like, "Ooh, I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again? I'm so excited to look you up on my phone. My actual famous celebrity." Says, "My name's Brandon Johnson. I'm 54. I'm from Orlando, Florida." And she looks at her phone and says, "Oh." Anyway, the moderator's moving on to the next person. "Okay, so how about you, Dan? What do you self-identify as?" "Well, I'm sorry. Can I interject here before you get started, Dan? I was looking at my phone. I don't see any reference to you on IDMB or anything." Before she can even get all that out, the instructor comes down hard. "I'm sorry, but this is a safe space. And as far as I'm concerned, I think everybody here agrees that's hate speech. We do not invalidate a person's identity." She made clear she identifies as a B-list celebrity, and we all need to treat her accordingly. Then the second person goes. They claim to be a major recording artist who's played shows at Madison Square Garden, etc. And the lady's like, this time she's skeptical. She looks through her phone. And I'm sorry to interject again, but did this really happen? And the teacher's livid, you know. "Would you be taking this attitude if she told you she was Jewish? You research it to find out if she is?" Anyway, the thing ends with it finally asks her, what does she self-identify as? And she says, "I'm just a regular person. I'm not famous." And then tell people that, cis fame, cis fame. They all nod. Okay, well, you know what? We celebrate all fame levels here, even cis famers. But it's very clear that they do not approve. And that's the idea. It's a good idea. It's a very good idea. Does not rise to the level of the caterpillar counting lady, but still. The dark gifts of our parents is certainly a sight to behold. Well, thanks, Iron Lion. Right, Mr. Mellon. So, Mr. Mellon says the correct way to make music, I thought it was about the expression of oneself. Unfortunately, people who make music to express themselves don't make good music. Because you can't trust what feels emotionally satisfying or something to you as a guide to making good artistic decisions. So people with probably the healthiest relationship with music in some sense are essentially guaranteed to not make good music. So if you're evaluating what's best for you as an individual, the correct answer is to make music to express yourself and have fun and good vibes and to, engage with others in a live community kind of way, and various other things might be the best answer to that question. But it would have an asterisk, the answer says, unless you're trying to be an artist. Just to let you know, I'm listening to you cap. You're listening to me cap? Was I capping? Maybe I was capping. I'm not sure what capping I was doing, but normally if you say cap, I'd say no cap. But I don't know what you're referencing. I can't assert that confidently. So yeah, music is it's everything you want life to be. Tantalizingly forever just out of reach. What could be more delectably like alluring than that? You know, I can rely on myself as a listener 100%. It's a lot easier, although almost nobody is good at this, but it's a lot easier to correctly know what's good when you're listening to music than it is to make something that good. 100 times easier. A million times easier. But that's what makes it so tantalizingly delectable. Because I can have such excellent clarity on a consumption level that I know I have the correct underpinnings of music because I listen to good music. I only listen to the best music. I don't, anything that's not the absolute best, I do not listen to. I only listen to stuff based on tracks, right? If it doesn't matter what you are, who you are, if you have a slam and fucking banger of a track, it's good enough, it will make the playlist. And also, just because that slam and banging track in the playlist does not obviously mean anything else by that artist is necessarily any good or is going to make the list at all. So, I have almost every single piece in place to make something transcendent, but not quite all the pieces. Like, I'm still having to try to cross a tree line barrier through hard work and like rigorousness regarding, say, always post-morteming all my decisions. In other words, I've made every mistake you can make many times over, and it would seem over time that I am less prone to making lots of those mistakes than I used to be. So that's good news. But it's also the case that I'm trying to overcome this tree line barrier in a way that is normally always overcome by one means and one means only. True genius. Either transcendent genius manifested by some artist who has never done anything else besides that's any good at all, but they caught lightning in a bottle on this occasion. Or some artist who actually qualifies as a true musical genius, somebody like Johnny or Corey or, you know, Lou Reed or whatever. those people, they understood how to get past the tree line because, from their perspective, they weren't struggling to get past it. They were born up there above the tree line. And normally, the only people who ever get above the tree line, people who are born there, or people who had that catch lightning in a bottle thing and found themselves there abruptly for a moment and then were gone again, Normally, nobody can get gradually better at the craft and somehow make it up there past the tree line. What I'm doing is highly unprecedented in terms of making even the attempt. Like, I'm 54 years old. I'm still trying to get past the tree line. And I actually am continuing to get closer and closer overall, with obviously little bits of variation. But but basically, anybody who's been playing music as long as I have, making music as long as I have, I can essentially guarantee you that none of them are fighting this battle like I am. They just aren't, because if you're in your mid-50s and you've been playing music for a bunch of time, almost 100% for sure, you've you 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 prioritized comfort in what you're doing over what matters. And or let's say you are doing a good job of continuing to prioritize trying to be good at music, making music. Well, if that's the case, you almost certainly gave up a long time ago. You're not still trying in your mid-50s. So, I still have hope that a regular guy like me might be able to get over that hump by, by simply having good intuition regarding what's good, and much more importantly, having the right frame of understanding for what makes good music. And this is something that I was taught by Corey. Prior to learning this expressly from him, then I did not understand this, and in fact would have been probably confused forever. But here's the long and short of it. When you're writing a song, the parts that sound like something you've heard before, but you can't say what, it doesn't exactly sound like anything you've heard before, but it sounds very familiar, that's the thing you should keep. It's also the thing that I always was throwing away because I was trying to create something rather than discover something. And people can't make good music, they have to discover it. And then, once they've discovered it, they have to render it faithfully. So, hey, I've discovered this genius song that already exists in the ether somehow. Now, can I successfully concretize it into an actual audio file that does justice to its completeness and identity as a distinct entity? Or am I going to butcher it like usual? The thing is, I have less experience trying to do that thing because I don't receive things totally realized it all. In the best case scenario, I successfully discover what certain things should be in a certain part, but it's a lot of trial and error, and it's a battle. I should be very proud of myself because I'm successfully overcoming a deficit that's implicit to my dominant function. Namely, very many of the mistakes that you can make artistically have to do with extroverted intuition. And it's even more evil companion, introverted sensing. The bottom line is, when you're making music, more words are almost always a bad idea. You want few words that express universal things in ways that resonate and are consistent with the track as a whole in terms of like mood and all that kind of stuff. Like satellites gone up to the sky. Things like that drive me out of my mind. I watched it for a little while. I like to watch things on TV. Boom, 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 satellite of love. Be hard pressed to find better lyrics than that. Very simple. Perfect day. Could you have better lyrics than that? Pretty difficult. It's such a perfect day. Meow, 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 meow. I should die, but I'm a pussy, so I'll just cry. No, it's very, very difficult for INFPs to make good music. Though some do. Fiona Apple comes to mind. But the reason it's very difficult for INFPs to make good music, or INTPs, is their extroverted intuition tool function. So, they're gonna make stuff that's more different and original than it is good, typically. There are exceptions. Donald Fagen is a particularly great INTP artist. Like I said, Fiona Apple, INFP, great artist, or at least it has some great tracks. You can see how her extrovert intuition does not serve her well at all as you get further away from her early catalog. And indeed, that's my ongoing battle. The only way to make good music is very straightforward. NI. It is the case that to be successful good music, you need a pinch of NE so that it's totally resonant and universal, but not too familiar. But what's more common? Too much NE or too little NE? Too much NE is more common by a millionfold. I can think of some examples of stuff where it's too little NE. Like most bad Weezer songs, for example. Or Well, like this song comes to my friends with P. If you're friends with P, then you're down with me. If you're down with P, that song. That's 2 and I. If if you wanted to, I don't agree with this about this track, but to get an idea of what 2 and I might sound like, to you think of the song "Stand" by REM. I actually think that's possibly their very best song. Of course, Michael Stipe hates the song, doesn't want to play it live at all because he is probably countervalued in I. So, what's actually his best song and most impressive compliment, he hates it because it's too simple. Something. Wow. Got news for you, Michael Stipe. Your mom's too simple. But that didn't stop me from reaming her out last night. Am I out of cigarettes? That pack? Probably. I've been smoking like a chimney. Do you like The Man with Two Brains by the Rentals? I'm not familiar with that one. I'm not familiar with that one. I mean, Friends with P is not a horrible song, but I don't know, something like precious about it that annoys me. I mean, it's not as precious as that incredibly classic INFP, like, which should be the poster child for INFP songs. What's it called? I can't. I don't quite have the melody down right now. It goes like meow 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 meow. We're slowly. I can't quite. Don't have that next bit of the melody down in my head, but something like that. That is the most INFP song in the history of the world. Especially if you watch the video of it as well. Do you know what I'm talking about, Acacia? Fireflies? Like, it's called Fireflies, maybe? Like, 1,000,000 fireflies or something like that. It's, it could not, you could not come up with a more precious, ridiculous example of preciousness than that song and video. He's like surrounded by his quirky things. and, and mewling in quirky fashion. I gotta go pee. I should say, I think that's actually a really great song. But I think the lyrics in the video are among the most daughter of a nobleman. She called for me. Look at the pyro and watch it glow. And it never called for me. It's like called like Fireflies or 1,000 Fireflies or something like that. I'll figure it out. I'll Google it. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll even play it for you. You'll know it as soon as you hear it. You'll go, I know. Oh, I totally know this song. Fireflies. Song. There it is. Precious Fireflies song, I should put. By Owl City. The keyboard part's great. It's impossible not to like this keyboard part. It's also impossible not to find everything about this completely ridiculous. Oh, aren't you quirky? I, you're right. I wouldn't believe my eyes. I'm not believing them now. I did not know somebody could be so unabashedly quirky without any sense of embarrassment about it. But I have now learned that somebody can be that quirky. He's got a speak and spell, bunch of toys from the olden days, this cool retro organ, horrible posture, everything you want in a quirky INFP. Look at that posture. Does that not scream INFP to you? And this whole like, oh, I'm feeling things right now. It's got that whole FI face going on. How quirky. Oh my gosh. I just love this quirky, precious song. I do love that quirky, precious song. Yeah, it's like if you had money, right? You'd also have a bunch of fun toys like that, I'm sure. 10 million fireflies. I'm closing all my eyes. I feel emotions in my heart. It's like if the archetypal image in my head of the INFP woman is she's sitting somewhere with a bulky sweater, her legs up in the bulky sweater, and a hot cup of drink, and it's raining on the windsill. And she's, maybe idly making up little songs while she's sipping. I love being here with my feelings, or whatever they're saying. Well, that guy is the male archetype for INFPs. And he, in that video, is clearly living his best life. And he should be proud of himself. I'm proud of him. I'm happy for him as well. I wish that I could so authentically and wholeheartedly, unabashedly be that quirky. But, I'm burdened with the weight of FE, making me like, well, what will people think? Not that guy. He doesn't give a fuck what people think. He's gonna be as quirky as he wants. Not just that. He's gonna try to cram every last speck of his quirkiness into that video. I think mission accomplished. I think he did accomplish that. And who can blame him? He knows what he wants. He's got all those toys. And he thought it might be nice to share them with us in the video. So that we can appreciate all his cool toys. It's such a different relationship with SI than I have. There's a lot of absolute value in SI. Like having fondness for all these objects and stuff. I would be driven crazy with all of that uselessness around me. Like these objects, I'm supposed to value them because they're cool. But I purchased this for that reason. Ever since, I just look at it and think, why did I get this thing? You know, it would be great if we had some useless cool things like a globe and a speak and spell. It seems like it's a good idea. I get you. You know, I've been that guy at the yard sale going like, but this is so cool. But really, and you get home, you realize I've been bamboozled. Those people also got this because it was so cool. And then they realized I have absolutely no reason to have this. They sold it at a yard sale, probably for exactly what they paid for it at a yard sale, and passed the curse on to me. Now what am I going to do with this thing? And the answer is, I'll put it in some storage spot, and now I've created a permanent maintenance cost. Periodically, I'm going to have to revisit the question of, what should I do with this thing? Is this the right place for this thing to be stored in? I need to move these things, so I gotta reorganize stuff now. Part of that job will now involve that thing, as it just continues to sap resources from me, like time and attention, by being an object that has no express purpose, takes up space that I'm supposed to take care of because it's cool, but that I just regret having ever purchased. But not that guy. He didn't regret any of those purchases. He got so much satisfaction out of Speak and Spell, and his globe, and his the blinking lights and stuff. And his vintage toy, and all the other little precious things he had in there. He didn't think, God, why do I have all this useless clutter all around me? He didn't think that at all. He's like, oh, I'm so glad I got all these things. This is heaven. I'm in the perfect room with all these cool things around me. And I'm hunched over and I'm playing my keyboard. What more could I want as an INFP? The answer is, I can't think of anything, friend. You seem to have nailed it there. Life's working out just the way you hoped it would. And I'm really, really impressed with your girlfriend who is in favor of, oh, you don't have a girlfriend? Okay. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. It's better to be careful. And we all know how fragile and sensitive humans are. So, you know, you are protecting a lot of hearts by staying safely tucked in your room with all of your toys around you. Million fireflies. Who keeps time? That's the part I get. A little confused as the melody. It's a good sign for a song. Like when you listen to it and sing it, it's just so hooky, and you think this is effortless to sing this song. But then you actually try to sing it a cappella, it's surprisingly tricky. Like Fatal Ophelia. The youngest daughter of a nobleman, Ophelia loves in fantasy. I wish you never called for me. I might have lingered in purgatory. And then you hit 100 on the land, the sea, the sky. Pledge allegiance to your hands, your team, your vibe. Don't care where the hell you been, 'cause now you're mine. About to be the sleepless night you've been dreaming of. With Ophelia. I can sing it now, but I struggled with singing it for a while. Because it sounds super hooky and intuitively like, of course I'll be able to sing this. The whole thing is so hooky I can't get it out of my head. But then you actually try to sing it, you realize, whoa, this has got a lot of complicated shit going on. That's a clear sign of a great track. Also experienced this phenomenon with the Dayglow track, Medicine. Which is a super, super, super good track. You know, it's like, they're just make believe. That's a tricky one to sing too. Even though when you're singing along with it, when it's playing, it's like, I will obviously never forget this melody. It's so easy to sing, so intuitive and hooky, and yet also surprising. It's wonderful. And then you try to sing it a cappella, you realize, oh, this is challenging. Oh, this song video is quite INFP, huh? Well, let's see what it is. Gigolo, that guy's classic INFJ. Soko, I thought I was an alien.
soldier to get a costume and dance with me at the end.
Yeah. I can already tell you, yes. In fact, that is an IMP song. Well, look what got recommended to me. I was just singing this in the garage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So that is the day. Get out of time. Something possible to do. I can never try to start to sit down. Sit out the tree. So many trees, except mysteries. It's getting out of lane. Sit out the lane. Sit out the lane. Heart at the veins. Sit out the sea. What company is it? It's making dreams. It's not so spoiled.
Obviously, haphazardly recorded practice audio of this track does it a terrible disservice. Did I just today? And the night. I was like, said I just today. Used to have to look right in front of me. What a shame that I don't have any good track of that song because Corey never recorded it properly or maybe at all. This is the only recording I have of it that is any good at all. And it's good to have this because at least I could, and I have before, figure out how to play it. But, the engine of the track is, the song is the bass line. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum-dum, ba-dum-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum-dum, ba-dum-dum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-dum, 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 ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Back into the thing. Scuttlebutt or Solemn Discourse? Did we ever answer the question? I'm going to go with a little bit of both. Little bit of both. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da, Ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. It's strange is INFP fuck. When you're talking to yourself and nobody listening. Well, you know, I talk to myself all the time. Sometimes people listen, sometimes not. The important thing is that I can reliably count on myself to talk to myself about things that are interesting. So it's fine if there are more or fewer people listening. I'm listening to myself, and I can assure you that I'm being incredibly interesting. Alright, seriously though, we are gonna have to go to bed here pretty soon. So those of you who are saying, let's not go to bed at all, Nick, I'm sorry, but you're not a good influence on me. Had some wonderful yawns tonight. Obviously, the yawns, the mushroom yawns, can and often do express as a problem. But not so much tonight. It more felt like a solution. Here's a solution to a problem that I'd like to have. The problem is really a question. The solution is really an answer. The question is, where did I leave my coffee? And the answer is probably outside. But it's hard for us to say for sure because I'm incredibly good at leaving the coffee places I wouldn't expect to have left it. So we'll go peek outside and we'll see if it's out there. That's my first guess is it's outside, but I have no good reason to believe that except that that's where I was before. And indeed, I see no sign of my coffee. I kind of knew that was coming. I kind of knew that because I know how things are. And it was not going to ever have been that easy. Is it in here? No. Is it in the bathroom? What is that? Looks like Rachel spilled some chips. Nope, not in the bathroom. Okay. Oh, well, I did go into the garage. Maybe I left it in there. Yes, I left it in here. I have successfully found it. For me. Good job, Eric. Way to win all the fabulous prizes. Now, I have my coffee. Obviously, what I don't have is a cigarette. That's fine. I've smoked enough for 100 men tonight. Smoking a blunt would be quite nice at the moment. Yeah, that would be great. If I had blunt papers, I would totally roll one right now based purely on that insightful suggestion. Unfortunately, I have no blunt papers. Just have regular papers. But I think I might just roll a joint even. That's right. It's time to roll a joint and smoke it up and smoke it down. We're gonna go ahead and do that right now. Oh, there you are, papers. For a second, I was gonna get a little frustrated, like, where did my papers go? Turns out they're right here. I really like the tone of that oboe or whatever it is. I think it goes great tone-wise with the tone of the bass. They work together in certain ways super well, and then other ways they contrast super well. I think something I am getting better at is tone sculpting. Not that there's any tone sculpting and getting those sounds, just try different tones on the keyboard, but being aware of how things work together tonally, something I've made progress. Like this song, it will almost certainly never amount to anything other than possibly background music in some video. Yeah, I'm sure I'll keep it on the table for a while as this cool thing that I like what it sounds like so far, but I feel pretty confident that this isn't gonna go anywhere. Why do you know? Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying I don't know why I feel confident about that, but it just feels that way. Beep boop 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 boop. I do know why I feel pretty confident about that. Because it's cool, it's groovy, but ultimately it's just not that good. It's like music of some games in the 70s or 80s. Yeah, well, more like 80s probably than 70s, but and it is good for that kind of purpose. Like you can imagine somebody playing a video game, like an old Atari game, and have that be the music underneath it. And think that music works well for that purpose. But that's exactly it. It's like it it's only good enough to potentially be useful for that kind of thing, or like background music for a sped up video or something. Look, it's not inspired enough for me to spend much more time on it. But it's kind of cool. Of course, this is a song about a question. A question everybody has in their heart. A question that makes you super, super smart. If you ask it and if you know the answer, who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who loves you. Who loves you, baby? Dennis Wallace does. He came from Greece with his wonderful ways. He had a question to ask you and your niece these days. He wanted to know if you knew the answer to what? Who loves you, baby? Dennis Wallace does. Who loves you, baby? Is that Shelley Duvall? No, it's Telly Savalas. He's the one who loves you, baby. So, like, that track, it's got a very similar, like, engine to it, the other one that we were listening to before. But this is definitely a lot better. It works really well with the drums. Obviously, the payoff when the cloud comes up. Because this is not fundamentally about being a super groovy bass line. They work in conjunction really well together. Like, Ain't nothing funky like a stupid version of God. It don't have the better baseline than that. But I love the way the drums and the bass interact in this. And you know, I'm always a sucker for clavichord. You know, as you're going through organ presets, it's such a revelation when you get to clavichord. Oh, you're not like any of the other presets in the organ section of the presets. You have a certain identity to you that's very appealing. What was this called? Streets and Sheets or something? I see. It's just various beats. That's why I titled it Streets and Sheets. That's just drums. How good are the drums? Well, let's find out. Feels a little fast for that beat. You know, I like that beat, but not that fast. I see that's some track I put down over that beat. What's this? That's an okay beat, but it's a little busy for my taste, you know. This half of it I like better. That may be a little undercomplicated, but you know, drums is as drums does, as they say. Switch to FL Studio. Making on prop head reason. No, you know, I make it on Audacity. Use Audacity. And there may be, on some metric, preferable options out there. Audacity's free open source program, but I've been using Audacity for such a long time. It really wouldn't be worth the learning curve to switch to something else. I have in complete mastery of Audacity at this point. And Audacity may not be the most efficient way to accomplish certain things, but whatever you can do in any other app, I can do in Audacity. Yeah, it's a little bit less user facilitating than, say, Adobe Audition or something like Fruity Loops or Pro Tools or some such. I'm not very familiar with Pro Tools and I think there's one called Reason. There's a variety of audio production apps out there, but at the end of the day, you just can't. There's no way to work around doing the work. Apps might make it a little bit easier in some regards by using this app versus that app, but the bottom line is you just can't make the process much more efficient than I currently have made it, because there's no way to approximate with any app what needs to be done by hand with a certain level of precision. Like, you might say, well, you could have this other app automatically quantize all your shit. It doesn't really work like that. Because I'm not just moving notes to the proper spot. I'm also doing a lot of note editing, like fading things out so that they're exactly the right length. And, I'm pretty imprecise in my playing, at least to recording standards. So maybe Quantize could move the notes to right on the beat successfully, I guess. But even then, like, in order to take advantage of Quantize, you already have to be on the grid that sometimes interferes with, like, things that don't fit squarely into that grid. And this doesn't happen so much anymore in my songs, but it used to be that I'd have some stuff that was basically wrong. Like, I realized way later, like, wait, why are there 5 measures in this chorus? Why did I write it like this? I didn't even realize there were that. That used to happen periodically. Well, if you're on a quantizing thing, then you're going to run afoul of some stuff periodically. Bottom line is, there's just no getting away from note level editing. It's laborious, takes for fucking ever, but it's the only way to accomplish what you need to accomplish. Like, when I went through Ain't Nothing Funky today and I was fixing problems and stuff, one aspect of that is listening to both vocal lines very carefully and identifying spots where they're slightly out of tune of each other. So I go around and, like, hear, okay, so now I hear that this little bit of this vocal is like I slide up into the note at flat the outset. So then I gotta go to that thing and I do a sliding stretch pitch shift, so you can tell it, like, start at plus 0.3 semitones, end at 0 semitones. And you gotta finagle that a few times. You get it exactly right. And it's things like that I end up thinking, should I just re-record this bit of vocals? But it's like the reason I didn't is I was deep into the process with the vocals. I'd already affected them with reverb, one of them with reverb, and I'd done a lot of levels editing, meaning like gone through and not attempted to half-ass it with compressing the whole track. I went through word by word and turned up the volume a little bit here, turned it down a little bit here, until I had a nice, clear, like, continuity of levels without incurring any compression sounds, artifacts, you know. And there just ain't no way to get around doing that stuff if you want things to be done properly. If you want it to turn out good, there's no way around doing that stuff. I had this moment of terror with the Ain't Nothing Funky, where I thought I had somehow fucked up the timing of this thing. I could not get it to fit properly where it's supposed to go again. And then I realized, after struggling with it for quite some time, oh, that's not even supposed to be there. This is the other part. That doesn't even go here. That's why it's not sounding like it fits, because it doesn't fit because it's not supposed to fit there. That was a relief when I realized, oh, I thought I had made this kind of big problem mistake and be many steps down the line from it, and need to figure out how to go back and fix it without using the undos. But instead, the problem was much more simple than that. It's nice when things work out like that. One thing that I did a good job of today was making sure I monitored the thing / listened to it / determined levels issues by switching back and forth between 3 different sets of speakers: the TV speakers, the good TV speakers, and the headphones. That really helped, because the good TV speakers, they like render a pretty clear resolve if there are problems, in a way that bad TV speakers don't. I can't really trust the bad TV speakers because they underrepresent bass, overrepresent mids, and seem kind of neutral on high-end stuff, trebles. Headphones, they seem to be like fine enough to determine these kind of questions. Obviously, in an ideal world, I'd have flat stereo monitors, but I don't need those. I don't even want them. I figure I'm kind of better served to figure out those kind of things the way I just described, with switching between several different sets of speakers, because after all, it's not like anybody in the world listens to me who's got studio monitors. So they may be flat and as high fidelity as possible, meaning it's faithful to the input without coloring it at all. And I don't deny that could be highly informative, but by and large, trying an assortment of different regular speakers is more important than hearing it on flat studio monitors. Because that's what people are going to be listening to it on. I see was an art form people made insane stuff from back in the early 2000s. Now I'm just buzzing you out. I'm not sure, like, what that even means. Say everyone streams their music these days. You mean as a listener? Well, obviously, the best way to listen to music is to listen to music on YouTube. For example, to the extent that you want to be directing exactly what music you listen to, well, YouTube enables you to make playlists. Every conceivable thing you could possibly want to listen to is available to get to listen to on YouTube. And if you have premium, there's no commercials or anything. But perhaps more significantly, unlike every other streaming platform for music, YouTube is good at putting in front of you new music that you might actually like. Whereas, I'm pretty sure Spotify has put very little energy and resources into making their recommendations and stuff actually do a good job of understanding the person to whom they're recommending things and recommending things that person might actually like. But, I may be a little old fashioned, but I pretty much exclusively listen to music on AM radio. It's good enough. That's what I say about it. It is good enough, and I don't know what everyone's complaining about. You wish you knew how to code? I wish you knew how to code too. I wish that so much. I don't know if I've ever wished anything so much before. Personally, I can't tell the difference on my mid-range headphones. Free MP3s for the win. Well, you can take any WAV file, and if you do an excellent job of compressing it into an MP3, which is to say, you set it so that it takes the longest amount of time to do the compressing, and you limit the intensity of the compression somewhat. And it's still lossy, but not just you, but really hardly anybody will be able to hear it at all. If sometimes you do it well enough, then nobody's going to be able to hear it. We think of MP3s as having bad quality because the bad ones do. they sound very compressed, and the artifacts of the compression process are hard to miss. But nowadays, there's no reason for anybody to ever listen to MP3s. Although, who knows what YouTube does with the audio with things. I can tell you for sure that things sound a little bit different. Like if you listen to the track you just uploaded in your local copy versus listening to it in the YouTube player. I don't know. Sometimes it sounds exactly the same. Sometimes they sound a little bit different. And I can't put my finger on what it is exactly. It sounds different, but something super subtle. But the best guess about what it would be artifacts from some kind of lossy compression. So maybe every time I listen to music on YouTube, I am already listening to MP3s. Tell you though, one depressing reality that the headphones make clear to me is it sucks, but when we first moved here and I got really sick, had some kind of, I guess, ear infection, or I'm not really sure, but I damaged my right ear a little bit at the time. Incurred some hearing loss, basically. It's not the kind of hearing loss that other people would note as hearing loss. Like, I have absolutely no problem hearing what you say and everything. My hearing's fantastic in that regard. But I've got this little ringing in the right ear that's not super loud or bothersome or anything, but when it's quiet and I pay attention, it's there. And this is the end of the story here, the important part. When I listen to something in headphones, like I can't rely on it, like this side will seem a little lower in volume and stuff because my hearing's not quite as good, and things will hear a little duller in terms of their presence. So, in order to really properly use headphones to monitor stuff, I gotta switch it, like try it this way and then turn it the other way so that um, my left ear gets both sides of the track and my right ear does too, since they're no longer completely in agreement with each other. I know, first world problems. I'm incredibly fortunate that I have such negligible hearing damage. Something I attribute to the fact that was one thing I actively protected throughout my life was my hearing. But I don't have regret about that thing though, because it's not like it happened because of me being a dumbass in some way. I just got super sick and shit happened. I normally don't even bring it up at all because Rachel has actual hearing loss due to, she basically is deaf in one ear. Due to, she had some ear infection when she was younger, and then they tried to do some operation that was going to restore hearing, and it didn't work. Really sad. So I never really talk about my negligible hearing loss because it's so not worth complaining about at all when it juxtaposed against Rachel's experience. Elena Abjanadny. Or Google, I see art generators. Yeah, but look at how cute and stylized her pure pre-computer art was. I see art. ASCII. Which stands for the Association of the Society of the Compendium of Integrated Institutes. That's what she said, Iron Lion. That is what she said. She said, it is deep and long. I say, are you really measuring different dimensions? What do you say it's both those things? In her case, I can confidently say the answer was no. She was talking about the same dimension with both words. In this case, and in the case that prompted me to note that she had said that, well, things are a little different. I guess I'm ready to go to bed. I'm like a baby who fights bedtime as long as they can until they're rubbing their eyes and crying from fussiness, and then finally they fall asleep. It sounds fun, cool and fun. You know what else is cool and fun? A slip and slide. Slip and slide, Acacia. If you're looking to cool down this summer, may I recommend you get a slip and slide. You can get wet, you can slip, you can slide. It's fun for all ages. You've never slept and slowed? Never slipped and slowed? Oh, you are missing out. Because a slip and slide is essentially a water park in your own house. You know how you go to Raging Waters and get on those water slides and scoot around like that? Well, slip and slide is the same thing, except instead of a whole big chute of course that you slide down, it's just a piece of slippery plastic. You lie it down on the grass, you kind of unroll like the red carpet, and then you attach the hose to it. By attaching the hose to it, you've now caused water to come out of all these little holes that it has. They're constantly rehydrating the slippery plastic of the slip and slide. Once you've got it operational, you and your friends form a line. Who gets to go first? Well, probably whoever's house is hosting this slip and slide party. And what do? Keep in mind, you should unfurl your slip and slide on the grass, not on the cement. Then you go running up to it, and you go, phew, phew, and you slide down the slip and slide. It's so exciting that you'll wonder why you didn't get a slip and slide years ago. Back when you were buying other things like Twister and Rubik's Cube. Not to mention, of course, chutes and ladders. And that's what made me think it would be a good idea to incorporate your slip and slide into a larger game of chutes and ladders. For example, every time you go on a chute, you go on a slip and slide. Every time you go on a ladder, you climb up an actual ladder. That way, you don't have to keep track on a game board. You can just keep track in real life based on whether you're slipping, sliding, or climbing a ladder. Importantly, the end spot of your slip and slide course should be well below in elevation the highest point of your ladder scaffolding. Because you start the end of your slip and slide chute too late. In other words, too high up. Well, then how are you going to get ladders up that high? It'll be an engineering challenge. Oh, sure, you can have guys climb up the pre-existing ladders to carry the new ladders up higher still. And once you get above, I don't know, say 2,000 feet in the air, at that point, it's pretty cold to have this gigantic scaffolding thing with all those ladders. Could be dangerous. So we're best served to try to keep the total ladder pile smallish. Accordingly, make sure your slip and slide bottom is at the end of the most bottommost point of the whole area. Also, in order to make this work, you're gonna need to kind of carve out, like, I guess you would say, terracing. Yeah, you gotta carve out a hillside to make kind of like a little land to stand on when you get to the top of the ladder, and to connect to where the beginning of the next ladder going up goes to, you know. And naturally, among all these areas where ladders go from are also spots where slip and slides can come down from. But I'm concerned about the risk of these slip and slides as we get further up the scaffolding, because slip and slides are not meant to be used to erect 90-degree verticals like that. You could try it, but fundamentally, you'd just be falling through the air. So, probably better served to take a more gradual approach to the bottom. Which is why I'm saying, for safety purposes, we just tell everybody involved, listen, if you get above level 1, then when it's time for you to slide down, you just have to climb back down the ladder until you get here, at which point, then you can take the slip and slide down to the very bottom. To which they say, why is it even called slip and slide and ladders if it's almost all ladders and almost no slip and slide? And the answer is that the important qualities of the game, whether you go up or down, they've been retained in full. As you can see, in this current incarnation of Shoots and Ladders, it is in fact the case you can go either up or down. And the fact that in your historical version of Shoots and Ladders, you only went down by chutes, you never climbed back down ladders, well, that's because when in the olden days they made up that game, they didn't even care about safety at all. Someone was like, won't the toddlers plummet to their deaths trying to slide down these precarious chutes? They did not care at all, the Chutes and Ladders Company. They said, you know what? If it allows me to make another penny with my grasping capitalist ways, then I'm going to do it. Finally, someone, namely me, said to them, hey, isn't this reckless of you? You're going to give preschoolers, toddlers, newborn babies the wrong idea. You're going to give them the idea that nothing's more cool than sliding down a chute. When we see year after year since you came out with this game, a dramatic spike in shoot-related deaths. You think that's just a coincidence? That's why I encourage everyone to prefer my new variation of Chutes and Ladders called Ladders and a Chute. Just one chute. Safely towards the bottom. And also, I'm going to put up some signs. You must be this high to climb the ladder. Now, some people may say, if you prevent children from playing Chutes and Ladders, then who is going to play them? Obviously, adults. Because I can safely assume they can get up the ladders and down the ladders, and that if they can't, that's their fault. Because they were informed that this would involve ladders before they agreed to it. You might be saying, well, Eric, have you really eliminated the problem? Seems to me you've just cut it down to one chute. That's better, but that doesn't really solve things, does it? Wrong again, my friend. Wrong again. And the reason it solves that things is because the chute on the bottom only represents a very tiny amount of elevation change. So that makes it extra safe. We're not living in a perfect world where children can play a completely safe board game. Obviously, you got to make things a little bit interesting for the children by having them do something dangerous. Like, the other precursors to Chutes and Ladders were games that were much more dangerous that they nixed, like games like firearms and intravenous drugs was one of the earlier ones. You go up with the intravenous drugs and then down with the firearms, I believe. Somebody with a little bit of sense said to the Melton Bradley company, I said, look, we get it. Nobody loves firearms and intravenous drugs more than children. But I'm thinking a little bit irresponsible of us. So, some smart person saved the day on that one. But they ran Chutes and Ladders by legal, and legal gave it the thumbs up. They said, we believe that the many harms that will necessarily follow from this can be successfully argued away in court. When I first built my real life Chutes and Ladders course, people said, he's crazy. But I knew better. I had a vision. I knew that this game is only going to truly be fun if you both can go up ladders and go down chutes. And the only way I'm going to accomplish this is by building it into this hillside over here. Sure enough, since I've done this, we've seen a massive increase in the interest in Chutes and Ladders from adults who finally are able to say, hey, I get why this is such a great game. I used to think how boring, but now I get it. I'm here, I'm climbing this ladder, I'm really feeling a sense of accomplishment. So, was I vindicated? Yes. Unequivocally, yes. Was Chutes and Ladders vindicated? Yes. Has the whole effort been quite as profitable as I anticipated? No. But, 2 out of 3 ain't bad when it comes to mission objectives. And now, whenever I go to town, everyone's like, hey, Chutes and Ladders guy. Like, that's me. I'm the Chutes and Ladders guy. I say things like, love what you're doing with the Chutes and Ladders. Thank you so much. I also love what I'm doing with the Chutes and Ladders. What you gonna do next? Make a real life sorry? That's silly. Obviously, that game is not conducive to a real life course. I tell you what is conducive to a real life course: the video game Pitfall. Maybe that's what I should turn my engineering attentions to next. E.T., the Atari game, would be very difficult to construct a real life course because it couldn't even construct a video game course. Yes, I actually played the E.T. game. I think Charlie got it. And we could not figure it out. It's like, oh my god, what is this? I like the Journey game better. The Journey game we also played. There was a game for the Atari that was themed on the band Journey. A frankly kind of underrated band, Journey. I mean, you might say it's silly to call them an underrated band because they've got such hits as, you know, that one, and that other one, and then that third one. They've got 3 or 4 or 5 maybe even. I can't think of them all right now, but god damn it, what is going on here? Computer always wanting to go to sleep. Shoot, it's not slides. Oh, did somebody do it? Somebody made a real life Chutes and Ladders? Fantastic. I want to go there and play Chutes and Ladders. I want to experience the exhilaration of going up and the despair of going down. Continue with Facebook. Listen, Instagram, I want you to know right now that I'm not fooled by you and your ways. Acacia, I thought that was going to be a video of real life shoots and ladders. That's just one of those disgusting glide flat possums. Did you actually find a real life shoots and ladders? Boy, nothing chaps my hide like those filthy winged possums. No, they're adorable. I'm I'm lying because I'm jealous of their adorableness. And that little guy looked like he was really enjoying his belly rub. Who could blame him? I'm sure he'd much rather be in that person's house than out flying around in the wilderness. Because, life in the wild, bit of a struggle. In captivity, you get fed. That is also not real life shoots and ladders. I think that shoots and ladders is like the next to the tooth chipper. That one roller coaster with no guard bar at the really crappy theme park is always getting sued. Yeah, well, the whole shoots and ladders course, it starts off life as just this pure, beautiful shoots and ladders course, and then gradually gets more and more cumbersome safety equipment attached to everything. People have to sign all these disclaimers. Oh, really? Somebody really did it, huh? Lifestyle shoots and ladders. I mean, that doesn't surprise me that much because it is exactly the kind of game that would lend itself to that, right? If you imagine making a real life, the game of life course, it doesn't really work. So you could make a real life risk board, I guess, but those things would be like, you know, big chess. It's not really. It's just scaling up the board game version of it. Whereas with shoots and ladders, it's like the board game is just a blueprint for some actual world depiction of it in a way that other board games are not like that so much. It would be kind of cool to make a real life-size hungry hippos, or maybe what would be even better, a life-sized operation. Is that what Trump's up to? He's playing life-size shoots and ladders? Wouldn't it be great if the problem we had was that instead of doing anything, Donald Trump was playing life-size shoots and ladders? What a great reality that would be. I gotta go to the bathroom. I hate my husband. I hate myself. Ow. Oh my god. I so totally need to go to bed. And I am so avoiding it, nevertheless. Wait, not that. No. Click the link. There.
Yes. 5. That's a 5.
Oh, that was late. So I'm here. Correct. Come on, Daddy needs some new shoes.
It's got it on the board. 6. That's good, that.
Yeah. I think it's just 6.
That does not qualify as a life-size shoots and ladders. That is nothing of the sort. This abomination of a half-assery does not qualify at all as what I was saying. Who do they think they're fooling with this? Oh, this is a life-size shoots and ladders. That's just some stadium seats with some, like, tubes draped over them. Nobody could ride down any of those chutes. You have to be 6 inches tall to ride down those chutes. That absolutely does not qualify. Anyone remembers that Crystal Maze from the 90s with the bald host? Crystal Maze. Well, Keisha, maybe normally do a better job, but I must say you did an incredibly shitty job with that one. That I could have done a better job of making a chutes and ladders than that. That's terrible. They're not even trying in that one. I would point out that in that real life chutes and ladders, there was neither a single ladder nor a single chute. Well, at this point, I'm not sure I can trust this important task in anybody's hands but mine. Obviously, we could not trust those people to handle the job. So, I do have several ladders here at the house. I don't currently have any chutes, but maybe I could find some chutes if I look a little harder. Who knows? Maybe I do have some chutes tucked away around here. Okay, better. This does involve actual ladders and some chutes, but still not what I envisioned. Because what I envisioned in the proper rendering of this idea, it's carved into the side of a hill. What they've done is try to keep the board part of it. You want to get rid of the board part. I mean, sure, you're going to have to divide your terraces on the hillside into squares and put the numbers there. I guess you can't get away from that part. But much better than the last people, but still not good enough. Not good enough. You need to start with a hillside that you're going to do some serious heavy machinery work on. Like this shoot, this guy can't, this barely qualifies as a shoot. Try to tell me that this guy actually was fit and slid down this chute here. I don't think that qualifies really as a real chute. Look at that. Look how tiny that is for that guy. He does not fit on that chute at all. They haven't really gone scale to life size. They scale to like, you know, miniature life size. They're ladders. They're not actual ladders that go up. In order to use them, they have to make them go, like, you just go up to the side thing and you go across the side thing and back down. So you're not actually gaining elevation with the ladders. Well, maybe a little bit, but they're not proper ladders, you know. Proper ladders don't go sideways and flat and stuff. They just go up, leaning like this. So, better than the last people, but still, no. Not good enough. You do live on a hill, though, right? We get a really long plastic sheet of covering and put it down the hill. And yeah, I mean, I do have the hill. I do have the hill. But I don't know if I want to provide a chute that is so so much settling, you know. Damn, dude, more than 7 years on YouTube. I have more than 10 years on YouTube. You only have 19,000 subs and only 3 people watching you? Well, yes. Would you like me to feel bad about it or something? That's not going to happen because I'm doing exactly what I want. I guess you are too, but the difference between me doing exactly what I want and you doing exactly what you want is that me doing what I want has value. You are just apparently going around to random channels in some strangely misguided attempt to make people feel shitty about what they're doing, even though I feel nothing but fantastic about what I'm doing. I'm doing exactly what I should be doing right now. And you know, if I wanted to be successful and grow as a channel, well then I'd have to do things a certain way that I don't really feel like doing it that way. Well, he didn't even actually look at, like, if he had checked to see what date I started YouTubing, you would see that I've been YouTubing for well more than 7 years. So, I don't know. Obviously, people who have some strange interest in doing this kind of thing, it's hard to explain what their motivation could possibly be. But for whatever reason, he gets satisfaction from successfully making people like feel bad about their channel or something like that. I get zero chance of success here. I've been at this way too long. I've dealt with a million trolls who are vastly more competent than this guy. So, but regardless, you can't make me feel bad about the channel because why would I feel bad about doing exactly what I want and obtaining gratification from it? did receive photo? Did you email me one? Eric has very much been doing this his own way from the start without effort of maximizing range. Yeah, or at least not without any sustained effort as such, and without informing such efforts by what would actually work. Periodically, I'll get a little bug up my ass and try for a little while, but you know, it's a lot more work to do things to attain channel growth than it is to just do this all the time. Oh, that was you texting me? I can't look at my text without. I'll check it out real quick. I'll be right back. Yes, something very much like that, Acacia. Something very much like that. Yeah, well, I think what would be a lot more deadly is if that NTJ directed, like, instead of collaborating on projects with me, instead directed me to do certain things in certain ways, and then manage the like archiving, tagging, and those kind of stuff aspects of things, thumbs and whatever, optimizing those things for outcomes. Am I muted still? Anybody hear me besides me? Let's find out.
Because you're obviously.
Is this now? Yeah. Yeah, that is now. Okay, I can hear me. So I'm not muted. Okay. I'm serious now. This is the time I'm serious. We're going to go outside for one last cigarette. And then after the cigarette, we're going to come back inside and end the stream. I'm going to go to bed. I like them videos when you take the mini forest car adventure. I sometimes like making those videos, and I appreciate that you like them. They get almost no views. Anybody say that truth is just a status we choose to afford statements? We don't like choose to afford it. It's just you. You can't hear me, but truth is a status that gets, conferred onto a given statement upon passing the appropriate legitimacy test. You reminded me, of course, of that short I made and that horribly ridiculous comment I got. Like, oh God, why? Why does somebody leave this ridiculous comment? The reason they left that ridiculous comment is because they were not having this Eric explaining things. So, how dare that guy, Eric, think he's some kind of expert on truth? Well, I told the guy in my response to his ridiculous comment, this video is not about being an expert on truth. It is about defining truth and why we can't do so. Obviously, from his perspective, I was making this video because I wanted to position myself as the expert on truth when, as he said in his comment, anybody can be an expert on truth. They just have to describe reality accurately. When in fact, the most unconditionally, the most true things of all are necessarily true but conditionally so, and such truths may be entirely counterfactual in their description of reality. But, Home Fries was not having it. He was not gonna hear what I said, understand what I said, or benefit from it at all, no matter what. I like to imagine no, they're definitionally function as always true. That's what makes them axioms. But, to say something's an axiom means that we're going to treat this as a true statement without making it pass any kind of test. So that's not informative at all about truth. It's only informative about axioms. And what's also very important to note is that even with axioms, you probably don't need them. Like, you only need certain aspects of axioms. For example, Euclid's axioms about point, line, etc. There's an obvious problem there that is not linked to the fact that it's an axiom and therefore gets to have this status regardless. The problem being he's using terms like a point or a line and defining it as that which has it takes up no space, right? Because, of course, what he's not describing is a point in any sense. He's saying that we conceptually have an object that occupies as a placeholder for something that has an object only as such. It doesn't have any other qualities of an actual object. And so it's naturally going to be confusing to people. Like, what's up with these definitions that seem implicitly contradictory. They're not. It's just you gotta recognize that a point isn't actually a thing at all. It's just a abstract demarcation of some like coordinate vector thing that you're establishing because you're going to do something else, like draw a line from that to another point. The only reason we say that a line travels between points is because it's useful to mark as distinct the very last bit of a line for conceptual reasons. Well, I mean, the thing about those axioms, Rain, is that does comprise a legitimate validation within those systems, right? Like, so it again comes back to the same central idea that something has to pass the appropriate test to validate as true. Within those kind of axiomatic reasoning systems, you can pass that test while using those axioms to base other movement reasoning wise and accomplish validations using those axioms. In fact, it may be impossible, or at least very rare, that you could validate something without referring to those axioms. So, like, you know, a point of law will have some correct interpretation of law versus some incorrect interpretation. And determining that is going to involve making measurements on a couple of dimensions, like precedent, for example. But also applying principles like plain language. It's not a super cut and dry determination to make, but the point is that we don't need to. This is the whole point about truth in general, is that it's okay for us to evaluate the truth of a legal claim regarding how the law should be interpreted according to metrics that would be wildly inappropriate for evaluating other claims. Like precedent is, in any other context, expressly not a consideration anybody should be making in determining the truth of something, because that would be making the fundamental mistake that what happened before is somehow informative to this question now. This separate question when it's not, right? But if we're adjudicating a question, what's the legally correct interpretation of this legal point? Well, then we cannot determine the answer to that without including precedent as a litmus test. No, I mean, here's where you're going wrong here, right? Is the systems that use axioms in the way you're talking about, it's not the case that we're affording to those axioms the status of true. Instead, we're not doing so expressly. We're saying this doesn't qualify as the kind of thing that we evaluate the truth of. We're not saying those axioms are true. We're saying, in fact, the opposite, that we don't evaluate those for truth. So, what we do get to do with those axiomatic systems is predicate what's true on work built off of those axioms. So, when we determine the truth of a statement within that system, there's nothing arbitrary about it, because it's not the case that we've arbitrarily decided to assign the status of true to the axioms. They do not have that status. Instead, they have the status of exempt from challenge. Accordingly, whatever statements you say are true within that system is obviously conditional upon you evaluating truth within that system in ways appropriate to that system. But, that's not a qualification anybody should have to make. It should be self-evident. I swore I was gonna go outside, smoke cigarette, and go back to bed, but I guess I haven't smoked that cigarette yet because I didn't have a beverage, or maybe I did smoke it and just wasn't paying that much attention, so I forgot. We act as if they're the case. Like that the axiom, the empty set exists, and I can now talk about the empty set as if it exists. But if you set the axiom the empty set exists, what you're saying is it's legal operationally to predicate work on this thing being an assumption, right? And we get to operate with that assumption in ways we don't normally get to operate with assumptions. I don't need to validate that that assumption has undergone certain kinds of scrutiny, right? It's a feature, not a bug. I remember, perhaps more importantly, the fact that definitional stuff is ultimately some kind of circularity to it, right? It doesn't matter because definitions aren't about establishing what something is. They're about enabling yourself to do work of some kind. So there are myriad kinds of statements that are not subject to definitional stuff like that. And this is the case even though every statement includes words that are intended to mean certain things and not others. So a statement like, I feel sad, has a truth value, and the truth of it can be determined by comparing the statement against subjective experience, but it can only be determined by the singular person possessing the subjective data. No axioms are involved at all, obviously, and the only reason anybody would think definition is necessary is if they're dissembling and quibbling to no good effect. And when you think about like how to determine the truth value of a predictive statement, then you get time frame factors in there that complicate the matter further. Like if I predict that the Athletics will win the baseball game, well, presumably that statement has no truth value until after the event occurs, in which case it still doesn't really have a truth value, right? It just turns out that in retrospect, my prediction was correct. But does that make the statement, I predict the Athletics will win today?